Immortal Aristocratic Family, starting by cultivating the clan's prodigies. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 226, Changes in the Blood Pool, Reaching the Sky in One Step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as everyone was immersed in the astonishing news that Lin Chen had become a god, the purple gold blood in the blood pool suddenly rose into the sky as if it sensed something before they could react. It immediately sank into their bodies. A numb, and extremely itchy feeling flooded into my heart, as if my body was growing immediately afterwards. The endless Dayan and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately enveloped them, making their temperament become indescribably precious. Rumble. I don't know how long it took, but as terrifying auras rose from Lin Chen and others, their cultivation levels suddenly began to rise rapidly. The first level of martial arts. The second level of martial arts. The third level of martial arts. In just the blink of an eye, the cultivation levels of Father Lin, Mother Lin, and the brothers Lin Chen and Lin Su, who were already in the martial master realm, soared to the 9th level of the martial master realm, and they have no intention of stopping. Click click click. Suddenly, they only felt a sound like something breaking from their bodies, and then they felt that the small world that was originally so solid in front of them suddenly became fragile. It was as if, with just one wave of his hand, he could shatter hundreds of millions of miles of earth. Martial Emperor Realm, have I now reached a legendary Martial Emperor Realm? Hiss. The power of this bloodline is too terrifying. Feeling the changes in their bodies, Lin Chen and others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. This is just the benefit they get from passively accepting the power of blood. After all, the blood of the gods is not that easy to refine. Even if Lin Chen is willing, the quality of the divine bloodline cannot be refined by a mere martial lord or martial emperor. Therefore, the power of blood that entered their bodies still has a lot of foundation that has not been consumed. In other words, before they completely refine the power of blood in their bodies, their cultivation speed will remain at an extremely exaggerated level. Let's practice in seclusion. We must strive to refine the power of the blood left by Chenner as soon as possible. Yes, although eldest brother left us away to save our lives, I still hope that we can protect the Earth Federation with our own strength and promote the reputation of our Lin family. Feeling the change in their own strength, Father Lin and Lin Chen, who were practicing in seclusion normally and waiting for the invasion of demons, suddenly changed their minds and took the first step to become truly strong. After all, in the future they will eventually leave this cosmic starry sky and go to all the heavens and realms. If they can't gain enough experience before this to become a truly strong man, they will undoubtedly be holding back their son, eldest brother, which is what they don't want to see. Regarding this, although Mother Lin and Lin Su did not have such a high level of awareness, they did not refuse to practice in seclusion no matter what. There is nothing wrong with reaching a higher level of cultivation. After all, the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan, and all aspects will be optimized accordingly, becoming more and more beautiful. Fortunately for Shaoyan, becoming beautiful is a temptation that every girl cannot resist. In this way, time passed. And soon decades had passed since Lin Chen and others went into seclusion. In these years of seclusion, although they have not broken through to the middle stage of the cave heaven realm, their mastery of various martial arts and supernatural powers has improved. Even if they do not use the power of blood, their combat power is better than that of ordinary strong men in the same realm. Be stronger. If the power of blood is stimulated, it can even be enough to sweep across the cave world. There is no way. The bloodline of gods up to the 9th level is so powerful. Of course, this is only at a low level. After their cultivation reaches the climbing heaven realm or even the Pahun realm, although they can still unleash extraordinary combat power, they can only cross 1 or 2 realms to face the enemy. If they encounter monsters in the same realm, they will not be opponents even if they are not opponents. Not surprising, the strength of the Lin family has changed quietly. No one outside knows at all. After decades of seclusion, City Lord Wang, who had long been on the verge of a breakthrough, officially broke through the shackles of the Martial King realm and broke through to the Martial King realm under the protection of the formation. The energy of his breakthrough was not leaked. Is this the power of the Martial Emperor? It feels so powerful. Feeling the terrifying power in his body that was more than 10 times stronger than before, City Lord Wang couldn't help but have a trace of intoxication flash in his eyes originally. With his qualifications, he was extremely lucky to be able to break through to the realm of Martial King. Let alone become Martial King, however, as he agreed to the conditions of a mysterious man 200 years ago and joined a mysterious organization. The qualifications that hindered his progress became dispensable. As long as he has enough flesh and blood to practice, he can continue to make breakthroughs. After GGG reaches the realm of the Martial Emperor, I can finally become a squad leader of the 91st Legion of the Demon Clan. A squad leader is in charge of 10 powerful Martial Kings, and can also be baptized by the devil once. Haha, Lin family, I will let you dance around for a few more years. When I complete the baptism of the devil and improve my strength, it will be your death. Thinking of the Lin family's disdain for the orders he had given over the years, a trace of resentment flashed in City Lord Wang's eyes. Didn't he just want the Lin family to hand over some resources and take out some strong men to go to the Starry Sky battlefield? As for giving him face, no regard for the overall situation at all. After a while, City Lord Wang gave instructions to his men and then quietly left Jin City. Soon, he came to a deserted mountain, took out a dark token, and entered a formation. Cultivation takes no time, and soon, hundreds of years have passed. As early as more than 90 years ago, the king of the city, who had completed the baptism of the devil, left that place and returned to Qiancheng after decades of training. He is no longer what he used to be. With the convenience of the city lord, he has continuously harvested blood food, which has made his cultivation level rapidly improve. Now, he has reached the 6th level of the Martial King realm. It's a pity that although Qiancheng has a population of hundreds of millions, there are only a limited number of criminals. Shaking his head, City Lord Wang couldn't help but have a flash of confusion in his eyes during this period of time. The most critical reason why he was able to maintain such a fast cultivation speed, apart from experiencing the baptism of the devil, was the steady stream of blood food. However, in order not to attract other people's attention, he had always targeted criminals, especially those on death row. Although the death of the prisoner caused a shock, due to the secret cover of the King City Lord and the suppression of some forces, it did not attract everyone's attention. It is precisely because of this that the King of City Lord is so entangled. If he wants to continue to practice at this speed, he will attack normal citizens. It might be okay if 1 or 2 citizens die, but if there are too many, it will definitely attract the attention of the Earth Federation's top brass, and by then, he will most likely be exposed. Forget it, it's just a few years at most. Anyway, it won't be long before an army of demons and demons descends outside the solar system and completely conquers the Earth Federation. Thinking of this, City Lord Wang suppressed the greed in his heart for him, who has thousands of years of life. A few years is just the blink of an eye, and he can afford to wait. There is also the Lin family. Although I don't know how much knowledge he has accumulated over the past thousands of years, the fact that he has been able to inherit the spiritual energy from the resurrection to the present is certainly related to their low profile. But their strength must not be underestimated. The most important thing is that when I wanted to sneak into the Lin family secretly, I noticed an extremely powerful aura. It was definitely a high-level Martial Emperor. Thinking of this, City Lord Wang couldn't help but feel a chill running down his back, thinking back to the time when his cultivation level was only that of a Martial King, yet he dared to confront the Lin family tit for tat. He had no doubt that if he had not been protected by a City Lord, he would have been dead long ago, jumping around at the gate of the King of Hell. However, what City Lord Wang didn't know was that everything he had done over the years was under the eyes of the Lin family. After years of development, the Lin family in Qiancheng has also improved in strength. First of all, it is the cultivation level of everyone in the Lin family. In addition to Lin Qingshan and other 4 Cave Heaven realm experts, there are also 36 martial sects and hundreds of Martial King level experts. As for the Martial King level existences, except for the younger generation, they are almost everywhere. In this case, as early as when he wanted to take action against the Lin family, the strong man in charge of the Lin family noticed something unusual. It is also an easy task to investigate the whereabouts of the King City Lord. You haven't attacked civilians, so you are smart. Looking at the intelligence information in his hand, Lin Qingshan's eyes flashed with disdain. If he hadn't known the true strength of the demon clan and wanted to delay time and improve their strength, he would have ordered the destruction of the King City Lord. Being able to keep him until now was because he didn't want to expose the Lin family's strength so quickly, lest he be alerted, was the main reason. However, if the King City Lord dared to take action against civilians, he would not care whether he was exposed or not. He would definitely kill the King City Lord with a force of thunder anyway. With Lin Chen's trump card in hand, Lin Qingshan was full of confidence. However, judging from the actions of the demon clan, it shouldn't be long before they invade. It's time for me to prepare to break through to the middle stage of the cave heaven realm. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshan's body flashed and disappeared during this period of time. I don't know if Lin's father and Lin's mother have good cultivation talents or what. They broke through to the middle stage of Dongshan realm 20 or 30 years ago, and now, they have almost climbed to the peak of this realm. He's also very good at magical powers. Several of the great magical powers he has cultivated have reached the Dayan level, and his combat power far exceeds his. Of course, this is only a relative term. Although he has to deal with some things, his cultivation speed is still better than that of his younger sister Lin Qingsu. Boom boom boom. In the 8th year of Lin Qingshan's breakthrough in seclusion, as earth-shaking roars resounded across the sky and the earth, armies of demons suddenly descended outside the solar system in the starry sky, and their violent momentum erupted in the blink of an eye. Passed to the sky above the earth. The 91st Legion of the Demon Clan has arrived, and the Earth Federation has not yet surrendered. This sudden change caused all the forces in the Earth Federation to be shaken. They have been dealing with the Demon Clan for thousands of years. Although they don't know much about them, they still know a lot of information. Among them are 108 legions of the Demon Clan. In the Demon Clan, a legion can range from hundreds of millions to hundreds or even hundreds of billions. Among them, the top 90 legions are commanded by powerful men of Martial Emperor, Dongshan realm, and above. In other words, the 91st Legion that came this time was already the strongest legion under the Demon Clan except for the Super Legion commanded by the powerful Martial Emperor. The number of the army is fully 1 billion. Among them, there are more than 100 people who have reached the Martial Master level or above. And there are even 3 strong men at the 9th level of the Martial Master realm. Damn it, the 91st Legion, how could Earth Federation attract such a powerful legion to conquer? Thousands of years of rest and recuperation have allowed us to accumulate a lot of strength, but compared with the 91st Legion, it is still far insufficient. With the existence of the Martial Lord level, we can only make up 2 more than 10. It's over, now we're really done. For a moment, a look of despair flashed across the eyes of the Earth Federation's senior officials. This strength gap is really too big, but even so, none of them wanted to surrender. Anyone who can climb to this position is one of the strong men who have risen in the era of spiritual energy recovery. They have long witnessed the cruelty of demons and their temptation to the strong men of the Demon Clan. Strong men like them, who contain a lot of energy and blood, are like poison to demons. Even if they surrender, they can't escape the clutches of the Demon Clan. It is even possible to become piglets they raise in captivity to provide high-end flesh and blood. Comrades, it's a dead end anyway, let's fight them. Yes, try your best. The Demon Clan won't let us have an easy time. And we won't let them have an easy time. Even if it means death, I will bite off a piece of flesh, kill. I don't know if I know that I can't escape. This time, all the forces in the entire Earth Federation are united like never before. They gathered together with determined eyes, waiting for the arrival of the Demon Clan's army. Even if they die, they must die with dignity. Kill 1 to get enough money, kill 2 to earn blood, haha. It's just a stubborn struggle to resist the ants. If he were unprepared and attacked the Earth Federation like this, facing their plan to bite off a piece of meat, even if he died, the leader of the Scorpion army might still be a little worried. However, if they dare to attack the Earth Federation in such a big way, they will not be afraid of this situation. Thinking in his mind, the leader of the Demon Snake army took out a pitch black token from his arms and input his magic power. Suddenly, a vivid silhouette of a sky-reaching giant snake tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the starry sky. The Demon Lord has appeared. Kill him, damn Dongfang family. I have long disliked you. I was originally afraid of affecting Lord Demon God's plan, but I have been holding back. Now, I can finally let go and go to hell. As the figure of the sky-reaching giant snake appeared in the eyes of the betrayers who had long since surrendered to the Demon Clan, the originally quiet rear suddenly became a mess, and countless shouts of fighting and killing resounded throughout the sky. P.S. The current monthly ticket is 726, which is still 274 short of 1,000. If we can reach 1,000 monthly tickets before 23:59 on the 31st of this month, we will update it twice a day starting from the 1st of next month. 1 update and 3 updates, 1,000 words or more, lasting for 1 week. Chapter 227. The Demon Attacks, Shocking the Lin Family. Qiansheng, the city lord's mansion. As the leader of the Scorpion army took out the Demon God token and manifested the huge figure of the sky-reaching giant snake, the eyes of the King City Lord, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, were filled with fanaticism, and he praised the great Demon God with a loud voice. The Demon Team, which had been secretly lurking in Qiancheng for a long time, released a torrential amount of demonic energy. Head of the Lin family, come out and die soon. The king's city lord looked arrogant and stood in the void. He looked at Lin Chen's manor in the distance and made a chilling sound. The people who had originally caused some commotion due to the changes in the starry sky were shocked when they saw the evil aura emanating from the lord of their Qiancheng city. How could it happen? How could this happen? How could we, the lord of Jin City, betray humans and join the side of demons? Why? There are foreign enemies in the starry sky, and there are traitors in the Federation. It's over. It's over now. These damn traitors, they gave up the glory of their race and were willing to be demon lackeys. I can't deal with the demon clan's army, but can't I deal with you lackeys? Brothers, let's go together and help the Lin family suppress the demons. If we die, we must also let this group of traitors die in front of us. Go ahead, as the saying goes, the enemy must win. Facing a desperate situation, they knew that the Earth Federation would probably not be able to survive this disaster, and the human race might even be destroyed because of this. They went completely crazy. They vented their resentment on everything closely related to the betrayer. After seeing City Lord Wang murdering the Lin family, a large number of warriors rushed into the City Lord's mansion angrily, looting, burning, smashing and killing, doing everything to vent their hatred. There are also many powerful warriors rushing towards the Lin family. They want to join forces with the Lin family to suppress the evil spirits at the very least. Let these traitors die in front of them. A group of ants are also trying to go against the will of heaven. Feeling the actions of all the forces in the city, City Lord Wen couldn't help but his expression sank, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from him. Bang bang bang. Those warriors who wanted to besiege the King's City Lord suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings. Wu Wuherwang, you actually broke through to the realm of Wuherwang, and you are also a high-level Wuherwang. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the King City Lord, many martial king experts couldn't help but tremble all over. And their voices trembled. The difference between the words martial emperor and martial king represents a world of difference in meaning. A strong martial king realm, even one who dares to step into this realm, can easily suppress 180 high-level martial king, let alone a high-level martial king. For a third-rate city like Qiancheng, the high-level martial emperor was simply invincible. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but turn pale, and the anger they had accumulated suddenly cooled down as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. It's over. It's completely over now. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: die. Ignoring the thoughts of these ants, the King City Lord unleashed all his momentum and slapped these warriors with his palm. Although he didn't think the ants could pose any threat to him, the buzzing of flies in his ears was still very annoying. One slap to death, one and done. However, just when the King's City Master showed disdain, he was like a superior god looking down on all living beings, wanting to watch these warriors fall in his hands. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a series of extremely terrifying auras slowly revived from the depths of the Lin family. In the horrified eyes of countless people, figures exuding powerful auras rose up from the Lin family, stepping on the void, and appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. With a slight wave, they took out the King of City Lord. A palm that made them tremble and despair. Martial Emperor, or Martial Emperor. Hiss, how come there are so many powerful Martial Emperors in the Lin family? The Martial Emperor is nothing. Look over there, their aura makes me feel more terrifying than the Martial Emperor, more terrifying than the Martial Emperor. Hiss. Isn't that the martial sect? The Lin family actually has the martial sect in charge? What the hell, are you kidding me? This sudden change immediately made everyone present froze in place, and their mouths did not know when they turned into an O shape. The powerful warriors of the martial sect are the most powerful existences in the Earth Federation except for those Tongshan martial lords. After all calculations, the Earth Federation, which has hundreds of billions of people, only has 3,000 martial arts sects. Although this number may seem like a lot, it is still very rare for the Earth Federation, which has expanded dozens of times after the revival of spiritual energy, and has transformed Mars and the Moon, and has a large number of abundant habitats. In some remote places, there is not even one statue within a radius of thousands of miles. This is impossible. This is impossible. How come the Lin family has Wu Zong in charge? Not only were the people around him in disbelief, but even City Lord Wang, who thought he knew the Lin family very well, had his eyes widened. At this time he has overestimated the Lin family very much. Thinking that the Lin family has Emperor Wu in charge, it is precisely because of this that he has been lurking for hundreds of years, relying on the heaven-defying skills of demons devouring flesh and blood to upgrade his cultivation to the realm of the martial emperor before he dares to trouble the Lin family later. Although he was frightened by the momentum leaked from the Lin family, at most he thought that there was a high-level martial emperor in the Lin family. Now that he has become a high-level martial king, and with a martial king team under him, he still waits until the demon clan's army arrives before he dares to attack the Lin family. I originally thought that in this case, everything was foolproof. Result: a dead person doesn't need to know too much. Today, the head of my family will rid the human race of you scum. Lin Xuanwu's eyes were dull and he had no interest in explaining to City Lord Wang and the others. In full view of the public, Lin Xuanwu, the contemporary head of the Lin family, showed off his terrifying power that reached the 7th level of the Wuzong realm. One move down, City Lord Wang and the team he led, who had reached the 7th level of the martial king realm, were suddenly shot into a blood mist. Such a straightforward scene made people who were originally very afraid of the king's city lord feel a trance in their hearts. When did the powerful martial emperor become so weak? This is their first reaction. Then, expressions of joy appeared on their faces. Their lives were temporarily saved. Disciples of the Lin family, obey my orders, support all directions. Dengmo. Just when everyone was thinking a lot and their faces were changing again and again, Lin Xuanwu took a look at the Earth Federation, which had become a little chaotic, and issued his order without any hesitation. Yes, we will obey the order of the family master. As soon as Lin Xuanwu finished speaking, the strong man of the Lin family, who stood in the void around him, responded without hesitation. At the same time, everyone looked stunned. The auras of the martial emperor and even the powerful martial sects rose up again in the Lin family. They stood in the void, saluted the family's ancestral land, and then spread in all directions. Martial emperor, martial sect, or martial sect hiss. How many powerful martial sect masters are in charge of the Lin family? Seeing the martial emperor and the powerful martial sects pouring out from the Lin family, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, and a trace of numbness flashed in their eyes. Although they did not see clearly how many strong martial artists there were in the Lin family, but after a quick glance like this, they also knew that the number of strong martial artists dispatched by the Lin family was at least dozens. And the number of strong martial artists in the martial emperor realm was more than 10 times that number. What a huge force this is. It can be said that except for the fact that there is no Wuzon in charge, the Lin family's foundation is not much weaker than the top families of the Earth Federation, and it can even be said to be better. In other words, the Lin family can fully bear the title of the 8th family of the Earth Federation. I didn't expect that Qiancheng, a mere third-rate city, would actually hide such a behemoth. Awesome, really awesome. Who says otherwise? If it weren't for the invasion of the demon army, I would have thought that the Lin family was just a top third-rate family. The Lin family is too well hidden. No matter what, this is a good thing. If other cities also have hidden families like the Lin family, our Earth Federation may not be able to fight with the power of the formation. Good. After being shocked, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in everyone's eyes, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little more expectant in their hearts. Even a third-rate city like Jin City can have a terrifying hidden family like the Lin family. There are so many cities in the Earth Federation that are more powerful than Qiancheng. Even if not every city has such a hidden family, there are still some, right? If this is the case, does their Earth Federation still have hidden warrior-level experts? The more they thought about it, the brighter their eyes became. If that's really the case, then they may have hope of surviving this disaster. What a Lin family! I didn't expect that there would be such a low-key super family in our Earth Federation. Unfortunately, the total number of overt and covert martial masters in our Earth Federation is only about 20, and they are no match for the demon army. The Lin family's few strong men cannot affect the overall situation at all. Although the high-level officials of the Earth Federation were a little surprised by the Lin family's incident, they knew that no matter how much trouble they made, those demons who betrayed the human race and joined the demon clan would not matter what really makes them feel troublesome and even desperate. It's the demon army, the 91st Legion, an army of 1 billion, hundreds of martial lords, and tens of thousands of martial lords with the support of the powerful Lin family. The turmoil on the earth was quickly resolved. After all, those who can be bewitched by demons and betray their race are basically humans born in the past 1,000 years. They do not know, or have not actually experienced, the tragedy of the invasion of demons. They are in a relatively peaceful era, and their spiritual deficiencies make it easy for them to go astray when faced with temptation. Therefore, the cultivation level of these betrayers is not very high. Most of them are in the realm of martial king and martial emperor. There are only a few martial sects, and they can be easily suppressed by the strength of the Lin family. Humph, what a bunch of losers, they can't even handle such a small thing. The captain of the Scorpion army, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos behind the human race to start the invasion again, couldn't help but snorted when he saw this scene. However, they don't carry their A. Forced attack would at most cause greater losses to one's own army, but for top experts like them, there would be no change. The difference in quantity is fatal. Damn ants, how dare you ruin the good deeds of our army commander. Pass the battle order to this legion. Let's start. I will crush the Earth Federation. I will uproot the so-called Lin family with my own hands and kill them all. Following the order from the commander of the Scorpion army, the billion-strong army immediately moved into action. The terrifying aura shot straight into the sky, and the rich demonic energy covered all the light. It's dark. Countless creatures living on the earth couldn't help but have a flash of deep fear in their eyes when they saw this terrifying scene. Darkness itself can easily cause discomfort. What's more, they knew what was going to happen next. How does this not scare them? Kill. After a while, the demon army rushed to the territory of the Earth Federation. Many high-level officials who had been waiting for a long time led countless armies and took the lead in taking action, relying on the power of the formation. In an instant, colorful martial arts and magical powers illuminated the void in all directions, giving the pitch-black void a glimmer of brilliance. It seems to be hope. It's just the struggle of an ant. A mere 20 or so warriors, whose quality is not as good as that of my 91st Legion, dare to stop me. Go away. The leader of the demonic snake army stirred up the terrifying power in his body that had reached the 9th level of the martial master realm. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, turning everyone on their backs and leaving no opponents at all. Even if there are powerful warriors from the Earth Federation who want to stop it, it will be of no use. Martial lords from other demon legions had already taken action to stop him. The journey was smooth. Soon, the leader of the Scorpion army arrived above the earth. At this time, most of the powerful people in the Lin family have returned. They are planning to wait for the other powerful people to return, and then form a group to fight towards the stars and do their part for the human race. The Xiaolin family dares to harm the benefits of our 91st Legion. Die. As soon as the leader of the Scorpion army finished speaking, a giant palm that reached the sky suddenly appeared above the earth, and struck towards Dayan City, where the Lin family was located with unparalleled power. This giant palm covers the sky and the sun and is tens of thousands of miles across. If this slap hits Dayan City, most of the hundreds of millions of people living in this area will definitely perish. Even if the rest are lucky enough to survive, few places will be intact. Of course, this is just a hypothesis at this time. The Lin family was no longer what it used to be. There were even 4 peerless warriors at the level of martial emperor sitting in charge. Even just one person could easily defeat the 91st Legion. Therefore, when I heard the commander of the Scorpion army talking so wildly as the younger sister, Lin Qingsu finally couldn't bear it anymore and left the world created by Lin Chen directly. No, as soon as she appeared at Lin's house, she felt a giant hand falling from the sky and hitting her at an exaggerated speed thanks to the book Friends. 20,231,123,623 for the 1,666 book coins reward. Chapter 228, Suppressing the Powerful Demons, the request of the powerful powers of the Federation. HMPH, even a pearl of rice dares to shine? With a cold snort, Lin Qingsu suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura that was superior to all living beings, as if it had materialized, crushing it with the palm of the Scorpion Legion commander. Wherever this momentum passed, the surrounding void was shattered layer by layer before countless creatures could react. They crushed the palm that hit the earth to pieces, and then, unabated, it hit the Scorpion Legion commander hard. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the arrogant Scorpion army leader showed no resistance at all, and instantly flew backwards with blood flowing from his orifices. Wu, Emperor Wu? You are actually Emperor Wu, and the Earth Federation actually has a powerful emperor sitting in charge? How is this possible? Although the leader of the Scorpion army was in a state of embarrassment due to the mere suppression of his momentum, with his powerful cultivation at the 9th level of the martial lord realm, there was still no serious problem, but his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Shock, panic, fear. Suddenly it enveloped the whole body like a tide. As the commander of the 91st Legion of the Demon Clan, he is very aware of the strength of the emperor-level warriors. Don't say that he has separated from the army and cannot resist Lin Qingsu with the power of the army. Even if he can, an emperor who can use his momentum to injure him is definitely not as simple as just entering this realm. He may even have entered the middle stage of the martial emperor realm, which is simply not something they can resist. Nothing is impossible. If you dare to take action against our Lin family, you will be killed. Rest in peace. Lin Qingsu looked indifferent. She had nothing to say about the demon clan. She stretched out her flawless white hand and slapped the leader of the Scorpion Legion with one palm in front of her. The jade palm evolved into a phantom palm that was about the same size as hers. When it hit the leader of the Scorpion Legion, it rose up in the storm, and soon it turned into a giant palm that reached the sky, covering the sky and the sun, with an indomitable and terrifying momentum, shattered the layers of void and appeared above the latter's head. No, you can't kill me. My father is the commander of the 36th Legion of the Demon Clan. His cultivation is earth-shattering and he has reached the perfection of the martial emperor. If you kill me, my father will be furious and kill you in the palm of his hand. Even your Earth Federation will turn into ashes. Don't kill me. I will lead the army to leave the starry sky immediately. In the face of life and death, the leader of the Scorpion army had an unprecedented clarity of mind. He revealed the hidden dangers behind his death in one breath and made a promise to lead the army to leave the solar system for a moment. The expressions of many Earth Federation executives who were surprised by Lin Qingsu's sudden outburst couldn't help but change subconsciously. I want to persuade, however. Before they could speak, Lin Qingsu's dismissive voice sounded in the void. It's ridiculous. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Rather than kill you, let you lead the Legion to leave, so that you can tell the top leaders of the Demon Clan to wait for the arrival of the legions with strong martial emperors as their commanders? Die, facing the threat from the leader of the Scorpion army. Lin Qingsu just felt like laughing, not to mention the mere perfection of the martial emperor. She would not be afraid at all even if the top leaders of the Demon Clan came, or even if the Demon Clan strongmen who caused chaos in the vast starry sky took action himself. Lin Qingsu's eldest brother, it's a god. Do gods understand? With this mountain to rely on, the Lin family does not have to worry about any force in the starry sky. The leader of the Scorpion army had no resistance at all. Under Lin Qingsu's offensive, he fell instantly on the spot, leaving only a shrill scream that echoed in the void. In this regard, Lin Qingsu's expression did not change much. She glanced at the many powerful men from the Federation and said nothing. In the frightened eyes of many powerful men from the Demon Clan, she could only see her gently pointing towards the void in front of her, one after another, sword energy flashing with cold light, as if ignoring space and distance, suddenly appeared beside those powerful martial sects and all martial lords, and then, tear apart. A harsh sound, as if something was being torn apart, sounded across the world, followed by the trembling eyes of countless creatures. The high-level martial sects of the Demon Clan and all the martial lords fell before their eyes without any resistance. Silence, overwhelming silence. All the creatures stared blankly at the scene in front of them, feeling huge waves in their hearts. With one move, he instantly killed many powerful martial sects and martial lords from the 91st Legion of the Demon Clan. This strength, it simply refreshed their outlook. I have eliminated all the high-end combat power of the demon army, and the rest will be left to you. Ignoring the reactions of all living beings, Lin Qingsu glanced around, left such words, and then disappeared from their eyes. At this time, the strong men of the Earth Federation reacted. Gudong. I didn't expect that Earth Federation would actually have an emperor sitting in charge. Isn't this incredible? More than that, the strength that the great emperor burst out just now is so frightening. He is indeed the legendary Emperor Realm powerhouse. Since Lord Emperor Wu has taken action to kill the leader of the Scorpion army, we don't have to hold back. Let's keep all these monsters to nourish the world that gave birth to us, as it should be. Although the powerful martial master could not compete with a martial emperor, he did not take it easy. He made a decision in a flash of thought in his mind. Kill. With the joint efforts of many powerful people in the Earth Federation, the demon army, which had lost its high-end combat power, had no power to resist at all. In just a few hours, the army of 1 billion monsters was killed. The rich smell of blood filled the entire starry sky. Even the earth, hundreds of thousands of miles away, was deeply affected, and blood rained from the sky. Is this how you win? Seeing the strange phenomena happening in the heaven and earth, many of the martial emperors and even the powerful martial sect masters who had experienced the war for thousands of years couldn't help but feel a little dazed, recalling the last time they had to go through so much trouble and so many people to die. They barely managed to block the demon brigade. Compared with the scene now, they all looked in the direction of the Lin family. The last time humans faced demons whose strength far exceeded theirs, just like this time. However, this time, because Emperor Wu was in charge, they not only did not endure hardship, but even few people died. An individual's strength is enough to turn things around and rule the world. It would be great if I could also break through to the realm of the great emperor. Suddenly, Such a thought flashed through the mind of the Earth Federation's martial master. It has only taken a few thousand years for the Earth's aura to recover. They were able to cultivate from a mere mortal to the realm of the martial lord, which shows how outstanding their talents are. It's a pity that although the spiritual energy recovery has unearthed many cultivation techniques, martial arts and opportunities, there is no one to lead them. The further back they go, the slower their cultivation speed becomes. Even now, the strongest warrior in the Earth Federation is only a 7th level warrior. However, this is just when they don't have the guidance of a strong person. If a strong person preaches for them, the breakthrough to the realm of the great emperor above the martial lord will be almost within reach. Everyone, let your men clean up the battlefield. Let's go visit the emperor of the Lin family. Yes, the emperor of the Lin family turned the tide and changed the fate of our Earth Federation being invaded. Not only do we have to visit, we also have to show our feelings, as it should be. When asking for help, you must have the attitude of asking for help. As high-level officials of the Earth Federation, they understand this very well. Therefore, after explaining the matter, they first returned to their own forces, collected a large number of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and ancient books and treasures obtained from the secret realm, and then they all came to the Lin family. The current great elder of the Earth Federation, Li Fei, came to visit the emperor. The current second elder of the Earth Federation, Yang Yun, came to visit the emperor. Without much hesitation, everyone looked respectful and shouted in unison at this time. Lin Qingsu had not yet returned to the small world opened by Lin Chen. When she heard the voices of these powerful people, she couldn't help but be slightly startled, but she quickly reacted at this time. Senior federal officials came to visit him. There are only two possibilities. 1, come and thank yourself. 2, ask for preaching and teaching, or rather, both. But no matter what, Lin Ling didn't hate it. Not to mention anything else, the fact that the Lin family can be passed down to this day is still closely related to these powerful people in the Earth Federation. Besides, if it were him facing a living emperor, I can't help but ask for advice. In that case, let's go meet him. I wouldn't mind preaching to all sentient beings if I could. After all, thinking of those decades when her eldest brother told them the story of Zhenwu world, Lin Qingsu couldn't help but show a hint of expectation in her eyes. The eldest brother preached to all sentient beings and gained a lot of merit. What about her? If we also preach to the human race, will it also lead to merit? I've seen the emperor before. As the first elder and the second elder entered a large hall deep in the Lin family, Lin Qingsu's figure also appeared on the front seat. Seeing this, everyone quickly bowed. No need to be polite. I don't know what you are talking about when you come to my Lin family. Although she already knew in her heart what these guys were doing here, however, knowing that GUI knew it, she couldn't take the initiative to say it. As a powerful emperor, you still need to maintain your posture. Reporting to the emperor, I came to visit the Lin family at this time mainly for 2 things. First, I want to thank my seniors for taking action to save our Earth Federation from water and fire. Secondly, I want to ask my seniors to teach us the teachings and continue the path of martial arts for our human race. As the great elder, Li Fei knew the purpose of their trip, and it was almost impossible to hide it from the great emperor, so he told the purpose of coming to Lin's house very frankly and took this opportunity to contribute the various treasures they brought. Really, seeing this, Lin Qingsu couldn't help but smile. It was just as she expected. What's more, as the great elder, Li Fei and his party are very polite, therefore it did not whet their appetite. He agreed to their request directly. She set the time for the sermon to be after March. This period of time is just enough for these senior officials to handle the federal affairs and organize everyone to come to listen to the sermon. In this regard, the great elder and others naturally have no reason to disagree. They all said goodbye to the Lin family happily. Great. I didn't expect the emperor to be so easy to talk to. I thought it would be difficult to convince her. You are thinking too much? What kind of person is the emperor? It is estimated that our purpose has been exposed under the eyes of others for a long time. It is only because of various reasons that we agreed so readily. Yes, I don't know why. I always have a feeling. It's like, the great emperor of the Lin family doesn't seem to take the emperor's method to heart. No way? Actually, I feel the same way, and if one has this feeling, it can be said to be an illusion. However, if 2, 3 or even more fellow Taoists feel this way, it cannot be as simple as an illusion. As for what the reason is, they don't know, or it's beyond their knowledge anyway. It's scary to think about it. Is the second brother going to break through to the middle stage of the cave heaven realm? As the great elder and his party left, Lin Qingsu also stepped into the small world specially opened by Lin Chen for the Lin family. As soon as he entered, He felt the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering. Someone is making a breakthrough. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Lin Chen. It seems that my second brother's cultivation talent is better than mine. Lin Chen shook her head and didn't worry too much. After all, he is his own brother, so isn't it natural that he is better than her? What's more, compared to their parents, their progress is not worth mentioning. Both my parents have reached the peak of the late martial emperor. They are only one step away from the breakthrough. My brother's progress is also ahead of mine. It seems that I can only preach and take a gamble. I hope some merit will come to you. Lack of qualifications, opportunity comes in terms of cultivation talent. She is not as good as her parents and brother, but because of this, she suppressed the demon army, and the top officials of the Earth Federation asked her to teach and teach. And have a chance to gain merit. If this thing can be done, then she might have the possibility of overtaking in a corner. Just like that, Lin Chen's figure flashed and came to the edge of the blood pool, and began to retreat and regulate her breath. A sermon was about to begin, and she had to adjust herself to the best condition. However, what Lin Chen and the Earth Federation executives didn't know was, in a huge planet millions of light years away from the solar system, the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor who was conquering this civilization seemed to sense something and quickly took out a J token from the world inside his body. It was originally intact, but now it was broken into pieces. Scorpion, damn it, who is it? Who dares to kill the heir of my Scorpion Ancestor Emperor? Seeing the tragic situation of the Jade token, the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor suddenly went crazy. He waved the blood knife in his hand, unleashing a powerful fighting force that was even more terrifying than before, defeating many of the powerful emperors who besieged him. However, this civilization is not easy to mess with. Whenever an emperor is injured to a certain extent, other emperors will take his place and fight for a while. The Scorpion Ancestor Emperor was unable to do anything to them. Zaire has fallen. I can't fail again. This civilization must be destroyed, absorb its nutrients, and achieve my position as a martial saint. Only in this way can I be sure to avenge Zaire. In his opinion, Zaire would definitely give his name before he died. However, he was still killed by the unknown murderer. This is worth pondering. Perhaps that strong man might have the means to counter him, but no matter what, he will definitely take revenge instead of giving up the hard work that took him thousands of years to attack their main star and go directly for revenge. It would be better to wait until he takes over this civilization, breaks through the shackles of the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop, and becomes the martial saint anyway. It would only take 1800 years at most, and he could afford to wait. I'm not afraid of what might happen to this matter. End of chapter. Chapter 229. The Peak of the Immortal Realm, the Spiritual Cultivation Method. 3 months later, Earth, thanks to the efforts of many high-level officials in the Federation, the Blue Star human race, which had been prepared for a long time, has gathered around Dayan City. The time has come. Please invite the Emperor to come. As soon as the Great Elder finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared on the cloud bed in the void. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, she glanced at everyone indifferently. No one dared to look at her wherever she looked, and they all lowered their proud heads involuntarily. This sermon is divided into 3 parts. For the first time, let's talk about the art of martial arts. The second time, talk about the extraordinary way. The third time, let's talk about the way of the great emperor. After briefly describing the sermon process, Lin Chen did not talk too much nonsense. Waves of Taoist sound spread in all directions from her mouth. The way of martial arts, from outside to inside. As Lin Chen began to preach, the endless Taoist rhyme suddenly spread in all directions with her as the center. Gradually, all the noises from heaven and earth seemed to disappear from the ears of all living beings. They were all immersed in the Taoist rhyme middle. However, the farther away this Tao rhyme is, the worse the effect and the less clear it is. Especially the creatures in several other major states are deeply affected. They were anxious, scratching their heads and scratching their heads, feeling irritated. However, none of this could affect Lin Chen. She also gradually became immersed in this Taoist charm, reviewing the past and learning the new. Only with a solid foundation can she have a brighter future. In this way, 3 months passed quickly in the blink of an eye. Although the art of ordinary martial arts is basic, its importance is unquestionable, both for ordinary people and for truly strong people. A tall building needs a solid foundation to stand firm in the city, and the same goes for martial arts practice. Time passes quietly. The 3 sermons took a total of nearly 100 years, and more than half of the time was in the digestion period as the last burst of Taoist rhyme in the 3rd sermon suddenly disappeared. Many powerful people who listened to the sermon could not help but feel a sense of loss. It's finally over. I've been so miserable all these years. I can't understand what I'm listening to. and I can't remember it. It's suffocating me to death. Yes, the first and second sermons were okay, I could barely understand them, but the third sermon was just like listening to the Bible. But let me tell you something, I have broken through several realms in succession over the years, and now I am only one step away from the realm of the martial emperor. Although I haven't advanced as much as you, I have also been promoted from the martial emperor level to the 7th level, and my strength has greatly increased. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It would be great if this kind of sermon could be given more often. You're thinking shit. The moment Dao Yun disappeared, there was a burst of noise in the originally quiet sky. However, this had no impact on Lin Qingsu. On the cloud bed after the sermon ended, she quietly disappeared without waiting for anyone to react. I'll be waiting to see you off, Emperor. Many powerful men who came back to their senses saw the empty cloud bed, and they suddenly saluted in the direction of the Lin family with their blessed hearts. When those people behind who had not heard the sermon for a long time saw this, they also felt the same way. Follow suit for a moment. There was a huge earthquake in the sky and the earth, and everything was bowed down by it. An unprecedented wave suddenly radiated to every corner of the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shaking, and the earth was shaking. Endless dark clouds covered the sky. Wisps of dark yellow light illuminated the darkness, converging into a huge beam of light 10 feet in size. It fell from the sky and landed in the direction of the Lin family. Merits? Haha, there are actually merits. Seeing the changes in the void, Lin Qingsu couldn't help but a flash of excitement in her eyes before the sermon ended. Even he didn't know whether his sermon would lead to any merit because the earth is still equivalent to a small 1,000 worlds. Logically speaking, there is no way of heaven without the way of heaven. There will naturally be no merit from heaven. However, she remembered that her elder brother said that the earth is not as simple as it seems. It is the degeneration of a higher world. Therefore, heaven exists on the earth, but because the world is too weak, it falls into deep sleep. I didn't expect that this sermon would actually awaken the way of heaven. Feeling the changes in her body, Lin Qingsu's eyes became much brighter. A meritorious deed as large as 10 feet may not seem like much, but she can clearly feel that she can use these merits to improve her cultivation anytime she wants. Taking her current peak cultivation level at the early stage of the martial emperor realm is an example. After digesting all these merits, she can at least be promoted to a higher level. And there is even a good chance of breaking through to the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Besides these, what excites Lin Qingsu the most is she received the blessing of great luck. The speed of cultivation has been greatly improved. This is only the 3rd level of the small 1,000 world. If it is promoted to the 4th level or even higher, the blessings I will receive will be even more terrifying. By then, I may not have the chance to compare with my parents' cultivation speed. Lin Qingsu, come on. Thinking of this, Lin Qingsu couldn't help but cheer secretly. If possible, he doesn't want to set his parents back too much and hold everyone back. First retreat and refine your merits. Shaking her head to get rid of the messy thoughts in her heart, Lin Qingsu flashed and entered the world of Zioqian. She wanted to quickly improve her strength. After all, the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor behind the leader of the Scorpion Army is not a character to be trifled with. Before he comes, she must improve her cultivation as much as possible. If you can have the strength to fight against him, you don't have to use the trump card left by your elder brother. With my current background, if I have a cultivation level of late martial emperor realm or above, and with the help of my elder brother's bloodline power, I should be able to suppress a strong man like the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor. Just when Lin Qingsu fell into seclusion, millions of years have passed in the world of Zhenwu, and as Lin Chen became a god and gathered his clansmen, the Lin family's comprehensive strength suddenly became the first in the world. It can even be said that the other forces in Zhenwu world combined are not enough to defeat the Lin family. Such a terrifying improvement has brought the Lin family's power in the Zhenwu world to its peak. All major forces congratulated him and presented a large number of treasures, which made the Lin family's foundation even stronger. At the same time, in these years, talented young people of the younger generation of the Lin family have emerged one after another. It quickly dominated the lists. The list of Yanhuan gods and the list of geniuses of this Zhenwu great world are almost all occupied by the geniuses of the Lin family. There are few geniuses in the entire Zhenwu great world who can compare with them. That's because the Lin family's divine bloodline is too overbearing. Even a junior with a bloodline concentration of only 1% can develop a cultivation speed that is comparable to that of the divine body. If one has a bloodline concentration of more than 10%, He can be comparable to an ordinary holy body prodigy, and being able to have a bloodline concentration of more than 30% is enough to be comparable to ordinary Tao bodies. If it can reach more than 60%, even a top-level Taoist body will be nothing more than that. Although the bloodline concentration of these new descendants is not as high as that of the previous generations, as they are passed down from generation to generation, and most of them do not even have a bloodline concentration of 1%, the Lin family's base is there, and there will always be a few bloodlines in each generation. The peerless genius who has returned to his ancestors, plus the genius who is a top Taoist body in addition to the power of blood, suppressing Emir's Zhenwu world is really not a problem, huh? After millions of years, I have finally raised my cultivation to the peak of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, there is no origin point anymore. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to break through to the perfect immortal realm in one fell swoop. The body of Nirvana is more powerful than Lin Chen imagined after breaking through to the realm of immortal gods. The martial arts training method is very simple because the previous realms have already completed Lin Chen's basic body, and the next step is to continue to fill it in with the Danshan world as the center. The 480 million worlds buried between the cells and the torso are like a hole, which is the source of Lin Chen's power. These worlds are filled with life and death, endless reincarnation, and have even begun to give birth to living beings. As long as Lin Chen provides enough energy to these worlds, he can continuously enhance the worlds and evolve different laws of heaven. The level of cultivation of the immortal gods is closely related to the number of laws of heaven they master. Ordinary gods who have just stepped into the realm of immortality basically master one law, and those who are more genius can only master 2 laws. Even the peerless monster who has survived the Zixia divine tribulation can only master 3 laws. And the breakthrough, I had mastered 4 laws of heaven before, and after my breakthrough, I relied on the feedback from heaven and earth to master 9 of them in one fell swoop. It is precisely because of this that I entered the middle stage of the immortal realm in one fell swoop, after breaking through to the realm of immortal gods. Lin Chen also knew the direction of subsequent cultivation. Gods no longer judge their superiority based on the strength of their magic power, but rather determine whether they are powerful or not based on the quantity and quality of the laws of heaven. They controlling the power of 1 to 3 laws is the early stage of the immortal realm. Controlling the power of 4 to 6 laws is the middle stage of the immortal realm. By analogy, mastering 13 to 15 laws of heaven is the perfect state of immortality. Further up, if you want to break through to the realm of immortality, you must master the 7 or 49 laws of heaven. Then, each realm differs by 7 or 49 laws of heaven. In other words, if you want to reach the perfection of the immortal realm, you must master the 245 laws of heaven. It can be said that the further you go, the greater the gap between realms in terms of the number of laws Lin Chen currently controls. They are only 10, however, due to the relatively high quality of the laws. Without taking into account any other factors, the combat power can even be comparable to those who control the 12 laws. Of course, although this sounds simple to say, you will know when you really start practicing. Every time a strong person at the level of an immortal god makes progress, it is an adventure because you never know whether the next law you control will conflict with the power of the law you already control. Once a conflict occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. At least the soul is damaged. At worst, it can only escape into reincarnation, replenish the soul and start over again. Fortunately for races with inheritances such as humans and demons, they have experience and reference left by their predecessors, which can avoid many unnecessary risks. But it is very difficult for those scattered gods, or gods with a weak background. There are even some people who are able to break through, but are still afraid to take the next step. However, this is only for other gods. For me, who has the body of annihilation, there is no need to worry about the power of laws engraved in my body conflicting with it. End of this chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. The will of all living beings begins to advance. However, this is only for other gods. For me, who has the body of nirvana, there is no need to worry about the power of laws engraved in my body conflicting with it. When he thought of the benefits he gained from overcoming the catastrophe of nirvana, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Relying on this point, the body of nirvana is worthy of being a heaven-defying physique that has never been born in the history of all heavens and worlds. With this advantage, he doesn't have to worry about the conflict of laws, and can fully upgrade the world level and evolve the power of various laws to support himself. But the premise is that there are enough cultivation resources or origin points, With the Lin family's current foundation, it can bring me nearly 2 million merit points in income a year. If converted into cost points, I can derive a little in about 50 years. Hey, this speed is still too slow. Shaking his head, Lin Chen couldn't help but fell into deep thought. If he wants to maintain that terrifying cultivation speed, he must find a new source of origin points. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own cultivation and the origin points derived from the family, it would take tens of millions of years at least to reach the perfection of the immortal realm, and the breakthrough to the immortal realm would be even further away. This is not what Lin Chen wants. It seems that so far, the only way to obtain the origin point is to lead this Zhenwu Great World and advance to the Great Thousand World. It doesn't matter, after millions of years of accumulation, the Zhenwu Great World has completely digested the demon clan's hundreds of millions of armies and accumulated a huge foundation. As long as I guide you, it will not be difficult to advance to the Great Thousand Worlds. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate too much. He flashed and appeared above the human temple soon. The entire Zhenwu world, many races and powerful forces with strong men in the ascended heaven realm, rushed here one after another with excitement flowing in their eyes. They all stepped into a large hall. I have met the true God. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a peerless figure dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back to everyone. He was clearly standing in front of them, but he seemed to be separated by countless planes, exuding nobility, immortality, and eternity. It's as if he doesn't exist in this world. No need to be polite. I am calling you here this time for one thing only. Start preparing for Zhenwu Great World's promotion to the Great Thousand World. Boom. Lin Chen's voice was very calm, but when it fell on everyone's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, and his whole body suddenly started to tremble with excitement. If it can be said that the promotion of this Zhenwu Great World to the Great Thousand World is just a means to plan the origin point for Lin Chen, that would be a huge opportunity for all the major forces present in the process of promoting one world to the world, let alone millions or even tens of millions of years during this process. The laws of the entire world became more active than ever before. However, any warrior who has reached a certain level of cultivation can take the opportunity to understand the power of the law that suits them, and the difficulty will be reduced by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Besides, during this period the great world of Zhenwu will also breed many treasures of heaven and earth. As long as you are lucky enough to find a few, you can change your destiny against the will of heaven and become a truly strong man. The most important thing is during this process, there may even be an opportunity to become a god. We will obey the orders of the true God. When they thought of this, the senior leaders of the major forces present could not sit still, and they all looked excited, and almost fell to their knees before Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not surprised by the attitude of the major forces. If it were him, it probably wouldn't be much better after all. Whether in the great world of Zhenwu or in all the worlds, opportunities are easy to come by. But it is not certain whether you can get this destiny. It's not like a big opportunity like a world being promoted to 1,000 worlds. Almost all strong people who have reached a certain level of cultivation can benefit from it. In other words, no one is competing with you, and there is almost no danger with the assistance of various major forces. Zhenwu Great World's promotion to the Great Thousand World level is proceeding very quickly under Lin Chen's guidance. Formations stood tall all over the world at the same time. There are still a large number of powerful people going to the heavens in all realms to move the stars and collect resources to strengthen the origin of this Zhenwu world. This went on for hundreds of thousands of years. Now I finally have enough information to advance to the world. Lin Chen's spiritual thoughts enveloped the entire Zhenwu world. As the accumulation of information was completed, he immediately notified all the major forces to stop traveling to the heavens and worlds to make final preparations. If Zhenwu Great World is allowed to develop on its own, it wants to advance to the level of the Great Thousand Worlds, but it cannot do so without 18 billion years of evolution. But with the guidance of Lin Chen, an immortal god at the peak of the immortal realm, this process can be shortened significantly. Just like now, all the accumulation has been completed in just a few 100,000 years. Heaven and earth merged together. Zhenwu Great World, give me a promotion. After everything was ready, Lin Chen used his divine power to connect many formations, refine a large amount of resources at the same time, and transport them to the original space of heaven. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the void that enveloped all living beings suddenly became dim. Then dense cracks suddenly appeared in the layers of void, and then, like a broken mirror, it suddenly shattered. Wow! After the void was shattered, the vast energy from the endless void of all heavens and realms poured in like a flood with extremely violent energy. It was about to hit the ground. However, before anyone could feel a hint of fear, they saw it. Lin Chen, who stood tall in the sky, just shook his hand lightly. The vast energy that goes forward in an indomitable way, which is enough to overwhelm any of the thousands of worlds in the world, and even have a certain impact on the universe, is firmly bound in his hands. Zhenwu Xiandao, if you don't get promoted now, how long will it take? Lin Chen shouted loudly. It was like thunder exploding in the ears of countless creatures in Zhenwu world. It was at this moment that they suddenly felt blessed and closed their eyes in unison. Beautiful wishes rose up from their bodies and disappeared into the original space where the way of heaven was. The will of all living beings is the will of heaven. The will of all living beings is the will of heaven. With the prayers of countless souls, the way of heaven in Zhenwu world seems to be alive. 9 dark black holes are distributed all over the world, greedily devouring every ray of vast energy drawn from the heavens, and the world rumble. It was at this moment that countless creatures suddenly felt the ground shaking due to this, but fortunately, the shaking calmed down after a short time. However, at this time, many strong men were staring at the world in the distance with horrified faces because they discovered that almost every time they breathed, the world of Zhenwu would become larger, and at the same time, the Taoist charm that pervaded the world would become even richer. Here comes the great opportunity. The various changes in the world caused indescribable joy to flash across the faces of many powerful men. However, they did not start practicing immediately. This change now has no impact on them. The most urgent task is for them to arrange their own forces first. However, those strong men who have reached a certain level of cultivation look down upon this change. However, the creatures at the bottom of Zhenwu world have a strong look of joy on their faces. Wow, is this the benefit of being promoted to the world as mentioned by the seniors? I feel that my cultivation speed is increasing all the time. Me too. Under this environment, I am sure that I can break through to the realm of transformation within 3 years, be promoted to the realm of magical power within 100 years, and it will not take 10,000 years for me to break through to the realm of nirvana. No matter how good you are, we are at the bottom and have no qualifications or background. How can we one day become a strong man in the nirvana realm? Not only that, you must know that this is one of the benefits of the world promotion process. If we wait for the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures bred by this Zhenwu great world to be born, we may not have the opportunity to improve our own qualifications, so that we can soar into the sky, break through to the cave heaven and even beyond. A high realm? Yes, in the process of world promotion, there are infinite possibilities. This is a glimmer of hope for all living beings. No one knows the difficulty of living at the bottom except themselves. However, no one will pay attention to them. They can only fight for survival, working hard for a cultivation resource, even fighting to the death. Don't they want to sit peacefully at home and practice? Don't they know this is dangerous? Don't they know they are tired? No, but, so what? Living in this world where the strong are respected and the weak eat the strong, if you don't fight, you will only become the meat on other people's chopping boards, and you will be eaten without even the dregs. Therefore, they are forced to continue struggling, but now they can enjoy the same treatment as the inheritors of top powers without fighting. This time, I must seize the opportunity and become a truly strong person. Countless creatures glanced gratefully at the young man in white who stood above the 9 heavens, and cheered secretly in their hearts. Then, without much hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice hard. They are not like those powerful people who look down upon this increase. Just like that, under Lin Chen's guidance, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years passed. At this time, one by one in the entire Zhenwu world, almost all living beings were trapped in cultivation. Even the strong men of the major forces were no exception. In 100,000 years, or at most 100,000 years, the Zhenwu Great World can be officially promoted to the level of the Great Thousand Worlds. By then, I wonder how many origin point rewards I can get. Feeling the changes in the world of Zhenwu, Lin Chen couldn't help but have a flash of expectation in his eyes. The personality of the universe is comparable to the immortal gods. Even if we look at the entire human race, the birth of a vast world is a big event, and he who promoted the birth of the Great Thousand World can not only receive gifts from this Zhenwu Great World, but also receive rewards from the will of the human race. Chapter 231. Follow your words, the transformed Lin family. Just when the heavenly Dao of this Zhenwu Great World was constantly devouring the vast energy from all the heavens and worlds and expanding under the will of all living beings, some strong men who were closer to Zhenwu world finally felt a movement. Here they passed through the layers of void and came to the location of this Zhenwu world. They looked at the vast phenomenon in front of them like a funnel, constantly swallowing up the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and even the matter flowing in the void, and their eyes could not help but flash with shock. This vision. Is it possible that a world is about to be promoted to the Great Thousand Worlds? Yes, it must be such a terrifying vision. It's a great opportunity, a great opportunity. With our background, if we can enter this world and seize the creation, it may not be impossible to attain enlightenment and become a god. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and rush. The strength of the first batch of strong men who arrived was extremely terrifying, and at least they had the cultivation level of breaking the delusion realm. Among them, there were even super beings who had broken the delusion realm for 3 calamities and above. These strong men have lived for more than 1 reincarnation. Their fighting prowess is earth-shattering, and they are not far away from attaining enlightenment and becoming gods. Now, faced with such a great opportunity, how can I still hold back? They all followed the cracks in space and rushed towards Zhenwu Great World. In this regard, those creatures whose cultivation level is below 3 tribulations of breaking the delusion realm can only look at their backs with envy. This Zhenwu Great World swallows up endless void energy, and the movement caused by it is so huge. It is not that simple to enter this Zhenwu Great World through this funnel. If you don't make a mistake, you may be squeezed into powder by this vast energy without the cultivation level of breaking the delusion realm for more than 3 kalpas. It is impossible to withstand the pressure. However, Lin Chen and other major forces have worked hard for hundreds of thousands of years to advance in the world of Zhenwu. Now, it's finally time to reap the rewards. How can we let others take advantage, when these powerful men who have broken the delusion realm for more than 3 calamities are trying to enter the world of true martial arts? Lin Chen, standing in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. His cold voice was like a mantra, causing many strong men who were about to enter the world of Zhenwu to fly out in embarrassment. Puff. After flying for countless thousands of miles, these powerful men finally stopped. A mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths, and their breath became much thicker. They looked at the great world of Zhenwu that seemed so close at hand, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Gods, this is definitely a majestic existence at the level of an immortal god. Even in this realm, people can be considered powerful existences. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make them vomit blood and fly away with just a sound. Senior, this junior has offended me a lot. Please forgive me, Senior. In order to show my sincerity, this stored ring contains half of my net worth. I will apologize to you as a descendant. For the sake of being a human race, please forgive me, Lord True God. When they thought of this, these powerful men took out the stored rings with fear, raised their hands above their heads respectfully, and said with a trembling voice, gods cannot be insulted. They boldly broke into other people's territory in an attempt to seize the opportunity to be promoted from this Zhenwu world to the great world. This is tantamount to provocation. Therefore, they would spend half of their wealth to pray to appease the anger of the gods. Otherwise, even if they kill them all, no one will say anything. Go away. Originally, Lin Chen had no intention of killing them, so when he heard these powerful men's wise words, he just moved his heart and took away the stored rings from their hands. Yes, let's leave now, not daring to stay any longer. These powerful people in the delusion realm hurriedly left the void. This sudden change made the surrounding creatures who did not have the strength to step into the world of Zhenwu stunned. After a while, he finally reacted. Hiss. One word suppressed these super strong men who had broken through 3 tribulations of delusion. This strength is probably not comparable to that of ordinary immortal gods, right? It goes without saying that we have never seen a strong man who has just achieved enlightenment and become a god. Hundreds of millions of years ago, wasn't there a peerless strong man who had survived 9 reincarnations and a battle with a god on the early stage of the immortal realm? Although the strong man was defeated miserably, it also proved that the gods in the early stage of the immortal realm simply could not do this. Yes, it seems that we can no longer take a share of this world's opportunity to be promoted to the great world. This is how it is meant to be. These strong men sighed with emotion, and looked at this Zhenwu world with reluctance. Seeing the increasingly terrifying visions around it, they left here without staying any longer. Without opportunity, there is no point in staying here. Of course, there are also creatures who have nothing to do and whose cultivation has stalled, but they have not left. They watch the transformation of Zhenwu world from a distance. Even if you can't get any benefits, it is still a good choice to open your eyes. After all, for creatures in their realm, they never know whether they will be able to witness the birth of the second world in their lifetime. And with the departure of many powerful people, news that this Zhenwu great world was to be promoted to the great thousand world quickly spread in all directions. As for the human race, 2 gods with perfect immortality were immediately dispatched to protect this new world. It is different from living beings attaining enlightenment and becoming gods. Although it is more difficult to advance from one world to the world, once it starts, it cannot be interrupted. Of course, if there are strong people who deliberately cause trouble, they can still make the promotion in this world fall short. However, Under normal circumstances, almost no one would interfere with the birth of a great world. First of all, the emergence of the Great Thousand World is also a good thing for all heavens and worlds. Secondly, the consequences of destroying the birth of the world are not something ordinary people can bear. After all, any world that can be promoted to the Great Thousand Worlds will contain tens of thousands of living beings. Once the promotion fails, it will mean the destruction of the world, and at the moment of destruction, the resentment that bursts out from all living beings will turn into a curse, attached to the destroyer. Once possessed by the curse, the average immortal realm expert will suffer severe damage instantly, and his future cultivation will become extremely slow due to the existence of the curse. Of course, all this is also related to the destroyer's cultivation. If a strong person in the immortal realm takes action, even if he suffers a backlash, he can only fully recover after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years. However, the territory where Zhenwu world is located is the territory of the human race. Generally speaking, even the demon and demon clans would not let the immortal gods take action just because of the birth of a great world. After all, this is a completely different concept from destroying the powerful human beings to overcome the tribulation. Those who are strong in the delusion realm, the 6 peak races in the world, can have as many as they want, but as long as they are willing to pay the price, there will still be no shortage. However, the existence of the immortal god level is different no matter which race it is. The quantity and quality of immortal gods are the standard to measure the strength of the race, and they are the magic weapon that they rely on to survive in the world. Can't give up easily. Therefore, when the Zhenwu Great World was promoted to the Great Thousand World, the human race would only send 2 gods who had perfected the immortal realm to come forward. The fact that they are here means that the human race has noticed this place. If you have the guts, give it a try. Time passed, and tens of thousands of years passed quickly. After so many years of growth, Zhenwu Great World has taken the initial shape of the Great Thousand World. Its size is thousands of times larger than before, and the expansion has no intention of stopping. According to Lin Chen's estimation, when the Zhenwu Great World is truly promoted to the Great Thousand World level and stabilizes, its area will be at least 10,000 times the size before. I didn't expect that in the process of being promoted from the Zhenwu Great World to the Great Thousand World, the comprehensive foundation of the Lin family has increased more than dozens of times. Unfortunately, the transformation has reached the end now. Otherwise, if it continues for hundreds of thousands of years, our Lin family will. It is estimated that there are as many as dogs in the realm lord realm and the heavenly realm. Shaking his head, Lin Chen couldn't help but think a little greedy. Over the years, due to the fact that the whole world is filled with Taoist charm and rich aura of heaven and earth, the Lin family, which has an extraordinary foundation in itself, has developed at an astonishing rate. I won't go into detail about the number of clansmen below the cave heaven realm because even Lin Chen himself didn't know how many there were. It can even be said that the number of warriors in this realm is changing almost all the time. As for the strong men at cave heaven realm and above, the Lin family has more than 100 million. Even the existence of the realm lord realm exceeds 1 million. As for the strong ones in the ascension realm, they have 5 figures, reaching more than 32,000. Even the strong ones in the breaking delusion realm, the Lin family, were born. Dozens of them. It can be said that the current foundation of the Lin family is no worse than an immortal force that has developed for hundreds of billions of years. Even in terms of top-end combat power, the Lin family has to surpass ordinary immortal forces. With my current cultivation and background, under normal combat power, I should be able to compete with the existences at the perfect level of the immortal realm. If I add the eternal sword and the use of 1 heart, I can even be an ordinary super strong person in the early stage of the immortal realm. I can also suppress it. Over the years, the Lin family and even all living beings in Zhenwu world have gained so much. As the leader of this promotion, how could he not benefit at all? First of all, the several Taoist methods he has practiced have now been upgraded to the level of Zhanging Taoist methods, and he has also practiced all of them to Zia Chang. Secondly, he also comprehended 2 laws of heaven, both of which are advanced laws and have been engraved into his body. In other words, he is now only 1 step away from achieving the realm of immortality. I hope everything goes well. After taking a look at the vibrant world of Zhenwu, Lin Chen thought to himself recently, he has always felt a sense of prying eyes. It's as if someone is tracking him down through some mysterious connection. You must know that since he has been practicing, there is no one who can become his enemy who is still alive, except the father of the demonic snake heavenly lord, the dark god. End of chapter. Chapter 232. The demon moves to attract attention. In the long time since I killed the demon snake lord, the dark gods have not made any movement, but now they are deducing my information. Could it be, has he broken through to the realm of immortality? In an instant, Thousands of possibilities flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and in the end, all the contradictions pointed to the Dark God. Yes, it must be. If he is still in the realm of immortality, even if this Zhenwu Great World is to be promoted to the level of the Great Thousand Worlds, he will not dare to take any action. He can only watch the development of the world that caused the death of his son. But if he breaks through to the realm of immortality, in order to avenge his son, he may really take action against Zhenwu Great World. When he thought of this, Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but condense slightly in the final analysis. The fall of the demonic snake Heavenly Lord is closely related to this Zhenwu world without knowing who the murderer is. If you take this opportunity to destroy the entire world, then no matter who the murderer is, it will be over. The Dark God is backed by the 9 other Snake King ancestor, and he is also a giant among the demons. If the Dark God uses the banner of revenge for his parents and children, he may be able to persuade the higher-ups of the demon clan to involve me, a strong human being. After all, humans and demons have a hostile relationship. That is to say, I will most likely have to face the Dark Gods alone. The 2 perfect immortal gods sent by the human race are almost a semi-public matter to the major forces. Therefore, Lin Chen did not expect them to help him if the demons want to take action. They may even send 2 more immortal gods of the same level to hold them back, so that the Dark Gods can destroy the world of Zhenwu as quickly as possible. I hope there's still enough time. At this time, due to the feedback from this Zhenwu world, he only needed to control 1 law of heaven to break through to the perfection of the immortal realm at that time. With his background, even if he does not use the special skill of 1000 hearts, he will still be sure to rely on the eternal sword to compete with or even suppress the Dark Gods who have just broken through to the immortal realm, and survive this disaster. After all, after attaining enlightenment, he used external force to cross a realm to fight the enemy, and he survived the 99 heavenly tribulations of mutation. Although his combat power was terrifying, it was still within everyone's acceptance range. But if he, with his cultivation at the peak of the immortal realm, relies on the power of the body of annihilation, the eternal sword and the special magical power of 1 heart, to forcibly surpass 2 levels to compete with the Dark Gods, it will be beyond everyone's understanding. What kind of result it will eventually evolve into is difficult for even him to estimate. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose the power of the special skill of unity in front of the gods. He could not even use the power of the body of annihilation to its full strength. System, open my personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Cultivation, peak of the immortal realm. Control the 12 laws. Physique, innate Dao body, heavenly Dao body, nirvana origin body. The artistic conception of martial arts, the medium of Taoism, the sword of heaven and earth, small success, and the guardian of the sword, perfection. Task 1. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages. The stage of Heavenly Alchemist has been completed, and the stage of Divine Alchemist, to be completed. 2. The 8th stage of the Ultimate Challenge mission. The requirements are as follows. 1. There is an immortal god sitting in the clan, unfinished. 2. The number of powerful people in the heaven realm exceeds 1,000, completed. 3. Cultivate 1 divine alchemist and 2 heavenly alchemists, 1 divine array mage and 2 heavenly array mages, 1 divine talisman maker and 2 heavenly talisman makers, and 1 divine weapon refiner. Master, 2 heavenly grade weapon refiners, unfinished. 4. The number of clan members exceeded 10 trillion, completed. Origin point 17,657, hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Family buff, total 1. The chance of a newborn being born increases by 60%. 2. The qualifications of newborns are increased by 300%. 3. The cultivation speed of all Lin family members is increased by 330%. 4. The chance of being born with a special physique increases by 70%. 5. The chance of being born with great luck increases by 25%, more than 10,000 origin points. Originally I didn't want to use you so soon, but now I can't care so much. I'll use it all to evolve the world inside the body, evolve a new law of heaven as soon as possible, and break through to the realm of immortality. Just in case, Lin Chen focused on the origin points he had accumulated over the years without much hesitation. He began to use the origin point to practice. The origin point of the system itself is the origin of the way of heaven. There is no need to go to the system store to exchange for treasures. It is actually the best choice for evolving and developing the world. Therefore, since he attained enlightenment and became a god, he has directly used the origin point to practice, which is convenient and fast as Lin Chen practiced. The numbers in the origin point balance column on his personal dashboard began to gradually decrease almost every once in a while. The origin point will be directly reduced by 100 points not long after. There were only a little over 10,000 origin points left out of the original more than 17,000. At this time, his understanding of the 13th law of heaven was gradually coming to an end as long as he is given another period of practice. He can completely control this law and break through to the perfection of immortality thousands of years ago. In the demon world that was countless worlds away from the great world of Zhenwu, this period of time for the Nine Nether Snake royal family can be described as a period of great joy. First of all, the clan has given birth to a peerless genius, Nine Nether Phoenix, who has returned to his ancestors. He also possesses a top Taoist body. It is almost certain that he will become immortal in the future. If he is cultivated well, he may even become a god king territory. Secondly, another powerful person in the immortal realm was born in the clan. He is the Dark God. Are you really going to do this? Deep in the Nine Nether Snake royal clan, in a majestic hall, many figures exuding the aura of immortality, nobility, and eternity gathered here. Among them, one wore a crown and was obviously a terrifying being that was much stronger than the other figures. A dark figure standing in the center asked softly, "As a father, now that I have the strength, if I don't do something, I really can't let go." The voice of the Dark God was very soft, but all the strong demons present could feel the firmness in his words as gods. It is extremely difficult for them to obtain bloodline heirs through normal means. Judging from the many strong men present, no more than half of the powerful people will leave their bloodline legacy behind. They have lived for endless years, more than 10 reincarnations, and there are many existences and hundreds of reincarnations. This shows how difficult it is to conceive a direct line of blood. If it were them, they probably wouldn't make a similar decision when faced with this situation. Hey, it's a pity for this kid demon snake. He finally awakened the power of the bloodline of fellow Dark Taoist. It is expected to give our Jiu demon clan an additional branch. Unfortunately, he fell into the Xianlong realm. I completely understand fellow Dark Taoist's thoughts. It's understandable and I agree with his choice. I also agree that the descendants of my Nine Serpent royal clan cannot be bullied by the human race, especially the small forces in remote places. They must come back with revenge. The loss of a whole world will probably hurt the human race as well. I don't know if it was the words of the Dark God that resonated with everyone, or what, but many gods from the Nine Nether Snake royal clan present expressed their opinions and expressed support for his idea in this regard. The powerful man at the head would naturally not refuse. Soon, a plan for this Zhenwu great world was submitted from the Nine Nether Snake royal clan to the upper echelons of the demon clan after some discussion and deployment in just a few hundred years. Several powerful men with terrifying auras came out of the demon world and rushed towards the location of the human race's territory. They have to take the lead in preparing and deploying something. Then, not long after, another group of powerful demons came out of the demon world. One world within a few days. They had crossed tens of millions of worlds and arrived at the border of the human race. However, before they could step into it, the auras of strong men revived from the depths of the human race, blocking the path of these strong demons. Demon, aren't you demons afraid of death when you run into my human territory? As soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man wearing linen clothes appeared in front of these powerful demons, showing his white teeth. This old man's name is Ma Lao. He got his name because he wears linen clothes all year round. Although he looks unattractive, he is a super strong man who has perfected the immortal realm and is also one of the strong men sitting on the frontier of the human race. During the war between the human race and the demon race, he once single-handedly fought against 3 of his fellow demons. A strong man in the realm, and even injured a statue, so he became famous in the world. Haha, it's okay for you to scare others with your words. I'm just standing here. Can you do it if you can? However, the demons were well prepared this time, so how could they be frightened by Ma Lao's words? Among this group of powerful demons, there are also superpowers who are not inferior to him. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Ma Lao's eyes. He knew that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the immortal demon clan to come to their human territory. After all, to the human race, this was nothing more than fat meat brought to their doorstep. But this time, the demon immortal was so abnormal, there must be a conspiracy. Thinking of this, Ma Lao couldn't help but secretly become on guard. At the same time, a golden jade talisman quietly appeared in his hand. However, not waiting for him to crush it not far away, the demon immortal who had been paying attention to him chuckled, "Don't worry, we won't attack you as long as you don't leave here. Even if you report the information here to the higher-ups of the human race, you won't get much support for a while. You might as well watch a good show with me. According to the plan of the high-level demon clan, the purpose of this group of strong men rushing to the border of the human race with such great fanfare was to attract the attention of these strong men. Then, let the dark gods take the two gods with perfect immortality into the territory of the human race, rush to the place where this Zhenwu great world is, and strive to destroy it in the shortest time. End of chapter. Chapter 233. I killed your heir. Of course, by doing this, they did not mean to give up on the dark god and others with the strength of the demons. It is possible to delay the human gods for dozens of breaths, whether intentionally or not, as long as the dark gods can capture Zhenwu great world during this period. They can also cover its safe evacuation, and a strong man in the immortal realm wants to destroy the new world. It is just as simple as eating and drinking. It does not take dozens of breaths at all. 3 breaths are enough after all. The newly born great thousand world is equivalent to a strong person in the immortal realm who has just become a god. Facing the dark gods who have broken through to the immortal realm, there is no resistance at all. Are you doing this because of the newly born great thousand world in the Xianlong realm? But, it's just a big world. Why do you do this? After thinking about it, apart from the reason that this Zhenwu great world was to be promoted to the level of the great thousand world, Ma Lao couldn't think of anything else in the human race that could make the demon gods so proud. But for the human race and the world, it is not too much to say too much or too little. The entire human race boundary sea has millions of realms. Almost every realm has at least one great thousand worlds, and as many as several or even dozens of great thousand worlds. In other words, the entire human race territory has at least 1,000 realms. A vast world with more than 10 million people destroying a new world of the human race is a big loss for the human race, but to put it bluntly, it is just like that, and it is far from breaking the bones. Therefore, Ma Lao was still very puzzled. However, being confused was related to the life and death of a vast world. Mr. Ma still did not dare to be careless and instantly crushed the Jade Talisman in his hand. Seeing this, the group of demon immortals did not stop them. Their mission was to stop Ma Lao and others from giving them the opportunity to support Zhenwu great world. Don't worry about anything else. Other powerful demons will naturally take care of it. All of these at the same time. Deep within the human race, several terrifying auras confront each other in the endless void. Dark Demon God King, you are the one who has repeatedly targeted our human race. Aren't you afraid that our human race will take action against your Dark Demon King clan? Hey, King Qin Feng God, come here if you have the ability. The Dark Demon King, are in the demon world. Even if I give you 10 courages as a human race, how dare you step into the demon world? The Black Demon God King simply ignored Qin Feng God King's sarcastic remarks. Whether it is the demon world of the human race or the human world of the human race, they are both heavenly worlds, and the will of the tribe is everything. If anyone dares to enter the opponent's heavenly world, even if a saint comes, he will have to vomit blood and run away. Okay, stop pretending. I know you are stalling for time and contacting the strong men of your human race. However, I don't expect to be able to stop you for long. After all, a strong man in the immortal realm takes action, and a new world is just a new one. How can we resist it? Am I right? The Dark Lord God King looked arrogant and made no secret of his purpose anyway. Whether it is demons, humans, or other peak races, most of the powerful people in the clan are either sleeping or have gone to that place. And there are usually only a few God Kings in charge of the overall situation. After all, when they reach this realm, apart from being interested in power at the beginning, they will not care about it in the end. Pursuing a higher realm is what they want in life and in all the heavens and worlds. Apart from that place, there is no treasure place that contains a large number of treasures that are beneficial to the cultivation of gods. That's why they dared to stop Qin Feng Shen Wang and others in a big way. Otherwise, with the strength of the human race, the demon race alone would be far from a match. Damn it! Hearing this, Qin Feng God King looked gloomy. He did not expect that the majestic demon God King would be so shameless, attacking the juniors several times. However, the fact is exactly what the Dark Lord God King said. In addition to their few God Kings, the human race also has powerful God Kings sitting there, but it takes 10 or 20 breaths to wake them up from their slumber. In a short period of time, they really cannot get rid of the Black Devil God King entanglement. This matter is over. I must make you demons look good. The Black Demon God King's actions completely angered Qin Feng God King, and he swore silently in his heart only, "Hey, it's a pity that this beautiful world is about to be destroyed. I hope that boy Lin Chen will be more rational. With a life-saving thing I gave him, as long as he doesn't resist, there will be no problem in escaping." Compared to a vast world, Lin Chen is more important in the eyes of Qin Feng Shenwang after all, a peerless god who has survived the 99 heavenly tribulations of mutation and attained enlightenment has a probability of reaching the realm of God King in the future as high as 70% or more, and there is even a slight chance of surpassing him and winning the title of Invincible God King. However, no matter what he thought, what had to be done still had to be done. Although it is said that the destruction of this Zhenwu world is almost a foregone conclusion, what if something happens, and he fails to awaken the sleeping strong men in his clan, then his sin will be great. And just when the top leaders of the human race and the demon race were confronting each other on the other side, outside the world of Zhenwu, the figures of the Dark God and two other unknown gods also came to this void. Yes, this is it. Shira fell into this void. Although he could not see how the demon snake heavenly lord died due to the eye of destiny, he could still see the surrounding environment clearly, the great world of Zhenwu, looking at the behemoth not far away that was almost completely promoted to the level of the world. A coldness flashed in the eyes of the Dark God. He wants to use this vast world to bury his son with him, destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the body of the Dark God, and a huge palm evolved in the void. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a size of hundreds of millions of miles, and faced Zhenwu in the astonished eyes of countless creatures. Take a photo of the big world, presumptuous. Stop it. Due to the suddenness of the incident, and the fact that the cultivation of the Dark God was much stronger than the two perfect immortal realm powerhouses sent by the top management of the human race, the two people reacted after he took action and tried to block the palm. However, they didn't wait for them to take action. The demon gods, who had been staring at the two of them for a long time, burst out with their own momentum and killed them. Your opponent is us. Boom boom boom. As soon as the words fell, the two sides exchanged dozens of moves, and a loud noise that shook the earth rose in the endless void. The terrifying aftermath of the battle shattered the endless void with a radius of tens of thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, both sides had some restraint and did not dare to attack without scruples. In addition, the immortal gods in the late stage of the immortal realm of Xianlong Great World took action to block most of the aftermath. Otherwise, if they continued to fight like this, the entire Xianlong realm would be destroyed. It may become riddled with holes as a result. Is it finally here? I knew it was too late for the support from the top human race officials. In this Zhenwu world, Lin Chen's eyes were closed tightly, and suddenly he opened his eyes when he became aware of the demon's conspiracy. He felt a faint wave that enveloped the void covering tens of thousands of light years including this Zhenwu great world. This wave had no other purpose than to prevent him from contacting the top brass of the human race. Therefore, he would calmly prepare to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it's still a little worse, but Lin Chen's cultivation has not reached the perfection of the immortal realm. But in these years he has been recognized by the heavenly Dao of this Zhenwu great world. To be precise, it is recognized by all living beings in Zhenwu world. He can already use the power of heaven to fight against the enemy, even if the full power of the body of annihilation and the special skill of unity of the people are not exposed. With my background, coupled with the power of heaven and the eternal sword of this Zhenwu world, it should not be a problem to block the Dark Gods. You can even appear to be slightly at a disadvantage. Anyway, as long as I hold the Dark God down and wait for the strong human race to arrive, this guy will definitely die without me taking action. It's just a pity for this divine corpse. Although it was said that it was too late, it was too soon. Although Lin Chen had thousands of thoughts flashing through his mind, in reality it was only a short moment since the Dark God is still a little far away from this Zhenwu world. His palm has not yet entered the scope of the heavenly Dao of this Zhenwu world. However, if Lin Chen doesn't take action, it is estimated that in the next moment, this palm will be slapped on this Zhenwu world, the heavenly way of the true martial world. Bless me. Boom. As soon as this thought came to an end, Lin Chen's aura suddenly increased sharply, and he temporarily entered the perfect realm of immortality. At the same time, he also activated 1/3 of the power of the body of annihilation, and then raised the eternal sword in his hand. An extremely bright sword burst out. One sword makes the universe. Just when the giant palm of the Dark God was about to fall on this Zhenwu world, an indifferent voice came from it, followed by the stunned expressions of countless creatures. A sky-reaching sword energy composed of countless worlds cut through everything and instantly tore this huge palm into pieces. The remaining aftermath continued unabated, killing the Dark Gods, who, after casually defeating the aftermath, the Dark God stared fixedly at Zhenwu Great World. He wanted to see who it was that could actually stop his palm. You are going to destroy the world of Zhenwu that gave birth to me, and you still ask me who I am? Lin Chen was wearing white clothes, holding the eternal sword, and walked out of this Zhenwu world. He looked at the dark god with indifferent eyes and continued with a sarcastic expression, "Isn't it surprising that someone in this new world can actually block your offensive? Actually, there's something even more surprising for you. Your heir, the demon snake king, was killed by me myself." At this point, Lin Chen didn't bother to hide anymore. He directly revealed that he was the murderer of Demon Snake Heavenly Lord anyway. At this point, based on the experience of these old monsters, I can deduce the truth of all this with my buttocks. End of chapter. Chapter 234, Pie falling from the sky. Anyway, at this point, based on the experience of these old monsters, I can deduce the truth of all this with my buttocks. When you are weak, you need to hide for your own safety now. In terms of real combat power, he can easily suppress the opponent, and naturally he will not be afraid of being exposed. Okay, great. Do you really think you can borrow the power of heaven and hold a magic weapon to compete with me? The palm just now was just a casual blow from me. If you dare to kill me, Snake, then you must die. The dark god laughed in anger. He didn't expect that Lin Chen was crazier than him. This made him unable to contain the murderous intention in his heart any longer. Dark divine palm, kill, without any hesitation. The dark god unleashed his most powerful killing move, a lower vehicle method that can be cultivated to perfection with the increase in immortality realm cultivation. Unimaginable power exploded. One sword makes the universe. Seeing this, Lin Chen's expression did not change. He still held the eternal divine sword and displayed the Zhongyang Taoist method that he had practiced to the Xiaochang level under the amplification of the body of nirvana and the eternal sword. The power that exploded was not inferior to that of the dark god. Boom boom boom. The collision between the sky-reaching sword energy and the huge palm unleashed unimaginable power with the two people at the center. The surrounding void was shattered layer by layer like a spider web. Even the two powerful warriors of the human race and the demon race had to stop fighting at this time and free up their hands to resist the aftermath of the battle. After all, the strength of those in the immortal realm is far beyond what those in the immortal realm can match. Hiss, the realm of immortality has been perfected? Hey, it turns out that it was temporarily improved with the help of the heavenly origin of Zhenwu Great World, but this combat power seems a bit scary. Yes, I suspect that the body of gods condensed by Lin Chen is at least of the highest quality, and there is even a slight possibility of reaching the top level of the body of gods. Also, the Taoism he has mastered seems to have reached the level of the intermediate Taoism. Although these are terrifying, they are still within the scope of my understanding. After all, he is a peerless strong man who has survived the mutated 99 tribulations. It is not impossible to do this. What shocked me the most is that in his hands, that sword is what Lin Chen relies on to leapfrog the level and fight against a powerful in the immortal realm. I estimate that the long sword is at least a top-grade artifact, otherwise it would not be able to bless him so much. It's very possible. To be honest, I really admire his luck. The human immortal realm warriors were wary of the two demon clan warriors while communicating with their companions, their words filled with envy and emotion. Whether it was Lin Chen's cultivation speed or his opportunity, they were very envious. In order to cultivate to the perfection of the immortal realm, they had to endure countless hardships, and even fell into life and death crises several times. But even so, they still did not have a treasure in their hands that was comparable to or even inferior to the eternal sword in Lin Chen's hand until now. They still use mid-grade artifacts. If they have a powerful high-grade artifact or a top-grade artifact in their hands, they may not have the strength to fight against a powerful immortal realm player like the Dark God. However, whether it is a top-grade artifact or a top-grade artifact, they are all treasures that only the powerful in the immortal realm are qualified to possess. Especially the latter, which is not available to the average powerful in the immortal realm. Only in this realm can it be called the top. If you exist, it is possible to own one. It's not just them. The other two strong demon clan men were also looking at the sword in Lin Chen's hand with envy and jealousy. If it weren't for their lack of strength, they would even want to join the battlefield and try to seize the eternal sword. Damn it, why are you so powerful? The more he fought, the more frightened the Dark God became. He didn't expect that after breaking through to the immortal realm, he still couldn't defeat a mere native who had just been promoted to the Great Thousand World. No, I can't sit still and wait for death. I must fight quickly. Seeing that half of the time had passed, and he still had not captured Lin Chen and destroyed this Zhenwu world behind him, a trace of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the Dark God. The secret method of the netherworld, burning the source. With a thought in his heart, the Dark God instantly burned 1/10 of his divine body. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a more powerful aura burst out from his body. A rough calculation showed that he was about to reach the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm. However, how could Lin Chen remain indifferent in the face of this sudden change? He followed the Dark God's approach without hesitation, burning 2/10 of his divine origin and becoming entangled with it. Seeing this, the Dark God couldn't help but get angry. He didn't expect that a peerless evildoer like Lin Chen would be so decisive in burning the origin of his divine body. Isn't he afraid that his talent will be damaged? What are you, Zan? However, Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense and fought with him again. Lin Chen also burned the origin of his divine body. That's naturally impossible. What he did was just to deceive others, even in order to appear realistic. He used hundreds of origin points to simulate the vision and breath of the burning origin. In fact, he just secretly released 90% of the essence of the body of annihilation. However, even so, Lin Chen was still able to fight back and forth with the Dark Gods. Hateful. The delay in taking down Lin Chen made the Dark God a little angry, but there's no way, it's just the way it is. For a moment, he couldn't help but have the intention of retreating. The time is almost up. Withdraw. After colliding with Lin Chen, he noticed the slowly reviving breath in the depths of the human race. The Dark God couldn't help but change his expression, and quickly called the other two demon gods to evacuate this territory at the speed of a god. Under normal circumstances, one can leave the heavenly dragon realm and enter the buffer zone between the demons and humans without taking a single breath. It's a pity that Lin Chen, who had been prepared for a long time, how could he let the Dark God leave? Want to leave now? It's too late. Please stay with me. As soon as Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the aura of burning origin in his body became a little stronger, making his burst of power reach a higher level again, with a faint tendency to overwhelm the Dark Gods. In fact, it was just Lin Chen who unleashed all the power of his body of annihilation. Boom boom boom. Under Lin Chen's explosion, the dark spirit's chance to escape was immediately gone, and he had to turn around and use Taoist magic to catch the move. And with the first move, there is no need to mention the rest. In Lin Chen's sword energy that fell like raindrops, the Dark Gods were like mortals stepping into the quagmire. Not only did they not evacuate the human race's territory, but they were deeply involved in the war and could not be distracted. On the other side, the strong human being who had been staring at the demons saw them trying to run away and instinctively wanted to catch up. However, not before they could take action. Lin Chen and the Dark God fought again, and the aftermath of the battle that was more powerful than before suddenly swept through the void where they were. For a moment, both the human gods and the demon gods had to stop and use various means to resist the terrifying waves shot towards them. Just like that, under Lin Chen's delay, another dozen breaths passed in a blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura swept through less than half of the human world. See, from the depths of the human race, the ancient god king of the human race has revived. For a moment, such a sentence appeared in everyone's mind. However, before they could say anything to the higher-ups of the human race, they suddenly discovered that the powerful demon race who had just confronted them was already hundreds of thousands of light years away, and was moving at an extremely terrifying speed. Stay away from humans, huh? What a bunch of cowards. Seeing the Black Demon God King and others leaving, a trace of pity flashed in the eyes of this ancient human God King. If these demons were slower, he would be confident enough to leave one or two behind, but his eyes seemed to see through the endless and distant void, and he saw the scenes happening outside this Zhenwu world. At the same time, a lot of information also entered his mind like a tide. In the blink of an eye, he understood what was happening here. The little immortal demon clan dares to attack the new world of my human race? Die? The voice of this ancient god king was like a sentence pronounced by heaven. As soon as his words fell, the dark god who was fighting back and forth with Lin Chen was instantly wiped out of his soul, and his whole person no longer had a trace of life. At the same time, the other two demon immortals also enjoyed the same treatment. Gudong. Such an exaggerated scene made countless sentient beings who witnessed it suddenly feel thirsty, and looked into the depths of the human race with deep awe. With just one word, a demon in the immortal realm and two immortal realm strong men were destroyed. One can imagine how terrifying and powerful the person who took action was. Buzz. However, before everyone could recover, they saw ripples flashing through the void in front of Lin Chen, and then the shadow of a middle-aged man in brocade clothes appeared in front of him. Is this world the one you protect? Yes, you are worthy of being the genius of my human race. With your qualifications, it would be a pity if they were wasted because of burning the source. In this way, you first take away the corpses of these three gods and refine them to restore some of their origins, and then I will find a way. I look forward to the day when you stand in front of me. The middle-aged man didn't notice anything wrong with Lin Chen's aura, but looked at the latter seriously and said, with that said, The middle-aged man turned around and disappeared without waiting for his answer. The sudden pie made Lin Chen feel a little dizzy. He didn't expect that after going around and around, the corpses of these demon gods would eventually fall into the hands of his opponent. With these 3 god corpses, I don't have to worry too much about resources until I reach the realm of immortality. End of chapter. Chapter 235 Big Harvest, the domineering Kangshan God King. Using the corpses of gods as cultivation materials is an unimaginable luxury for ordinary people. Gods and laws are engraved on their bodies. Even if the vitality is wiped out and the laws are no longer perfect, it is still one of the best cultivation resources for the gods if you are lucky. And there are still some rules that you have never understood. You will make a lot of money. Most of the laws I control are of high quality, but the dark god and these 2 demon gods can only be said to be ordinary in this realm. In other words, the laws they understand are very likely to be what I haven't mastered yet. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. If this is really the case, then he can quickly break through to the realm of immortality. After all, for Lin Chen, who has the body of nirvana, there is no need to consider whether the laws are mutually exclusive. As long as he controls enough laws, he can continuously improve his cultivation. Boom boom boom. Just when Lin Chen was filled with thoughts, the evolution of Zhenwu world also came to an end, and thunders that shook the heavens and the earth resounded throughout the world. This sound rang a full 7749 times before slowly dissipating at the same time. The laws of heaven and earth, which were originally nakedly exposed to the eyes of all living beings, also disappeared. Countless strong men who were immersed in cultivation suddenly woke up from their retreats because of this incident. Looking at the changed world, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in their hearts. Has this Zhenwu great world been promoted to the Great Thousand World? It's so fast. Hey, if only the cultivation environment like that just now could be maintained for a while, maybe I would be able to break through to the realm of the Realm Lord. Is this the cultivation environment at the level of the Great Thousand World? Although it is dozens of times better than that of the Middle Thousand World, there is still an insurmountable gap compared to the cultivation conditions just now. It's good to be promoted safely, too. As all living beings exited the state of cultivation, the entire Zhenwu world suddenly became noisy. Although no one wants to part with that kind of cultivation environment, they know it. Being able to spend hundreds of thousands of years of golden cultivation years in vain is already a great opportunity. Besides, the cultivation environment in the world is far better than before. The joy is still greater than the loss. Congratulations to the host for assisting this Zhenwu great world in being promoted to the Great Thousand World and receiving gifts from heaven. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 66,666 origin points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attention of the human race and the blessing of human luck. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 33,333 origin points. Just when there was a commotion between heaven and earth, the mechanical and cold prompt voice of the system also came from Lin Chen's mind. His face, which was originally full of smiles, could no longer suppress the raised corners of his mouth and burst into laughter. This is 100,000 origin points if all of it is used to improve his cultivation. He can be promoted to the early stage of the immortal realm at least. Coupled with the 3 corpses of gods in his hands, giving him a period of time to digest, breaking through to the middle stage of the immortal realm is almost a certainty. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's desire to break through to higher realms suddenly became stronger. He plunged into the secret room where he usually practiced in seclusion and began a new round of seclusion and cultivation. However, the development of things did not end with Lin Chen's retreat. On the contrary, after this battle, as time went by, Lin Chen's name began to spread among the major forces in the world. Countless strong men were shocked by this. Tisk, tisk, tisk. With a cultivation level at the peak of the immortal realm, I can resist the dark gods who have broken through to the immortal realm for dozens of breaths, and I am still not at a disadvantage. The human race is worthy of being the top 2 super clans among the 6 peak races. They are strong. There are endless ones. Who says it's not? Let me tell you, if the demons and monsters hadn't tried so hard to hold back the human race and suppress the human race's genius, otherwise, the human race might have surpassed the saint race and become the veritable first race in all the worlds. As you say, doesn't the Saint clan also have 2 great enemies, the God clan and the Underworld clan? Second only to the Saint clan, it is second only to the Saint clan. Why are you bragging? That's right, if someone brags, he will die a good death. There are countless races in all the worlds, but among the races that can be known and spread among all living beings, it is rare to say that there are powerful people in the immortal realm. This kind of race is called a small race in all the worlds. Then there are the big clans that have at least 1 strong person in the God King realm and more than 10 strong people in the immortal realm. Above that, There are peak races like the human race and the saint race. The reason why the pinnacle race is called the pinnacle race is that in addition to having more than one saint sitting in charge, the clan also has the heritage of suppressing the race in the world of heaven. If they are willing to pay the price, they can even erupt with a terrifying power to suppress the saint. It is precisely because of this that there are more than 6 races including the human race that are powerful in the saint realm in all the worlds, but they are the only ones who can be called the pinnacle race, not just other races. Deep within the human world, the ancient god king who destroyed the dark gods and 2 powerful demons who had perfected the immortal realm with one palm is gathering here with Qin Feng God King and others. The latter was reporting to the strong man on the development of the human race in recent years and some major events in the world. However, most of these things have nothing to do with the human race. There are only some actions of the demons and demons directed at the human race, which made the ancient god king faintly flash a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It's rude to come and go without reciprocating. These demons and monsters actually like to cause trouble in other people's homes. Then we should find an opportunity to repay them properly. Come here, follow my orders and let the 8 kings of the God King Palace return to the human race, and you, Qin Feng, send out my human spies to look for opportunities to take action between the demon and demon clans. Strive for a one-hit kill and give them a big one. This ancient god king obviously also had a bad temper, and he would get angry at any disagreement, which caused huge waves in the hearts of many high-level human beings present. The Temple of the God King is an extremely ancient force of the human race, and this ancient God King is the founder of the God King Palace. As for the other 8 kings, he is a powerful God King trained by the God King Palace himself. Although he belongs to the human race, he is also his own force. Senior Kangshan, if you summon 8 God Kings to return at once, will it be overkill? After all, the number of active God Kings from the monster and demon clans together is only more than 10. At this time, Qin Feng God King weakly suggested to the ancient God King, "You want revenge? Wouldn't the demon and demon clans think of this? Why don't you summon more strong men to return and go to die?" Hearing this, God King Kangyan couldn't help but give King Qin Feng a rollicking look. As the saying goes, those who are in authority are confused and those who are onlookers will understand. King Qin Feng Shen and others have been fighting wits and courage with the top leaders of the demon and demon tribes for so long. No matter how they fight, these strong men have formed a habitual thinking for tens of billions of years. So, didn't think of that. However, after the reminder from Kangshan God King, Qin Feng God King immediately reacted when he thought about the serious consequences that might occur because of his wrong decision. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Senior Kangshan is right. We do need to recall the 8 kings of the God King's Palace. Not only that, we also need to recall the ancient God Kings from the human race's temple. Don't forget, the demon clan subdued the divine shadow clan, and also there are monsters, and they made quite a move some time ago, so we have to guard against them. Hey, if it weren't for the fear that the monsters and demons would notice anything unusual, I would really want all the major forces in my human race to summon my ancestors from the God King realm back. Qin Feng Shenwang, who became more and more frightened as he thought about it, always felt like he was lacking firepower. He murmured to himself, which made many high-level human race officials present twitch their mouths. Also summon back the powerful God Kings from all the major forces. Any idea how much that is? You are not trying to teach the 2 demon clans a lesson, you are preparing to start a catastrophe of war between the 3 clans. Okay, stop talking. Well, just in case, let's talk to the True Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan first, and let them take action if necessary. Then there will be no need to wake up the seniors from the human race temple. In the end, Kangshan God King couldn't stand it anymore, waved his hand, looked at Qin Feng God King with disgust, and gave the final order, yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep in the devil world at this time, many senior members of the demon race looked at the human race with gloomy eyes, with deep frustration flashing across their faces. They didn't expect that something that they thought was a sure thing would happen. This damn human race, if we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for us to do it again. It's a pity. I didn't expect that the peerless god who survived the mutated 99 tribulations actually came from this Zhenwu world that the dark god wanted to destroy. What makes me most incredible is that in less than tens of millions of years, he has cultivated to the peak of the immortal realm, which is a huge gap between the 2 realms. A future invincible God King is rising. The more they spoke, the more regret appeared in the eyes of these demon clan leaders. If they knew that Lin Chen was from this Zhenwu world, they would not let the dark god take action no matter what. They said no matter what, let a strong man who is in the late stage of the immortal realm or above take action and kill him with one blow. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Huh? Everyone, please step aside. Remember, any junior who has the potential to become a god king should report to me the demon palace. At the same time, pay close attention to spies from all major forces and be wary of human attacks. Also, Guio God King, go deep into the demon palace and wake up the Black Emperor God King, just in case. Yes, the moment they saw the Kangshan God King appear, the Black Devil God King and others knew that this time it would be difficult to do well after all. If the God King of Creation Realm has a division of strength, then the Kangshan God King must be a peerless God King who is above the perfection of ordinary creation realms, and a terrifying existence second only to the invincible God King, the ancient God King, the peerless God King, the invincible God King. I don't know when I will be able to break through to the first realm. The Black Demon God King, who had reached the perfection of creation realm, couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the empty hall. End of chapter. Chapter 236. Lin Fan was killed. 3 competitions. The ancient God King, the peerless God King, the invincible God King. I don't know when I will be able to break through to the first realm. The Black Demon God King, who had reached the perfection of creation realm, couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the empty hall. He has stayed in this realm for almost 10 reincarnations, but he has yet to reach the threshold of the ancient God King, which makes him very distressed. However, I want to break through to this realm. Opportunity, qualifications, and perseverance are all indispensable. He has the qualifications and perseverance, but the opportunity has been delayed. This made him very confused. After all, this thing of chance is too fucked up to be forced. The actions of these peak races, the human race and the demon race, did not attract the attention of the major forces as Lin Chen's reputation spread. The Zhenwu world has also become a holy land for cultivation in the Xianlong realm, second only to the Xianlong world. Forces from all sides swarmed in, and various trading techniques and even treasures became abundant. However, even so, the world of Zhenwu is still extremely stable. After all, everyone knows that in this new world, there is a peerless strong man who can resist the immortal realm. He is much more terrifying than the strongest man in the Xianlong world, so naturally they don't dare to cause trouble. As a result, the Lin family has become the most transcendent force in this Zhenwu world. Even some disciples of the immortal force are very polite to the Lin family. However, all of this has little to do with Lin Fan at this time. He was in seclusion. I must break through to the realm of Pahuan. I must. Only in this way can I be qualified to fight the young master of the Kayanitun divine sect and marry Keek home. Ever since he entered the outer courtyard of the human race holy court, it didn't take long for him to meet the girl in his dream, Fang Keek, and coincidentally, Fang Keek also fell in love with Lin Fan for various reasons. Originally, this was a good thing, but unexpectedly, Kayanitun Xiaofu, who had been pursuing Fang Keek, saw this. Taking advantage of the convenience of his young sect leader, he asked his father, the sect leader of Kayanitun sect, Kayanitun Dekan, to propose marriage to Fang Keek's family, and promised. There are many treasures and conditions for forming an alliance. You must know that at this time, the founder of the Fang family broke through the peak of the immortal realm, causing the laws engraved in the body to conflict with the original laws. He suffered Tao injuries, and his strength was greatly reduced. The Fang family is at a critical moment. The treasures promised by the Kayanitun Shenzong and the benefits brought by the alliance directly moved the head of the Fang family, who originally loved his daughter very much. If not for the critical moment, Lin Fan awakened the divine bloodline and his strength greatly increased. The Fang family saw Lin Fan's potential, and the elder of the outer dean helped him speak. But Lin Fan might not even have this opportunity. The ancestor has just become a god, and his strength should be far from comparable to that of the Kayanitun divine sect. I can't drag down the family. I can only rely on myself to win the 3 competitions set by Fang Jia. Lin Fan has been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. He is not aware of what is happening in the outside world, and his understanding of Lin Chen's strength is still at the time when he first attained enlightenment and became a god. Even though Lin Fan knew that the ancestor's cultivation speed was extraordinary, but in the outer courtyard, he also knew many secrets of the realm of gods. The realm of gods is no different than other realms. No matter how strong your qualifications are and how fast your cultivation speed is, you can only break through to the next realm after enough laws are engraved in your body, and laws are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. If one thing is not good, it may cause the law to riot and backfire on itself. Under this situation, in just a few million years, Lin Chen was able to cultivate to the middle stage of the immortal realm, which was very terrifying to Lin Fan. As for going higher, he simply could not imagine it. After all, the more he knew, the more he was in awe of the realm of gods. There are still 4,000,000 years until the agreed time. I will definitely be able to break through to the Power Realm, or even reach the second tribulation of Power Realm during this period. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with determination, and he started practicing hard again. The young master of the Lin sect is also a son of God. The cultivation talent is extraordinary, although he is older than Lin Fan. For their level, this difference is not a big deal. The most important thing is that the young sect master has already reached the first calamity of breaking the delusion realm, and is not far away from the second calamity of breaking the delusion realm. In this case, it is particularly important whether Lin Fan's cultivation can break through to the second calamity of breaking the delusion realm. After all, for Xianjiao not to mention a difference in realm, even a 10% difference in cultivation level will result in a huge difference in combat power. And while Lin Fan was still practicing hard in seclusion in a huge realm tens of millions of light years away from the outer courtyard of the human race holy court, in a vast world called Starry Vault, a beautiful woman in a purple dress was sitting blankly in the courtyard. She unconsciously grabbed the fish feed next to her with her right hand and threw it towards what looked like a medium-sized fish pond. If any creature above the cave heaven realm saw this fish pond, they would definitely be shocked and stunned, because any creature above this realm can see that this small fish pond is not a fish pond at all. It is clearly a small world with a high level. Miss, you are alone here in a daze again. The head of the family has asked you to go to the meeting hall. At this moment, a girl in blue jumped up to the side of this beautiful woman. Looking at the unresponsive young lady, she tilted her head and continued, Miss, are you thinking about Lin Fan? It's just that I feel that compared to Lin Fan, Qianqin Xiaofu is more suitable for you. After all, both in terms of family background and cultivation, you are much better than Lin Fan. The most important thing is that he also likes you very much. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense, go back to the side department. However, before the girl in blue finished speaking, Fang Qi angrily shouted with a cold face. She was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth. Although she is not a servant of the Fang family, she is only a young lady from the collateral line. In terms of dignity, she is far from comparable to Fang Qi. The most important thing is that there are too many young ladies from the collateral line of the Fang family. Just like there are not even 100,000 but 80,000 people of her age. She was able to stand out from the crowd simply because she was favored by Fang Qi and became her little follower. The resources she enjoys are far more than those of other collateral ladies. It was precisely because of this that she was so scared once she was kicked back to the side branch by Fang Qi. She didn't know how others would view her, but her life would definitely not be as easy as it is now, and she might even be sent away for marriage soon. Miss, I'm sorry, I don't dare anymore. It won't happen again. Let's go and take me to see my father. Without saying anything else, Fang Qi quickly arrived at the meeting hall. At this time, her parents were already waiting in the main hall. Things have changed. The three competitions between Lin Fan and Qianqin Xiaofu will be held a million years ahead of schedule. KK should inform him. Father, this is not fair. Hearing this, Fang Qi suddenly became anxious. Huh? There's nothing unfair about that. In this world, where the winner is the king and the defeat is the bandit, there is nothing to say. Before Fang Qi could finish speaking, the head of the Fang family interrupted her and said decisively, go and notify him quickly. If he misses the competition, I will treat him as giving up. The backlash that the founder of the Fang family suffered was more serious than the head of the Fang family imagined. According to the time given by the ancestor, the Fang family has at most 5 million years. 5 million years later, if there is no way to recover from his injuries, he will have to reincarnate and rebuild, and just in case, he would advance the 4 million year competition by 1 million years, leaving enough time for the Fang family to adapt to changes and survive the disaster. Dad, does the founder have little time left? Seeing her father, who suddenly became a lot stranger, Fang Qi seemed to have thought of something and asked tremblingly. Hearing this, the head of the Fang family was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Fang Qi could think of this. He didn't hide it from her and nodded. Yes, for the future of our family, I must make a choice in advance. Qi, I just don't understand. What's wrong with paying less for Qianqin? Why do you hate him so much? People need a good background, good cultivation, and good looks. I admit that Lin Fan is better looking than Jin Yuan Xiaofu, but appearance is the most useless thing in all the worlds. When you come out to hang out, what matters is your identity and background, as well as your own strength. You have to say, as long as he occupies one of these two things, I will not do it. After all, she was his daughter. Seeing Fang Qi so sad, his tone softened a lot, but his words were filled with dislike for Lin Fan. How come brother Lin Fan has no background? Did he awaken the bloodline of the gods? It means that the family behind him also has immortal gods sitting in charge. Fang Keek was a little dissatisfied, a descendant who has awakened his bloodline after who knows how many generations. Even if there is a god behind him, it is of no use. He is not taken seriously at all. Furthermore, do you think any family can compare with the Kainitun Shenzong? He has inherited several reincarnations and has a super strong man who has perfected the immortal realm and is sitting in the sect. He is even more powerful than our Fang family at its peak. If we weren't all humans, do you think we would be qualified to negotiate terms with him? However, the head of the Fang family didn't even care about Lin Fan's divine bloodline. He would give Lin Fan a chance. In addition to his extraordinary talent and the fact that the elder of the outer dean of the human race Holy Academy helped him speak, it was mostly because Fang Keek argued hard and put forward a test in order to make him give up if the founder of the Fang family reincarnates. Although the Fang family will not be wiped out or completely weakened, without the strong men in the late stage of the immortal realm and above, the positions of the three major families in the Star Vault world will definitely be handed over at the same time. Many interests will be divided up by other forces due to the weakening of strength. This will undoubtedly make the development of the Fang family change from fast to slow if things go on for a long time. Even if their Fang family still has two ancestors of God sitting in charge, they will gradually fall into mediocrity and never have the glory of the past. This is not what the head of the Fang family wants to see at this time. The marriage mentioned by the leader of the Kainitun Shen sect gave him hope of breaking the situation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 The Battle in the Starry Sky. What? 3 competitions starting 3 million years later. When Lin Fan received Fang Keek's message, his whole body felt bad. Originally, there were still 4 million years left, and he was still sure to upgrade his cultivation to the second level of the delusion realm. Now, with 1 million years reduced, the probability of his breakthrough was greatly reduced. In other words, it will be more difficult for him to win 3 competitions. However, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Faced with the Fang family's decision, Lin Fan had no right to refuse, unless he didn't want to marry Fang Keek. 3 million years is just 3 million years. I don't believe it. I can't break through the second calamity of breaking the illusion. After gritting his teeth, Lin Fan still did not lose heart and cheered himself up in his mind. Over the years, his cultivation speed has undergone several transformations due to the increase in family buffs. Coupled with his original talent and the Lin family's divine bloodline, his cultivation speed is far faster than that of ordinary gods. This is also Lin Fan's greatest confidence. You know, even for an ordinary son of God, it would take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to advance from the 9th level of the heavenly realm to the second calamity of the delusion realm. 3 million years is really short in comparison. At the same time, in the Lin family of Zhenwu world, Lin Chen, who was practicing in seclusion in a secret room, suddenly flashed in his mind the scenes that Lin Fan had encountered over the years, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Lin Fan has been tempered over the years. 3 million years, 3 competitions? Wait, my ancestor will give you a big surprise then. For other immortal gods, 3 million years may be nothing, and even no change in strength is considered normal. But for Lin Chen, who possesses martial arts, possesses the body of nirvana, and has sufficient training resources, 3 million years is enough for him to break through to the realm of immortality in one fell swoop. By then, the Kainitun Shenzong that Kainitun Xiaofu relied on would be a joke to the Lin family. Even in terms of strength alone, there is no need to wait until that time. As far as his current combat power is concerned, the Kainitun divine sect is not worth mentioning. However, if you have this time, why not improve your cultivation first? Compared to crushing with combat power, he prefers crushing with realm. In the former case, before you show enough strength, someone may still provoke you, causing constant trouble. But for the latter, as long as you go to where you are and where your realm is, others will weigh the pros and cons without having to say much, which saves you countless troubles. And while Lin Chen continued to retreat, Lin Fan also worked hard for his wife. On the other side, deep in endless space and time, is the Earth. After years of hard work by the Lin family in Qiancheng, the Earth Federation at this time is no longer what it used to be originally. The strongest federal high-level officials were only those at the 7th level of the martial lord realm. After hundreds of years of development, a strong man of the martial emperor level had been born. In addition, in these years, the Lin family in Qiancheng has also integrated the power of the bloodline left by Lin Chen, and has the bloodline of gods. The speed of cultivation is also rapid so far. Many martial emperor-level experts have been born, and even Father Lin and Mother Lin have reached the martial emperor perfection, and are only one step away from becoming a martial saint. However, outsiders don't know the strength of the Lin family. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Qingsu, the only martial emperor in the Lin family, was in charge, of course. Even so, it cannot conceal the Lin family's transcendent status. In this way, the Earth Federation remained peaceful for nearly 100 years. On this day, everyone was performing their duties as usual. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura rolled towards the solar system from the depths of the distant starry sky. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the nearly 1 trillion people in the entire Earth Federation were all suppressed to the ground under this terrifying aura. Some of the unlucky ones flying in the air were severely hit by this sudden aura. It was slapped on the ground, and it ranged from bleeding from all the orifices to death on the spot. It was extremely miserable. Just when all the sentient beings were in a state of uncertainty, a bright and powerful voice suddenly sounded in their ears. I didn't expect that a civilization as small as an ant would actually give birth to a strong man at the level of Emperor Wu. However, you should never do anything cruel to my child. Today, I will let you bury my dead child with him. The words of the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor were full of indifference. His words should have just fallen. I saw that a giant hand reaching the sky appeared out of thin air in the starry sky, covering the entire Earth. It pressed against all living beings with unparalleled power. No many people who resisted this terrifying momentum and looked up into the void with difficulty saw this scene, and their eyes suddenly burst with fear. Especially Li Fei, as the Great Elder, had originally broken through to the realm of the martial emperor. When he faced this palm with great success, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Under this power, he felt his own insignificance. It's over. The Earth Federation is over. I didn't expect that the demon clan would actually have such a terrifying existence. Sitting there, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Li Fei's eyes were full of despair. Only by reaching his level can one understand the terror of this palm and feel the huge gap between them, let alone him. Even the Empress of the Lin family is probably far from being a match for this monster. Stop. However, just when the sentient beings of the Earth Federation were in despair, suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, a bright sword light flashed in the blink of an eye. He collided with that huge palm. Boom. As the swords and palms collided, the terrifying aftermath of the battle seemed to split the entire starry sky into two halves, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Dang dang dang. Before the sentient beings could react, they only felt the ground shaking, as if something huge stepped heavily on the ground, shaking the earth. Follow the sound. At this time, they were shocked to discover, I don't know when, Lin Qingsu had already walked out of the Lin family, struck out this shocking sword, and caught the palm of the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor. However, Lin Qingsu was obviously no match. After retreating for dozens of miles, the remaining power of this palm was released. With a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, the peak of the martial emperor realm, I didn't expect that a weak civilization that has not even left the solar system would actually give birth to a strong man of your level, and she's a stunning beauty. The Scorpion Ancestor Emperor looked Lin Qingsu up and down, seeing her curvy body and the powerful aura on her body. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes. That is the desire to conquer. Only a strong and beautiful being like Lin Qingsu could make him have such desire. Beauty, as long as you agree to be my concubine and give birth to an heir for me, I will let the Earth Federation go. What do you think? Rolling his eyes, the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor suddenly changed his mind. For a strong man like him, heirs were important, but people couldn't be resurrected after death. Even if he could, it wasn't something he could do. If Lin Qingsu agrees to be his concubine, given her cultivation level, the probability of having an heir with him is not small. Moreover, the children born in this way are not only extremely talented, but also very promising to inherit the talents of their parents, and even reach his level, which is enough for him to put aside the so-called revenge of killing his son. In the world of mature creatures, there is only absolute exchange of interests and no absolute enemies. Bah, you're dreaming. Lin Qingsu spat out blood-foamed saliva in disgust and said with disdain in this regard, although many creatures in the Earth Federation were a little disappointed. They did not dare to say anything more. The confrontation between such peerless strong men, it's not something they can participate in anyway. HMPH, it seems that you will be fined for not eating the toast. I want to see how you, a human at the peak of the martial emperor's level, can resist my mighty martial saint. Yes, the Scorpion Ancestor Emperor, no, should be called the Scorpion Saint. He is no longer in the martial emperor realm. After conquering that civilization, relying on the foundation of that civilization, he finally broke through the shackles of the martial emperor realm and reached a higher realm. Lin Qingsu was able to block the palm just now, although it was a bit beyond his expectation, but that's all. It was just a casual blow from him, less than 1/10 of his full strength, Scorpion Ancestral Fist. Without any hesitation, Scorpion Saint burst out his terrifying aura and punched Lin Chen. However, he still did not use all his strength because he planned to capture him alive. If he can't get what he wants, he will force it. Presumptuous. Stop, a mere monster dares to spy on my daughter? Die. However, before the Scorpion Saint could think too much, a terrifying aura awakened from the depths of the Lin family, and the three forms of martial arts, fists, palms, and swords, erupted with astonishing murderous intent and swept towards him. World barrier, open. Scorpion Saint, who sensed that something was wrong, did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly returned to defense. Boom boom boom. As soon as he used his defensive powers, the offensive from Lin's father, Lin's mother and others overwhelmed his figure, and the terrifying explosions resounded throughout the world. Two martial emperors are at the perfect level, and one is at the peak of martial emperors? Okay. I didn't expect that a civilization that has only developed for a few thousand years would actually give birth to so many powerful people. It seems that your chances are not small. Feeling the aura emanating from the latter three, Scorpion Saint couldn't help but be shocked, but then he seemed to think of something, and a greedy look appeared on his face. A family that lives in the Earth Federation has only a few thousand years since its spiritual energy was revived, and it has given birth to a powerful emperor who could not be born in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of development of ordinary civilization. Moreover, he is also a terrifying existence at the peak of the Imperial Realm and the perfection of the Imperial Realm. If you say they have no chance, they won't believe it. With this kind of development speed, even if you obtain the Martial Saint inheritance, I'm afraid it won't be that fast, unless, thinking of that possibility, Scorpion Saint couldn't help but feel a hint of ecstasy in his heart. If he could rob the Lin family of this opportunity, perhaps it's time to change the master of this demon clan. So much nonsense. Kill. However, in the face of Scorpion Saint's greed, Father Lin and Mother Lin and others simply ignored him, not to mention that they have the life-saving trump card left by Lin Chen. Even if they don't, with their current background, if anyone uses the power of blood, it will be enough to defeat him. However, the power of the gods is not a power that belongs to the starry sky. After all, once it is displayed, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, they plan to attack together. Although there is a difference in level, but with the warmth and nourishment of the power of the divine bloodline, their background is far beyond that of their peers. Take Father Lin and Mother Lin as an example. They have already mastered one or two great magical powers. In addition, Lin Chen specially built Taoist bodies and magic weapons for them. Not only do they practice extremely fast, but their combat power is also terrifying. If Emperor Wu Yuancheng and Wu Sheng weren't separated by a big realm, any one of them, Father Lin and Mother Lin, would be enough to leapfrog the fight. However, even so, it is not a problem to combine the power of four people to fight against a demon that has just broken through to the Martial Saint realm. Boom boom boom. 4 people and 1 demon fought from the solar system to the Milky Way. The horrific aftermath of the battle destroyed countless planets and attracted the attention of many civilizations in the Milky Way. Hey, what a terrifying battle. Are they the civilized strong man? They actually fought back and forth with a saint? With this aura, the saint seems to be a powerful member of the demon clan. Is this a tough situation? Among these civilizations, there were also strong men of the Imperial Realm who were far away in the void. They watched the battle between Father Lin, Mother Lin, and the others and the Scorpion Saint, and burst out bursts of exclamation in the entire galaxy. From the beginning to the present, there has never been a being in the Martial Saint realm. After all, the most powerful existence in the entire universe is nothing more than the Martial Saints. They are all located in the most prosperous center of the starry sky, while the Milky Way is just located in a certain corner of the starry sky and is inconspicuous, of course. It is precisely because of this that humans on Earth have been born for so many years, but they have still not been discovered, and they have also reproduced their own civilization. Damn it, how could you be so powerful? No matter what the strong men of each civilization think, anyway, the bigger the Scorpion Saint is, the more aggrieved he feels. It stands to reason that as a super strong man in the Martial Saint realm, even if he has just broken through, he should be able to casually defeat dozens or even hundreds of beings who have reached the Martial Emperor realm. The result was unexpected. One Earth gave birth to 2 powerful men at the peak of martial emperors and 2 perfect martial emperors. Not to mention, their combat prowess was far superior to those of the same realm. When they joined forces, they were even equal to him. This is simply a shame. Haha, there are still many things you don't know. Don't think that you, the demon clan, are invincible in this starry sky. If you make me unhappy, the demon clan will be wiped out at the drop of a hat. Father Lin's face was filled with disdain. Although his strength is not very good, his eldest son is very powerful. Just crush the jade talisman, summon the incarnation of your son's spiritual thoughts, and crush the starry sky in minutes. God, are you kidding me? You must know that in the starry sky, there is not even a strong person in the Ascension realm, let alone a strong person in the Delian realm who is close to the gods. As for the gods, they are only in legends. If we talk about world level, the entire universe combined is nothing more than a top-level middle thousand world equivalent to all the heavens and worlds. Moreover, because the creatures and resources are too scattered, although the number of creatures far exceeds that of the top middle thousand worlds, in terms of quality, it is far inferior. P.S. The double monthly ticket event is about to end. If you have a ticket, if it is convenient, please vote quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 238. One man is a barrier and 10,000 men can't get past it. Destroy my demon clan. Hearing Father Lin's arrogant words, Scorpion Saint burst out laughing and looked at the former with a sarcastic expression. Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know the true strength of my demon clan? Destroy my clan of monsters? You can even tell me, indigenous civilization is just indigenous civilization, nothing more than a frog in the well. You know, their demon clan has been traversing the starry sky for tens of millions of years, and they have almost defeated all the invincible enemies in the starry sky. Now a person suddenly appears and says that he can destroy the demon clan. It is estimated that anyone who listens to it will find it extremely ridiculous. However, Father Lin did not refute, because, if he hadn't seen Lin Chen's mythical methods, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the world. The war continues. The two sides have been fighting for more than 10 years. However, a winner could never be determined. This made Scorpion Saint feel very uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to retreat. In the end, he chose to retreat. When Father Lin and others saw this, they did not stop him. They knew that this matter was not over yet. It won't be long before the Scorpion Saint will lead an army to the solar system. If he is more ruthless, he may even invite 1 or 2 strong men from the same realm to attack the Earth Federation together. The calm before the storm. Father Lin and Mother Lin looked at each other and saw a trace of solemnity on each other's faces. They want to help the Earth Federation survive this disaster on their own, but now it seems that it is unlikely to be possible. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. The next time the Scorpion Saint comes, it won't be that simple. Actually, it's not necessarily true. If that guy is still evil and greedy for the inheritance of our Lin family, it might not be as bad as we thought. Whatever, let's just work hard to improve our strength. Leave everything else to God's will. At worst, we can use the jade talisman left by Chenner to directly sweep away this clan of monsters, and then go to all the worlds to eat them. Retirement. As he spoke, a trace of expectation flashed across Father Lin's face, and he was obviously very interested in eating his son for retirement. In this regard, Mother Lin not only had no objection, but also agreed with it. A mother is worried when her son travels thousands of miles, let alone being separated by endless time and space. She wanted to be with her son. Even if I can't do anything, I feel at ease. As for the two brothers Lin Qingshan and Lin Qingsu, they have long been full of yearning for the world. In this way, the Lin family returned to Earth. It hasn't been quiet for a few years. The Scorpion Saint came to the outside of the solar system with an army of tens of billions of monsters. Last time, I was careless and did not lead my men, allowing the 4 of you to besiege me. This time, I have obtained the power that belongs to the strong men in the martial saint realm. It is enough for 4 men who have reached the martial emperor realm. With their restraint, I think. What are you fighting with me for? The Scorpion Saint came again, looking very excited. He seemed to see himself taking over the Earth Federation, seizing the Lin family inheritance, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Sure enough, he still came, the army of tens of billions of demons. The 4 martial emperors are complete. If that's the case, then send him to hell. Father Lin and others, who had long expected this, did not change their expressions at all when they saw the densely packed army outside the solar system. They had long been prepared. In this battle, Shiner, go ahead and we will raid the formation for you. At this time, Lin Qingshan's cultivation was only 1 step away from reaching the martial emperor realm, so Lin's father was ready to let him use the power of his bloodline to fight to his heart's content in order to get a chance to break through. As for Lin Qingsu, because the Earth's heavenly Dao sensed the danger, it poured most of the luck into her body. And her cultivation speed soared again. In the past few years, he has reached the level of Emperor Martial Realm. Yes, father. Nodding, Lin Qingshan did not hesitate and took a step forward. He immediately came from the Lin family to the starry sky. In a few flashes, he arrived in front of the demon army. Huh? Why are you the only one? Where are the others? Did they run away? Seeing Lin Qingshan's figure, Scorpion Saint couldn't help but look stunned, and then looked at the earth suspiciously. Soon, he saw Father Lin and others hanging far away in the void. For a moment, I couldn't help but be stunned. What's happening here? I alone am enough to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingshan didn't hesitate at all. Amidst the puzzled and mocking looks of countless creatures, the power of bloodline that had never been used before was activated. Boom boom boom. In an instant, an aura that towered over all living beings, like the Lord of all things, and like the incarnation of the great Dao, suddenly rose from his body before they could recover. The scene that happened next made them open their mouths. I saw that with the emergence of this energy, the entire universe, starry sky, all things, and everything in the world seemed to surrender at Lin Qingshan's feet. At the same time, the aura on his body began to surge wildly. The peak of the Martial Emperor realm. The Martial Emperor realm is complete. Before their thoughts could turn around, Lin Qingshan's cultivation had skyrocketed to the level of Emperor Martial realm, and he had no intention of stopping when the Scorpion Saint reacted and wanted to stop it. It's too late. Boom. The realm of the Martial Saint has arrived. After being promoted to the Martial Saint realm, Lin Qingshan's soaring aura has slowed down a lot this time. However, it has also raised his cultivation to the peak of the early Martial Saint realm, which is only one step away from the middle stage of the Martial Saint realm. At this point, it stopped. Gudong, seeing this extremely exaggerated scene, a series of swallowing sounds suddenly sounded throughout the starry sky. Their eyes when they looked at Lin Qingshan were filled with incredible looks. Impossible, impossible. How could there be such a terrifying method in the world to elevate a creature at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm to a level second only to the middle stage of the Martial Saint realm? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. In an instant, Scorpion Saint couldn't help but went crazy. He didn't believe what he saw at all. This is simply more terrifying than the great demon god of their demon clan, because even the 9 great priests trained by the demon god himself cannot possess such heaven-defying methods. Nothing is impossible. How can a frog in a well who is limited to this starry sky know the vastness of the world? Go and rest in peace. Lin Qingshan was neither sad nor happy. After activating the power of blood, Scorpion Saint was no longer the invincible strong man. In his eyes it can even be said that he is just a passable strong man in the same realm. Therefore, he doesn't talk too much. He picked up the long sword in his hand and started to kill the demon army. One sword opens the sky. Just how powerful is Lin Qingshan, who is second only to the middle-level Martial Saint? Let's put it this way, even if 10 Scorpion Saints come, they cannot be his opponent. And as he charged towards the army of monsters, it was like a swarm of ants breaking into an elephant. No one can resist wherever he goes as the sword energy spread across the sky. Tens of millions of monsters fell into the starry sky. Corpses gradually filled the solar system. The endless terrifying sword energy was like a cage, cutting off time and space, separating the battlefield from the surrounding void. Even though Scorpion Saint tried to escape several times, he was also knocked back by Lin Qingshan and fell back to the starting point. Hey, this human race is so cruel, single-handedly stopping a super legion with a Martial Saint at its command. The Earth Federation is going to defy the odds. When did our galaxy actually have such a terrifying force? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The major civilizations that had long been secretly investigating their actions because of the demon army's actions couldn't help but take a breath when they saw this terrifying scene. Some creatures who like to fight feel their blood boiling all over. I wish I could take Lin Qingshan's place and have a hearty battle. No, this should be a one-sided massacre. There is an army of tens of billions, and not even a single demon has walked out of the sword energy cage. It's quite the posture of one man being in charge and not being able to get out of the way. Make people admire you. I hate it. I don't know how long it took, but as Lin Qingshan wiped out all the vitality of the Scorpion Saint with one sword, the entire battlefield was only filled with the latter's last regretful voice, and then fell into complete silence among the endless corpses. There was only a terrifying scene of a young man in white holding a long sword, silently in the void. After destroying the demon army, Lin Qingshan returned to the Lin family with his parents and sister. However, the news that he single-handedly destroyed a demon legion with a Martial Saint at his command spread crazily in the starry sky. For a time, the entire starry sky was shaken by countless forces. What? A super legion with a strong Martial Saint at its command was destroyed by a strong human race at the peak of Martial Emperor. Moreover, he single-handedly killed an army of tens of billions, including the powerful Martial Saint. Are you fucking kidding me? This was the first thought of all the major forces when they received this news. However, with the intelligence organization in their hands, the same news came, and a shadow stone was also sent. Everyone was silent, actually. It really does. When the top leaders of the major forces saw that Lin Qingsu had used unknown methods, and then his cultivation soared from the original peak of the martial emperor to the level second only to the middle stage of the martial saint, they suddenly trembled. All over the eyes of some strong men were shining with golden light, and various thoughts flashed through their minds. However, in the end they shook their heads and gave up the tempting idea in their hearts. First of all, they have no grudge against the Earth Federation. Secondly, even if they take action to destroy the Lin family, regardless of whether they can get the inheritance, even if they can, they may be attacked by the demon army before they have time to digest it. Lin Qingshan destroyed the super legion of the demon clan and is probably being targeted by them. It may not be long before many powerful men from the demon clan will come to the solar system and uproot the Earth Federation, and the inheritance will also be captured by the demon clan. It is undoubtedly not a wise move to take a trip into this muddy water at this time. P.S. The double monthly ticket event is coming to an end soon. Please use your little hands to get rich and vote for a monthly ticket. Chapter 239. Who are you? The development of things did not go beyond the expectations of the major forces. 26 years after the legion led by the Scorpion Saint was destroyed by Lin Qingshan, many martial saints from the demon clan came to the Milky Way with their legions, and the terrifying aura instantly covered the entire galaxy. Has this day finally come? Father Lin and others who were in the Lin family suddenly opened their eyes after feeling this aura. In these years, Father Lin and Mother Lin have broken through the shackles of realm and been promoted to the level of Martial Saint. Lin Qingshan and Lin Qingsu have also reached the level of Emperor Martial Realm, and their strength has been greatly improved. There is no way. They have the blood of the gods. There is no bottleneck at all before they can break through to the Pahun realm. With the resources left behind by Lin Chen before he left, their strength can be said to be increasing day by day. Let's go and meet this so-called demon clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Father Lin took the lead and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Mother Lin and the other three people followed without hesitation. As for the other Lin family members, they could only look at the backs of their ancestors and pray silently. Although they also integrated the power of blood, they were not as perfect as Father Lin and others, and their blood concentration was not high. In addition, Lin Chen did not spend origin points to improve their qualifications. Therefore, most of these Lin family members who have also integrated the power of blood are at the level of Martial Emperor. Only a dozen of them have broken through to Martial Emperor, and they are all in the early stage of Martial Emperor. Father Lin does not look down on this power at all. Swish swish swish. Under the gaze of the major forces in the starry sky, four tall figures stood in the void opposite the demon army, blocking their way, with one perfect Martial Saint, three at the peak of Martial Saint, and more than 10 super strong warriors ranging from mid to late stage Martial Saints. You demon clan really looks up to us. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the army of monsters, Lin Qingshan had a hint of surprise in his eyes. This power, even if placed deep in the starry sky, is enough to rival a dominant force. HMPH, you dare to offend my demon clan? Today is the day you die. Seeing Father Lin and others, the leader of the demonic dragon Martial Saint couldn't help but flash a trace of cruelty and greed in his eyes. As long as he takes down these few people in front of him, he will have full confidence in forcing out their inheritance. By then, their demon clan will be truly invincible in the starry sky. It's no big deal to unify the starry sky. Kill. Thinking of this, the demon dragon Martial Saint could no longer hold back the violence in his heart, waving the weapon in his hand and bursting out with thick murderous intent. At the same time, the hundreds of billions of monsters standing behind him also burst out with their own amazing auras. Under the leadership of many Martial Saints, countless supernatural martial arts swept towards Father Lin and others like a flood. Although the attack of a single soldier is like an ant pushing you, and you can't even feel it, but when the quantity reaches a certain level, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes in the same way. It will be the same if these hundreds of billions of demonic armies attack together. The dazzling torrent of magical power, even the super strong ones who have reached the realm of Realm Lord have to avoid the edge for a while. Now, they are probably going to be finished. It's a pity that these people were exposed too quickly. If they continue to survive for tens or millions of years, with their background, they may not be able to overthrow the demon clan. Time is also destiny. Countless powerful people who were paying attention to the situation here because of the actions of the demon clan couldn't help but shake their heads and looked quite regretful when they saw this scene. Compared to the demon clan, they prefer to let the Earth Federation develop and dominate the starry sky. After all, no matter how cruel the human race is, they will not destroy human civilization at every turn like the demon clan. The power of blood, Kai, facing the conquest of the demon clan's army. Father Lin and others looked at each other and saw a strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they activated the power of blood in their bodies. Boom boom boom, as a terrifying aura that was transcendent and superior to all living things rose up on them. The cultivation level of Father Lin and others suddenly skyrocketed crazily before the torrent of magical power from the demon army reaches its halfway point. Two terrifying auras comparable to those at the peak of a martial saint and two comparable to those at the late stage of a martial saint burst out from them. The palm of creation, Wujiquan. One sword opens the sky, two dazzling sword lights, accompanied by a punch and a palm, collided with a torrent of supernatural power erupted by the demon army. In the trembling eyes of countless strong men rumble the moment the two collided. Hundreds of millions of miles of void instantly turned into powder, and a deafening sound spread throughout the starry sky after receiving the torrent of magical power from the demon army. Father Lin and others showed no signs of anything strange except that their faces turned pale. After all, in addition to possessing almost 100% of the power of the divine bloodline, they also have a magic weapon tailor-made for them by Lin Chen, which can increase their power by nearly 10 times. Coupled with the secret method recorded in the skill, they can explode. The power is much more terrifying than that of ordinary martial saint perfection. What a powerful secret! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that this starry sky had such terrifying magical powers, even though the powerful people from all major forces had been prepared in their hearts. When they actually saw this scene, indescribable shock still appeared on their faces. In the martial saint realm, he is already the top powerhouse in the starry sky. The difference between each realm is incalculable. However, Father Lin and the others were actually able to use some unknown secret method to improve their cultivation by 3 realms. And the combat power they unleashed was beyond their imagination. This is almost like a myth. Are you so strong? When Demon Dragon Martial Saint saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he is not worried because he has already felt that this is the limit of the combat power that Father Lin and others can unleash now. In that case, let's destroy it. Worried about Qi's exchange, Demon Dragon Martial Saint directly joined the ranks of besieging Lin's father and others. As a result, they who were still barely able to support themselves suddenly retreated steadily. There is no way. There are too many enemies, and they are also armies with combined attack formations. When the powers are superimposed on each other, even if there is some loss, it is not comparable to that of ordinary martial saints. Aren't you really an enemy? Seeing this, Lin's father couldn't help but shook his head, but there was no trace of fear on his face. With his son backing him up, he feels confident. In that case, there is no need to fight. The demon clan, your end has come. Looking at Demon Dragon Martial Saint indifferently, Lin's father didn't know when a jade pendant with the word Lin engraved on it appeared in his hand. Then under the puzzled eyes of countless creatures crushed hard in an instant, a terrifying aura that transcended all things in the world and towered over the starry sky awakened from the jade talisman. Immediately afterwards, a young figure wearing white clothes, exuding indescribable qualities such as nobility, immortality, detachment, eternity and so on, seemed to appear to the world from the depths of endless time and space. Martial Saint Realm, beyond Martial Saint Realm in the blink of an eye. The cultivation level emanating from this phantom reached an unfathomable level. It was not until this moment that they realized that their proud cultivation was so small, fragile and insignificant in front of this young man in white, just like a vast world and a speck of dust. The difference is incalculable. You, who are you? P.S. I have something to do tonight. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 240. Destroy the Demon Clan, the Great World of China. You, who are you? The demonic dragon Martial Saint's expression changed drastically, and even his body trembled slightly, with unspeakable fear flashing in his eyes. The aura exuded by Lin Chen's spiritual incarnation was many times more terrifying than the demon god, the ancestor of their demon clan, and this is just an incarnation. If the main body takes action, I don't know how terrifying it will be. How dare an ant-like race harm my relatives? However, facing the doubts of the demonic dragon Martial Saint, Lin Chen did not explain, or in other words, such a little guy was not worthy of his attention at all. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, the vast laws that filled the starry sky suddenly rioted in full view of everyone. An unparalleled vast fluctuation instantly covered the entire battlefield. Bang bang bang. Under the shocked gazes of countless creatures, this army of hundreds of billions of monsters fell straight into the void, with no trace of life left. Even the demonic dragon Martial Saint, who was the leader of this army under the law, all living beings are equal. Forget it. Since this world has nurtured me and my relatives, I will help you get rid of the source of the harm to this world. Before everyone could react, the incarnation of Lin Chen's spiritual thoughts suddenly changed his expression. He sighed lightly, but did not refuse the request of this world. This starry sky was born not long ago, and even the will of the universe has not yet reached its peak. Otherwise, there would be no way to deal with a powerful demon who accidentally broke in and was seriously injured, except to suppress him. And as the strong demon clan gradually recovered from his injuries, he even still had the power to interfere with the outside world, forming the current demon clan. Continue like this, sooner or later, this starry sky will gradually weaken due to the killings of the demon clan. At the same time, the power of the will of the universe will also weaken, and the powerful demon clan can also take this opportunity to devour the origin of this universe and starry sky, and achieve enlightenment in one fell swoop. God's opportunity, of course. This is only in general, but unfortunately, he met Lin Chen. Not to mention that this starry sky is inextricably linked to him. Even if it wasn't, he would mind his own business and kill the powerful demon clan completely when encountering this situation, not for anything else, just because he is a human and he is a demon. Lin Chen has not forgotten how the demons took great pains to target him when he became a god. That is to say, he is not strong enough now, otherwise, he would have hit him long ago. The space-time channel, open, Lin Chen's heart moved, and he searched for the place where the powerful demon clan was, and opened the passage to the world over there. Then reach out and explore it. A figure with a ferocious head and horns, 100 feet tall, and exuding overwhelming demonic energy, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Human, the human race is immortal. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could a supreme being at the level of a god appear in the starry sky? Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Chen's body, the eyes of this powerful demon clan suddenly showed a look of extreme fear. Unbelievable. Huh? Are you still from the demonic dragon clan? However, if you meet me, you will be unlucky. Go and be quiet. Lin Chen saw through the true form of this powerful demon at a glance, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The demonic dragon clan is more terrifying among the demonic clan than the 9 other snake royal clan. He is one of the true optimus pillars of the demon clan called royalty. There have been saint-level superpowers born in the clan. If ordinary gods knew his identity, perhaps this identity could save his life. After all, the demons still have some deterrence. However, for gods who have humans as their backers, the demonic dragon clan has no deterrent power at all, and may even be more likely to kill you. No, feeling the death crisis coming from his body, this strong man of the demon dragon clan only had time to let out a cry of despair before Lin Chen wiped out all life. After doing all this, Lin Chen's incarnation looked up at Lin's father and others, and said with a smile, "Mom, Dad, second brother, little sister, please go back first." Okay, wow, brother, you are too strong." At this time, Lin's father and others, who were awakened by Lin Chen's voice, reacted. Among them, Lin Qingsu, the younger sister, even screamed in surprise. With eyes full of admiration, an enemy that could not defeat as Lin Chen, the incarnation of spiritual thought, was summoned. Earth-shaking changes suddenly occurred. The demon army, which was comparable to the top power in the depths of the starry sky, was completely wiped out by his elder brother's thought. Even the strong man behind the demon clan was grabbed by him with one hand from across the endless space, and then, without a trace, kill it without any suspense. With such strength, even if they have some understanding because of Lin Chen. However, when this scene actually appeared before their eyes, the visual impact caused their inherent worldview to completely collapse. It turns out that people can be so strong, while Gudong, the demon clan that has dominated the starry sky for tens of millions of years, was wiped out like this? Am I dreaming? Wrong, we were all wrong. The reason why these people are so terrifying is not because of any treasures or inheritances they have obtained, but because they have an extremely close relationship with such a powerful being. It's okay that we didn't have any conflict at the beginning. Otherwise, although this creature did not continue speaking, they could all understand the meaning. Thinking about the consequences if they did this, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lin Chen didn't know what the powerful people from the major forces thought, nor did he want to know from the beginning to the end. He and the creatures in the starry sky were not on the same level. He doesn't care what these creatures think. And after he returned to the Lin family with his parents and 2 younger brothers and sisters, Lin Chen, who was practicing in seclusion in Zhenwu world, heard the mechanical and cold reminder of the system in his mind. Congratulations to the host for helping the Earth starry sky world to destroy the source of evil and obtain the gift of the will of the universe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12,222 origin points, more than 10,000 origin points. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the will of Xingquang universe would be so generous. Well, last time I went to the starry sky where the Earth is, I noticed that the Earth is not simple. It seems to have evolved from the decline of high-level worlds. If that's the case, then thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Just do what he said, and he instilled his will into his spiritual incarnation through endless connections across endless time and space. Huh? Are you going to use the corpses of billions of monsters to evolve the Earth? Is this okay? After receiving the news from the main body, the incarnation of Divine Mind immediately went to find Father Lin and others and told him his plan. Don't worry, I have done this kind of thing more than once in all the worlds. Okay, we support you. Smiling and nodding, the incarnation of Divine Mind suddenly rose into the sky and jumped beyond the Earth. He first waved his hand and spread hundreds of billions of monster corpses all over the surrounding void. Then, with a thought, a huge furnace appeared in front of him, continuously absorbing the monster corpses around him. The sky and the Earth are infinite. The universe is borrowed from the law. The world is promoted. I don't know how much time passed, but as the monster corpses scattered across the starry sky were exhausted, Lin Chen shouted loudly. In an instant, the vast energy he smelted was immediately instilled into the original space where the Earth's heaven is located. Rumble. With the influx of large amounts of energy, the Earth suddenly began to tremble in the astonished eyes of countless creatures. The Earth began to grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the cities that were originally tens or hundreds of miles apart became tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles apart. And this distance continued to soar. Level 3 small thousand worlds, level 4 small thousand worlds, level 5 small thousand worlds. Earth's world level soared rapidly. After a while, it was promoted to the level of the 9th level small thousand worlds, which was only one step away from the middle thousand worlds. Hiss, it's so big. The Earth we live on has actually become so big. Huh? I can't fly in the air anymore? Damn it, has the improvement in world level caused the Earth's space to become more solid? It seems that one has to reach King Wu's level of cultivation to be able to fly in the air. Not only that, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding space seems to have increased dozens of times. I feel that the speed of cultivation has become much easier. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and practice in seclusion. The changes in the Earth have caused many powerful people to rise into the sky involuntarily, wanting to observe its changes from high altitudes. After this try, I noticed a huge change for a time. Various exclamations continued to sound from heaven to earth. However, all of this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. He will spend his time helping the Earth to advance. Of course, there are reasons for his hometown and his previous life. But the most important thing is that the Earth, universe and stars have always been generous. He just took action to destroy a powerful demon who was causing harm to this world, and received feedback from more than 10,000 origin points. This would help the Earth to advance and become a world within one that will definitely attract the attention of the will of the universe, and even take the initiative to support the Earth, making it the center of the starry sky and the cradle of the strong. After all, in terms of foundation, the resources possessed by one universe are generally much stronger than those of worlds of the same level. In other words, if the resources in the space where the Earth's universe is located are used properly, they will give birth to a large number of martial saints and even strong men who surpass the realm of martial saints, becoming one of the top worlds in the world. The more powerful there are, the stronger the will of the universe will be. The two complement each other and are indispensable. That's all. 10 years, 100 years, 200 years. In the blink of an eye, the Earth continued to expand endlessly for hundreds of years. At this time, the solar system has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the size of the Earth directly expanded to the point where it was 100 or even 1,000 times larger than the entire solar system. In addition, the Sun and Moon also expanded many times under Lin Chen's operation. As for other stars, Lin Chen has long been integrated into the Earth. At this time, the Sun and Moon are revolving around the Earth, but the changes throughout the year are not much different from before. The corpses of hundreds of billions of powerful demons are enough to turn the Earth into a 4th-level medium thousand world. However, this is normal. After all, although the number of these demon corpses is large, the quality is really not complimentable. I just don't know what kind of feedback the will of the universe will give me. Looking at the Earth, it is gradually becoming more stable. No, to be precise, it is the great world of China, because the Earth at this time is no longer spherical, but an irregular behemoth. Therefore, after the Earth Federation's senior officials solicited opinions from the public, the Earth was officially renamed the Great World of China. Lin Chen was not asked to wait any longer. As the level of the Great World of China stabilized, the mechanical and cold sound of the system's improvements suddenly came to his mind. Congratulations to the host for helping the Earth recover and return to the 4th level of the 1,000 worlds, for gaining the gratitude of the divine state of China. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 666 origin points. Congratulations to the host for assisting the Earth and being promoted to the 4th level of the Middle Thousand World and receiving the cosmic reward. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Universe Controller, 23,333 origin point. Title of Universe Controller. After wearing it, you will gain control of this universe, the controller of the universe. After a quick glance, Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but fixate on an unexpected reward. After careful inspection, his face couldn't help but reveal a deep joy, to put it bluntly. This authority is just like the perfect world rewarded by the system. He can freely manipulate time and space, change the concentration of spiritual energy in the world, and even modify the laws of the world. The most important thing is that due to the special characteristics of the Earth and universe, although there is no soil for the birth of gods, it can accept the cultivation of strong people in the heaven realm. That is to say, as long as he brings enough resources and sends some of the Lin family's masters to the Earth and universe, he can reverse time and allow the Lin family's celestial realm masters to have 100 or even 1,000 times the training time of ordinary people. It seems that I still have to go there, thinking in his mind. Lin Chen didn't hesitate much. After selecting a group of Lin family disciples who had the hope of becoming gods, they opened the time and space channel with a large amount of resources and traveled towards the special time and space of the Earth and universe. After arriving in the Earth universe, Lin Chen did not immediately let these Lin family disciples start seclusion. Instead, he took them to the Lin family in Qiancheng. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Xia and others couldn't help but have strange expressions on their faces because they felt the blood of the Lin family in these people. He brought Lin Xia and several grandchildren to Father Lin, Mother Lin and others. Zayar, these are your grandparents, uncles and aunts. At the beginning, following Lin Chen's explanation, Lin Xia and others soon nodded in understanding. The theory of past lives is somewhat bizarre, but when you reach their level, anything is possible and is within everyone's understanding. Therefore, they quickly accepted the results. After that, Lin Chen did not delay any further. After he selected a relatively suitable retreat place in the great world of China, he began to use the authority of the controller of the universe to reverse the speed of time passing for billions of miles around. Thanks to book friends, Piaomio's reward of 600 starting coins. Chapter 241, Breaking Through the Immortality Realm. Lin Fan goes to the appointment. After he selected a relatively suitable retreat place in the great world of China, he began to use the authority of the controller of the universe to reverse the speed of time passing for billions of miles around. 1 to 100. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't want to reverse more time, rather, his time to reverse this area also consumes origin points. The passage of time 100 times within this range requires one source point to be maintained for 1 year, which is 100 million points converted into success points. However, after all, with such a large scope, Lin Chen can completely accept this consumption. More than 100 tribesmen with cultivation levels ranging from the Realm Lord realm to the Delirium realm all have the possibility of becoming gods. Coupled with the passage of time 100 times, it won't be long before our Lin family will be able to give birth to a large number of climbing heaven realm and even a strong man who has broken through the realm of delusion. As long as the base number is up, there is no need to worry that no one in the tribe will be able to realize themselves and become gods. Since Lin Chen destroyed the demon clan and the powerful demons behind them that harmed the universe, most of the power of the will of the universe has been liberated, causing the flow of time to begin to synchronize with the world. Otherwise, even if he obtained the authority of the controller of the universe, Lin Chen would not think of using the starry sky to cultivate the younger generations of the Lin family. If it weren't for the fact that the perfect world rewarded by the system has not yet been promoted to the level of the Great Thousand Worlds, and cannot reverse the time suitable for the cultivation area above the ascending heaven realm, why would I waste so much effort? Looking at the vast universe in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but be filled with emotion. Although the layout of the universe is not as resource-intensive as this Zhenwu great world, it is rich in spiritual energy and sufficient Taoist charm. But as the saying goes, every gain must come with a loss. The size of the universe is no longer much smaller than that of an ordinary world. The number of creatures it has produced far exceeds that of worlds of the same level. There are many civilizations and various cultivation methods. This also leads to the upper limit of the universe being larger than that of ordinary worlds of the same level. Much higher. Take the perfect world rewarded by the system as an example. According to the supreme rules, as long as this world is not promoted to the Great Thousand World, he cannot truly transform a time-accelerated training area suitable for those who are at the heavenly realm or above. After all, the climbing heaven realm itself has a status comparable to that of Zhongqian world, essentially the same, The beneficial effect of reversing the time of 1,000 worlds on such powerful people will naturally be greatly attenuated. However, the Earth universe is different. First of all, this universe is in a special space and time, and the flow rate of time itself is not fixed. Secondly, the size and upper limit of the universe allow Lin Chen to operate in this way. Therefore, he, who was worried about how to quickly cultivate gods, naturally chose to transform this universe into a cultivation area suitable for them without hesitation. As for why it was placed in the great world of China, actually, this doesn't matter as long as he is in this universe. For Lin Chen, it will be the same wherever he is. Of course, it would not be that simple for him to spend so much time on it. The will of the universe is composed of the will of all living beings. Although I can forcibly refine the universe with my strength, it will cause a lot of losses. If I let the Lin family support the great world of China, it will indirectly affect all living beings in the universe and let them all label me the Lin family brand. Does that mean that my Lin family can replace the will of the universe? If I can do it, then I can refine this universe very smoothly, and then there will be an opportunity for the perfect middle 1,000 world to be promoted to the great 1,000 world. If you want to advance from this Honkian world to the great 1,000 world, the difficulty is not that high. This Zhenwu world can be promoted. After all, it has developed for hundreds of billions of years and accumulated a lot of foundation. In addition, several invasions of demon armies have been both disasters and opportunities. After defeating the opponent time and time again, the corpses of the demon army left behind not only made up for the damage suffered by Zhenwu Great World, but also greatly enhanced its heritage. It is precisely because of this that he was able to guide the Zhenwu Great World to be promoted to the Great 1,000 World. As for the perfect world with system rewards, the time required to advance to the top middle 1,000 world is short after all, and the foundation is relatively insufficient. To advance to the great 1,000 world requires a large amount of resources, not to mention that it is impossible for Lin Chen to use the Lin family's background and the origin points he has finally accumulated to promote him. Even if he could, these resources are not enough. Therefore, after obtaining the authority of the controller of the universe, Lin Chen had the idea of annexing this universe and promoting the perfect world to the great world. So in the coming time, while Lin Chen set out to develop the Lin family in China, he also brought many people from the Lin family in this Zhenwu world with cultivation levels ranging from the true spirit realm to the heavenly realm to create a martial arts college in the world of China. Everything is going step by step in this way. Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye after so many years of development. The Earth's universe at this time has become prosperous with the establishment of Wushan Academy. From the beginning, the Martial God Academy recruited a group of disciples every 10 years. Now, it has been recruiting once every 1,000 years, ranging from dozens to millions each time. These disciples come from all over the universe. After graduation, they also follow the purpose of Martial Arts Academy, created forces one after another, and passed on what they learned after millions of years of accumulation. The reputation of Wushan Academy has reached its peak. All living beings yearn for it. At the same time, the Lin family, who stood behind the Martial Arts Academy, also became a well-known transcendent force in the universe. If this continues, in less than 10 million years, I will be able to completely refine the will of the universe. Lin Chen, who had long since woken up from seclusion and was only one step away from the middle stage of the immortal realm, looked at the Earth and the universe from an endless distance of time and space. With a slight smile on his face in these years of seclusion, he not only refined the immortal corpses of the three demons, but also consumed most of the origin points. Not only did he successfully break through the realm of immortality to the early stage of the realm of immortality, he also reached the peak of this realm. As long as you master a few more laws, you can truly break through to the middle stage of the immortal realm. In addition to Lin Chen's strength growing steadily, the comprehensive foundation of the Lin family has also increased further. First of all, the number of tribesmen in the Pahun realm has increased from dozens to thousands now. There are more than a dozen people who have reached the third calamity of the Pahun realm, including Lin Xia, Chu Sighting and others who are closely related to Lin Chen. The present. Secondly, the number of powerful people in the Ascension realm has also reached an extremely impressive level, exceeding 100,000. In addition, the Lin family's original ability to generate one origin point every 50 years has been shortened to 30 years. Calculating the time, the 3 million years agreement made by the Fang family is almost here. After sorting out the harvest over the years, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the heavens and the world. At the beginning, Lin Fan fell in love with Fang Keeg, but Kai Nilan Xiaofu crossed his fingers, trying to take advantage of the Fang family's crisis to use his own advantages to win the beauty back unexpectedly. The head of the Fang family loved his daughter very much. At Fang Keek's request, and an elder from the outer courtyard of the Human Race Holy Academy helped Lin Fan speak, he finally relented and agreed on 3 competitions. The first scene, compared to the background in the second game, it's a competition to see who can win Fang Keek's favor. The third game is between Lin Fan and Kainigun Xiaofu. The winner is the king. Needless to say, all the forces that knew about this matter basically acquiesced in the previous 2 games. Lin Fan's background is not as good as Kainigun Xiaofu, therefore, the latter wins. As for the second game, the news that Fang Keek likes Lin Fan is not a secret, and this is Lin Fan's advantage therefore. The third test is crucial, the peak of the first calamity of breaking the delusion realm, but still failed to break through to the second calamity of breaking the delusion realm. In a secret room in the outer courtyard of the Human Race Holy Academy, Lin Fan woke up from seclusion and felt the surge of power in his body, but there was no happy look on his face. Kainigun Xiaofu is a divine son. Even though his talent is weaker than him, he has been practicing for longer than him in the same situation. Even if his combat power is stronger than Kainigun Xiaofu, he still cannot form an overwhelming advantage. According to Lin Fan's estimation, Kainigun Xiaofu's cultivation level is estimated to have broken through from the peak of the first calamity to the second calamity of Pahun realm. In this case, his chances of winning are undoubtedly much smaller. The time is almost up. Let's go to Fang's house first and take it one step at a time. Despite this, Lin Fan did not intend to give up after he came out of seclusion. He first found the elder of the foreign dean who he had become friends with. And then they walked towards Fang's house together. The starry realm where the Fang family is located is tens of millions of light years away from the academy. We should go there through the nearby space-time channel. This can save a lot of time. The name of this outer dean is Feng Lao. Although he has not yet attained enlightenment and become a god, he has gone through 12 reincarnations and his combat power is not much worse than that of ordinary immortal gods. Because he admires and thinks highly of Lin Fan, when he encountered that incident, he said some kind words to him, and that was how he got this opportunity. Okay, please give me the title of elder. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Xiao Fan, your talent is even better than me. There is no need to ruin your future just for the sake of impulsiveness. You know what I mean, right? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Feng finally expressed his thoughts. I know, if it doesn't work, I will give up. Lin Fan knew that Elder Feng was doing this for his own good, so he was willing to obey his words at this time. In fact, he had already planned it in his mind. Unless Fang Keek doesn't want him anymore, he won't give up. Even he had prepared for the worst elopement. As long as Fang Keek is willing, he will take her home. As for the Fang family, even without the help of the Kainigun Shenzong, as long as they don't use hard steel, they will at most lose some industry and resources, and there will be no risk of annihilation. After all, we are all humans. There are high-level human beings watching above their heads. Under normal circumstances, disasters such as genocide cannot occur among the immortal forces, and with his qualifications, it would take at most 10 billion years for him to accumulate enough knowledge to achieve enlightenment and become a god, or perhaps waiting for hundreds of millions of years. The ancestor's talent is at least a perfect cultivation level in the immortal realm, and this problem can still be solved. Chapter 242 3 Competitions. As long as you understand, nodding happily, Elder Feng led Lin Fan to a huge square suspended in the void. In just a few hours this square is 1,000,000 miles in diameter. Time and space passages opened by immortal realm experts are distributed around the square, and there are many shops standing on both sides of the road at this time. The square was packed with people. There were shouts and shouts everywhere. Those who can leave the world and survive in the endless void must at least have the cultivation level of nirvana and above, and those who have the capital to use the space-time channel to go to other realms are basically either the proud ones with a profound background, or the powerful people who have ascended to the heaven realm and above. Therefore, although this square is very prosperous, the number of people who can use the space-time channel is less than 1/10,000th of the total. Where are the two seniors going? Seeing Elder Feng and Lin Fan approaching, the staff guard in the space-time passage immediately came to greet them. This place is where the long-distance space-time passage is located. Even if you are near the outer courtyard of the Human Race Holy Court, there are not always customers coming to the door, so the service is relatively good. The Realm of Stars, Star Realm? Okay, the two of them have a total of 200,000 top-quality source stones. Lin Fan rushed to pay. Although he has spent most of his resources on cultivation over the years, he can still get a mere 200,000 top-quality source stones for an ordinary Ascendant Realm expert. It only takes 10,000 years to earn 200,000 top-quality source stones for a strong person like Lin Fan who is in the Delusion Realm. He can earn it in 100 years at most. As the teleportation started, Lin Fan only felt dizzy. The next moment, he came to a large teleportation square that was several times larger than the square just now, so fast. Stepping out of the formation, Lin Fan could see at a glance the huge world that was only about a light year away from him. The big world of stars as the middle realm of the human race. The star realm has the suppressive foundation of 3 great worlds. The Star Vault world is the oldest and most powerful world in the Star Vault realm. In addition to the Fang family, the 3 major aristocratic families in the Star Vault world also have the Chu family and the Jin family. They all have immortal gods who are second only to the peak of the immortal realm. In addition to the 3 major aristocratic families, there is also the Qiannian family. The Shenzong and the Hidden Sword Shenzong are 2 overlord-level forces with strong men who have perfected the immortal realm. While leading Lin Fan towards the Star World, he introduced to him the distribution of forces in this world. There is no strong person in the immortal realm sitting in the Star World, or in other words, the entire Star World. It belongs to the relatively weak middle realm, but that was only a relative term. To Lin Fan, even the Fang family was a huge behemoth in his opinion, let alone the Qiannian divine sect. One can imagine the pressure in his heart. And just when Lin Fan was rushing to the Fang family at the same time, in the Fang family, Qiannian Xiaofu had already brought the patriarch's father to the Fang family's meeting hall. Ha, Master Fang, you're all right. I didn't expect that we who competed when we were young would one day become in-laws. It's really gratifying and congratulatory. Hey, where's the Qiannian sect master? Our Fang family is really lucky to have an in-law like the sect master. Presumably this is the famous young master Qiannian, right? Faced with Qiannian Dayan's kind words, the head of the Fang family naturally had no discernment and was polite. Then, he turned his attention to Qiannian Xiaofu, who was sitting beside him, and said with a smile, "Yes, this is Quanzi. Since he came out of seclusion this time, my son's cultivation has reached the 2nd calamity of breaking the illusion. He's expected to break through to the 3rd calamity of breaking the illusion before he is 300 million years old. The chance of becoming a god is as high as 50%. Qiannian Dayan stroked the beard on his chin and said proudly, although they are all immortal forces, the number of gods is also extremely limited. Take the Fang family as an example. Apart from the ancestor who suffered a backlash in the late stage of the immortal realm, there are only 2 immortal gods left in charge. In other words, the Fang family only had 3 immortal gods at its peak. Although the number of immortal gods in the Qiannian divine sect is a little more, it is not much more. The total number is less than 10. It can be said that every time an immortal god is born, it is an earth-shattering event for them, and they need to send out invitations widely and celebrate for hundreds of years. 50% chance. My good nephew is indeed a famous and peerless genius in the star realm. A tiger father has no dog son. Hearing Qiannian Dayan's words, the head of the Fang family was shocked, and his eyes looking at Qiannian master became more and more satisfied. Although he wanted to use the power of the Qiannian divine sect to help the Fang family survive this disaster, but Fang Keek is his daughter. After all, the better Qiannian Xiaofu is, the less guilty he feels. Father, just when both parties were thinking, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The 3 of them looked at each other intently. I saw a beautiful woman in a purple dress and robe, who looked about 21 or 12 years old, walking lightly from the door of the hall. Keek, haha, come on, this is your uncle Qiannian. This young talent is Qiannian Xiaofu, the most famous and unique talent in our star realm. Uncle Qiannian, young sect master. Although she hated them in her heart, Fang Keek was the young lady of the Fang family after all, so she still managed to say hello. Although Qiannian Dayan felt a little unhappy about this, but seeing that his son liked Fang Keek, he didn't say much. Then the conversation with the head of the Fang family continued. It's already 3/4 past noon, and Lin Fan hasn't come to the appointment yet. Has he given up? I'm just saying, a little bastard with some talent but no background has any qualifications to compare with my Qiannian Xiaofu. Uncle Fang, I don't think there's any competition. Just marry Keek to me. After waiting for a while, Qiannian Xiaofu, who was a little annoyed when he saw his father chatting animatedly with the head of the Fang family, licked his face and went to chat with Fang Keek but was ignored by her, suddenly became angry. In your dreams, I will not marry you. The person I like is Lin Fan. Hearing this, Fang Keek immediately became unhappy. It doesn't matter. The girl is ignorant and thinks she has met the Mr. Right. But in fact, if the 2 of them are not on the right family, there will be no good results. Miss Fang is still young and does not understand this truth. When she gets married, I will do it. Those who come from the Yuanshan sect will naturally understand this truth. Compared with Qiannian Xiaofu, Kainun Dekan obviously has more city, haha, we are just a long way away. Isn't it a little bad for your Kainun Shenzong to say bad things behind other people's backs like this? Just when Fang Keek wanted to continue to say something suddenly, a slightly sarcastic voice sounded in the hall. Everyone looked up. I saw Elder Fang leading Lin Fan into the hall. Master Fang, Lin Fan is here to keep the appointment. Keek, brother Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan, Fang Keek was obviously very happy and greeted him with a sweet smile. Snort. Seeing this scene, even Kainun Dekan couldn't help but snorted in his heart. Master Fang, since Lin Fan is here, let's start the competition. That's very good. The head of the Fang family nodded quickly. Until now, he is still more optimistic about Kainun Xiaofu, but Fang Keek's actions just now are undoubtedly provoking a man's bottom line. Originally, he wanted to hold a dinner party and start the competition the next day, but according to the current situation, it is better to have a trial first. 4 million years ago, our Fang family made an agreement with Kainun Shenzong and Elder Feng to compete 3 times. In this first competition, we are matched. Our Fang family is one of the 3 major families in the Star World. If you want to marry my daughter, your status and background cannot be weaker than KK's. After organizing his words a little, the head of the Fang family spoke. Father, this isn't fair. Hearing this, Fang Keek suddenly became anxious. Keek, this is a competition between 2 young talents. You stand aside and say nothing. After glaring at Fang Keek, the head of the Fang family turned his attention to Kainun Xiaofu and Lin Fan, signaling them to start competing. Uncle Fang, our Kainun divine sect is one of the dominant forces in the Star Realm. There are super strong men who have perfected the immortal realm in our sect. In terms of background, Lin Fan is far from my opponent. At this time, Kainun Xiaofu smiled slightly, as if he was sure of victory, which made Kainun Dekan couldn't help but smile and nod. Beyond the background, I have nothing to say. You win this first game. Hearing this, Lin Fan did not refute at this time. He didn't know Lin Chen's strength. According to his guess, he was at the middle stage of the immortal realm at most, which was indeed quite different from the Kainun divine sect. Therefore, he had no way to refute. Since nephew Lin Fan has no objection, then in this first competition, Jin Yuan Shao will win. Seeing Lin Fan so happy, the head of the Fang family couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't think much and immediately announced the results of the first competition. This is what my parents ordered the matchmaker to say, but I only have one daughter, KK. Whether she marries well or not is particularly important, whether she is a good match or not. Therefore, this second competition is about Keek's feelings. Whoever Keek likes will win. As soon as the head of the Fang family finished speaking, everyone present immediately turned their attention to Fang Keek. However, she was not affected by this. He just glanced at Lin Fan with joy and said without any hesitation, Father, I choose Lin Fan. Seeing this, Elder Fang couldn't help but smile. Master Kainun, now we are even, huh? Don't be too happy. The winner will definitely be my son. Although Kainun Dekan felt very unhappy, he still suppressed the anger in his heart with the strength of his Kainun divine sect. How had he ever lost in a competition with a little brat who jumped out of that naughty corner? However, this was a rule agreed in advance after all, and as the leader of the Kainun Shen sect, it was not easy for him to fall out directly. Then the next step is the third round of competition. This competition is about the strength of the 2 nephews. Whoever is stronger will win. Chapter 243. Mr. Fang, I think it's better for you to think about it again. Neither Lin Fan nor Kainun Xiaofu are weak, so it is naturally impossible for them to compete in this hall under the leadership of the head of the Fang family. Soon, the group of people came to a huge martial arts arena. This martial arts arena is a battle arena built with great effort by our ancestors of the Fang family. It is covered with restrictions and formations, and is enough to accommodate the fighting of any creature below the immortal gods. The head of the Fang family pointed to a high platform suspended in midair and said proudly, this martial arts arena doesn't look big from the outside, covering only dozens of miles, but no one present was weak. You can easily tell that there is Kayankan inside. Judging from its appearance, the space inside is estimated to be the size of a high-end Hongqian world. Let alone Lin Fan and Kainun Xiaofu, 2 people fighting, even if it can accommodate 10 or even 100 of them. Not to mention soon, Lin Fan and Kainun Xiaofu entered the martial arts arena. Boy, I advise you to admit defeat. With your cultivation level of just breaking through the delusion realm, how can you be my opponent? As soon as he entered the martial arts arena, Kainun Xiaofu looked at Lin Fan with disdain and his words were full of condescension. Haha. I've never competed before. How could you not know that I'm no match for you? I won't give up. Just take action. A trace of anger flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Say so, but Cayenne Xiaofu's cultivation is indeed at a higher level than him. He has to give it his all. Since you want to be tortured, I will satisfy you. Cayenne Palm, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Cayenne Xiaofu burst out with a terrifying aura of breaking through the second calamity of the delusion realm, and used a supreme magical power that he had perfected to kill Lin Fan. Facing his love rival, he had no intention of holding back once he strikes. It's a killer move. Yin-Yang Divine Palm. Feeling the power of Cayenne Xiaofu's palm, Lin Fan couldn't help but have a flash of solemnity in his eyes. He immediately activated the power of his 5 elements Taoist body, displayed his magical skills that had evolved to the level of inferior Taoism, and faced him. Boom boom boom. The entry-level inferior Taoism and the perfection-level supreme magical power suddenly collided together under the gaze of everyone, and a series of earth-shaking loud noises erupted in the martial arts arena. The void, with a radius of tens of thousands of light-years, was cracked inch by inch as a result. The horrific aftermath of the battle seemed to be destroying the world, causing unimaginable damage to this competition space. But fortunately, under the formation and restrictions set up by the Fang family ancestor, almost in the blink of an eye, this broken space returned to its previous appearance, and then shattered again due to the battle between Lin Fan and Cayenne Xiaofu. What goes around comes around. Is this an inferior Taoist method? Lin Fan actually practiced an inferior Taoist method to the entry level. What a monster's talent! Seeing this scene, the head of the Fang family suddenly took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of horror. Not only him. The Cayenne Shen sect leader on the side was also filled with surprise when he saw this. A young man who clearly only has one calamity in the realm of breaking the delusion can actually be compared with his own child, who has broken through the 2 calamities in the realm of breaking the delusion and has the talent to prove the Tao. This talent, even if we look at the past and present of the star realm, it is estimated that it can be compared. Worthy of number. As long as this son doesn't die, he will definitely become a god on the future. For some reason, this sentence suddenly popped up in Cayenne Dakin's mind. This made him silent. Based on Lin Fan's talent, he must have attracted the attention of the senior officials of the outer courtyard of the Human Race Holy Academy. Under such circumstances, even if the Cayenne Divine Sect had the strength, it would be impossible to kill him, and once his son wins the game, he will win Fang Keek. That would be very offending. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel entangled. Brother Lin Fan, come on. No one noticed the thoughts in Cayenne Dakin's mind. While the heads of the Fang family and him were turbulent, Fang Keek didn't have so many thoughts. She stared at the martial arts field tightly, secretly cheering for Lin Fan. The thoughts of the outside world did not interfere with the 2 people in the battle. When he saw that Lin Fan was blocking his use of the perfection-level supernatural power and was unable to take it down, Cayenne Xiaofu felt his face burning with panic. Shame on you. His cultivation is a level higher than others, but he still can't beat them. Where does this leave him? A famous and peerless genius in the star realm? With his face? No, we can't go on like this. I have to defeat him. Thinking of this, Cayenne Xiaofu gritted his teeth and immediately used all his resources: the special Taoist body, the power of blood, and the inherited secret method of Cayenne Shenzong. Boom boom boom. As he revealed all his trump cards, Cayenne Xiaofu's aura began to surge rapidly, increasing 10 times in the blink of an eye. By the time the aura on his body calmed down, he was no worse than the average 3 tribulations powerhouses in the delirium realm. Lin Fan, I won't take advantage of you. Let's use my trump card. Let's fight openly and honestly. Cayenne Xiaofu also knew that Lin Fan had the power of blood, so he decisively used all his cards. Whatever you wish for. Lin Fan, who had been prepared for a long time, did not hesitate at all and activated the power of the Lin family's inherited bloodline and a secret method recorded in the 5 elements scripture rumble. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the aura on Lin Fan's body began to soar rapidly. In a short while, he crossed the 2nd calamity of the Palian realm and stepped into the threshold of the 3rd calamity of the Palian realm, which raised 2 realms. This made everyone who was still sitting in the audience stand up suddenly. What? Crossing 2 realms in a row? How is this possible? General immortal gods condense the power of the 4th grade bloodline. Although after being turned on, their descendants can leapfrog and fight in the Pahun realm, they can only cross 1 realm at most, even if there is a strong person in the clan who has perfected the immortal realm. The same is true for powerful forces, and in all the worlds. The power of blood that can allow descendants who have awakened the power of blood to cross 2 realms in the realm of destruction can only be achieved by those with grades above 7th level, Gudong. This Lin Fan doesn't come from that kind of immortal family with a god king sitting on the throne, right? As soon as these words came out, The scene fell into silence. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. As we all know, under normal circumstances, only the powerful ones above the level of God King can condense the power of bloodline above level 7. No, it's probably not the case. I asked Lin Chen before, and he said that although the family behind him has God sitting in charge, it is not powerful. Otherwise, there would not be these 3 competitions. At this time, Elder Feng, who is relatively familiar with Lin Chen, shook his head and broke the silence at the scene call. Hearing this, Dayan and Dayan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately not otherwise, their Dayan divine sect would be in big trouble. If this is the case, then the Lin family behind Lin Chen is very likely to be the declining power of the Immortal King. Yes, there is no other possibility except this statement. However, even so, the Lin family cannot be underestimated. The fallen King Feng Immortal was once a terrifying existence at that level. God knows what kind of trump cards they have hidden. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nodded, and looked at Lin Chen no longer with the same contempt as before, not to mention whether the Lin family behind him has other trump cards. Even if he doesn't, they may have some kind of connections that they can't imagine. If he provokes this family, they don't know how many disasters it will cause. However, Dayan was much more relaxed at this time. Before he knew the details of Lin Chen, he might be a little afraid of him, but now, although I still have some concerns, however, there is no such thought as before. I'm just talking about why Lin Chen's cultivation speed is so fast. He has also practiced an inferior Taoist method to the entry level. It turns out that he has a trace of high-level bloodline power, haha, as long as it is not the direct bloodline of the first 9 generations left by Lord God King. Even the power of high-level bloodline will become thinner with each passing generation. Lin Chen doesn't know how many generations have passed. Even if he is lucky enough to awaken in his body the power of high-level bloodline, but due to the concentration of bloodline, it may not have much effect until he attains enlightenment and becomes a god. In other words, as long as I don't provoke the Lin family behind him, I don't have to worry about Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Dayan couldn't help but have a smile on his face again. Although Feng Qi's qualifications are not as good as Dayan Xiaofu's, she is the daughter of the head of the Feng family after all. She possesses a strong bloodline and has a good chance of becoming a god on the future, and this is also the fundamental reason why he supports his son to marry Feng Qi. As the contemporary leader of the Dayan divine sect, he is not willing to be trapped in the realm of stars. He wants to develop the sect's power to a new level, and his ambition requires Dayan Shenzong to have matching strength. This strong always stay strong. If Feng Qi is married back to the Dayan divine sect, with their qualifications, the offspring they will produce will most likely be a peerless genius. As long as this development continues, the strength of his Dayan divine sect will definitely continue to rise, and sooner or later he will be able to step out of the realm of stars and reach a new level. Of course, this would take a lot of time, but who is he? The leader of the Dayan Shen sect, a super strong man in the late stage of the immortal realm. He doesn't have much else but a lot of time. He has enough patience. Boom boom boom. The battle in the martial arts arena continued. After the 2 sides released their trump cards, the 2 men fought inextricably. Various terrifying visions continued to appear in the void. However, in general, Dayan payment has some advantages. If this continues, one day, Lin Chen will be defeated at the hands of the other party. In this way, the war lasted for 3 years. Lin Chen's disadvantage gradually became obvious. After all, the temporarily improved combat power cannot compare with his own. After 3 years of fighting, Lin Fan's disadvantage of being 1 level lower than Zhenwu was finally highlighted. No, I can't lose. Qi is still waiting for me to marry her home. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and struggled to resist Dayan Xiaofu's offensive. His eyes gradually became firmer and his moves became more and more decisive. Just like that, I don't know how long it took. Boom, as an even more powerful aura spurted out from Lin Fan's body. The endless spiritual energy that filled the martial arts arena suddenly swarmed towards him like a tide. Boom. A breakthrough on the battlefield. Seeing this scene, both Dayan Xiaofu and everyone watching from the outside couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They did not expect that at the critical moment, Lin Fan's soul would actually undergo transformation, reach the ultimate level of soul, and break through to the second calamity of breaking the delusion realm. This is too incredible, right? You know, this is the realm of breaking delusion. Not those low-end cultivation realms that cannot be separated from the world in which one lives. A breakthrough like this. Is this the terror of high-level bloodline power? Fortunately he is not the divine son of the Lin family with a bloodline concentration of 100%. Otherwise, for a moment, Kainun Dekan couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. No matter what people think, the battle continues. Faced with what happened to Lin Fan, Kainun Xiaofu was extremely anxious and wanted to defeat him immediately. However, as Lin Fan began to break through, his combat power also began to increase rapidly. No matter how hard Kainun Xiaofu struggled, he could not change the situation. He could only watch Lin Fan's strength surpass him, and then defeat him openly. "We win, brother, Lin Fan wins." Fang Qi suddenly cheered. Kainun Xiaofu, who had just walked out of the martial arts arena, felt very uncomfortable when he saw this scene. Okay, in the third competition, I declare Lin Fan the winner." Although the final result of the competition surprised the head of the Fang family, he was still very happy to get such an evil son-in-law for nothing. Although, if the Fang family wants to maintain its current status in cultivation resources, it needs a strong ally. But with Lin Fan's talent, it is almost certain that he will become a god on the future. If he is given time to grow, it is not impossible to surpass his ancestors of the Fang family. Under such circumstances, even if the Fang family loses its current status and its resources are greatly reduced, it is not unacceptable to him. The big deal is that they will have to suffer for a while, but when Lin Fan grows up, they will still be able to return to their peak. Master Fang, I think it's better for you to think about it again. The situation of your Fang family is not very good now. Without the help of our Kainun divine sect, you would probably have no place in this huge world of stars. Tell me, if the Fang family is kicked out of the star world and stationed in the other two worlds with shallow foundations, will your Fang family completely decline before Lin Fan can grow up? Before Lin Fan and Fang Qi could be happy for a long time, Kainun Dekan's slightly threatening voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly solidified. The head of the Fang family suddenly looked at Kainun Dekan and asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Sect Master Kainun, what do you mean?" "It's nothing. It's just what I said." Kainun Dekan was calm and unhurried. The human temple actually does not have much restraint on the battle between the major immortal forces as long as there is no genocide or a fight to the death. I almost don't pay much attention to it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. They are weak. What if I are added to them? The human temple actually does not have much restraint on the battle between the major immortal forces as long as there is no genocide or a fight to the death. I almost don't pay much attention to it. That's why Kainun Dekan dared to make such a blatant threat. You seeing Kainun Dekan's shameless face, the head of the Fang family suddenly became angry. However, he couldn't help but hesitate at this time. On one side is the family's future, on the other is the daughter's happiness. Although the latter also has a future, it takes time to settle. But the former is a real existence once their ancestor enters reincarnation and the Kainun Shenzong secretly suppresses the Fang family. The consequences will be disastrous. Maybe the lives of senior officials like them will not be in danger, but the same cannot be said for the younger members of the family. After all, too many of the younger generation have died because of fighting with the strength of Kainun Shenzong. Just a little guidance is enough to cause the Fang family to suffer a big loss. If things go on like this, what will happen even if Lin Fan attains enlightenment and becomes a god? The Fang family is in decline to develop again. It will take an unimaginable amount of time, and it may even never develop. The head of the Fang family looked uncertain for a while, then he seemed to have made a decision. He looked in the direction of Lin Fan and Elder Fang, and said with a hint of apology, "Elder Fang, little friend Lin Fan, I'm really sorry that I might have to. I broke my promise." "Father, do you really want to regard your daughter's happiness as a victim of family marriage?" Fang Qi suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of pleading in her pleasant voice. "Qi, don't be so ignorant. The Fang family raised you and gave you such superior treatment. Can't you think about the future of the Fang family?" The head of the Fang family also flashed a trace of guilt in his eyes, but as the head of the Fang family, he had to do some things. So Huangsun turned his gaze to Kainun Dekan and his son. With slightly complicated expressions he just wanted to speak. Elder Fang, who was standing aside, couldn't help it anymore. "Master Fang, how can you break your promise? At the beginning, the three parties of us negotiated and made these three agreements. Now, Lin Fan has won two of them. By doing this, you are not taking our human race holy court seriously." "Hey, Elder Fang can't say that. This agreement itself is a verbal agreement. Also, this is just a private matter between Lin Fan, Xiaofu and Fang Geek. Why don't you take the human race holy court seriously?" If you want to blame, it's because you are too weak and can't blame others. A trace of pride flashed in Dayan's eyes, but he didn't take Elder Feng's words seriously. Although Lin Fan is a disciple of the outer courtyard of the Human Race Holy Academy, so is his son after all. This is just a private matter. The Human Race Holy Court has no reason to intervene, and it is impossible to intervene. However, just when Dayan and his son looked proud, Elder Feng and Lin Fan looked ugly, and the Feng family was about to make a decision despite their daughter's resistance. A faint voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Oh. Their strength is weak. What if I are added to them? As soon as he finished speaking, before everyone could react, a terrifying figure wearing white clothes and exuding nobility, immortality, and eternity descended from the sky behind him. There were a large number of people. He looked at Dayan and the head of the Fang family, with a hint of a smile on his face. No, a strong person in the immortal realm? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the white-clothed young man in front of them, the bodies of Dayan and the head of the Fang family trembled in unison. I have seen God. With a smile that was even uglier than crying, Dayan quickly stepped forward and performed an ancient human etiquette. Father, ancestor, why are you here? Compared to their panic, Lin Fan's face was full of surprise, and he hurriedly came over. What? Ancestor? Is he the ancestor of the family behind Lin Fan? Hearing this, Dayan's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. His eyes when he looked at Elder Feng were full of resentment. Is this what you mean when you say there are no strong men in the clan? He really wanted to curse. A family with a strong person in the immortal realm is called a family without any strong person in charge. What about them? Aren't they a bunch of rubbish? Also, you, Lin Fan, are the same. Look at you, a pure boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Why are you so mean? You could have just said that you have the support of a strong person from the immortal realm behind you. How about I step in? The more Dayan thought about it, the more panicked he became, and the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to hit someone. These people are so bad. I want to go back to the sect to retreat. You brat. You still have the nerve to say that. But if my ancestor hadn't been proficient in the laws of time and space and anticipated your disaster, would you have waited for your daughter-in-law to be snatched away by someone else before telling the family? It was okay if Lin Fan didn't ask. When he asked, Lin Xiangxiang, his father, couldn't help but slap him on the back of the head. Lin Fan was speechless and felt very aggrieved. If I knew that my ancestor was so awesome, I would have informed the family long ago. Also, whose ancestor just attained enlightenment and became a god, and yet he broke through to the realm of immortality less than tens of millions of years ago? I have never heard of it. It's strange. Could it be that those deeds recorded in the college library are? Isn't it fake? As promised, the most evil being recorded in human history took hundreds of millions of years to break through from the immortal realm to the immortal realm? Are you kidding me? Lin Fan was full of doubts, but since there were so many people in this place, he didn't ask right now. After all, the ancestor's cultivation speed was too evil. I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause if word gets out, so it's better to keep a low profile. Senior, I really didn't know that Lin Fan was your descendant. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to fight for love even if I had 100 courages. I hope that I will be honest and that I will prepare a rich gift to apologize. People have to lower their heads under the eaves, facing a super strong man in the immortal realm. Let alone him, even if the entire Shenzong is tied together, it is not enough for him to fight with one hand. Therefore, Dayan's expression very humbling. Such a large sect insists on bullying men and dominating women. I really don't know what you think, but for the sake of your sincerity, I can let you go. But, although Dayan's approach was somewhat inappropriate, he never thought of harming Lin Fan's life, and Lin Chen naturally would not say that he would take their lives. However, death penalty can be avoided and life penalty cannot be escaped. Senior, you said, as long as I can satisfy it, I will agree to any request. Dayan felt relieved. He was not afraid that Lin Chen would ask for something, but he was afraid that he would not ask for it. Although the upper echelons of the human race do not allow the immortal forces to fight against each other, they do not prohibit competition. If the Lin family deliberately targets Shenzong, let alone developing the family, it would be a good thing if they are not suppressed and weakened. If their methods are more ruthless, the consequences will be disastrous. He doesn't think that the value of his sect is more important in the hearts of the higher-ups of the human race than a strong man in the immortal realm. If there is a reason for the incident, as long as it does not violate the bottom line, it is estimated that the top brass of the human race will turn a blind eye. Isn't the little guy next to you very fond of fighting for love? How about 3 competitions? In this way, I won't do anything else. I only have one request. Let him compete with the Lin family children behind me. If he wins, I will forget the blame. If he loses, I will pay 10,000 divine crystals from the Lin family. How about that? Lin Chen thought for a moment and then stated his request. Over the years, the Lin family's rapid development has also consumed a lot of resources. The resources accumulated in the past have been exhausted, and they just used this opportunity to blackmail the Cayenne Shenzong. If you lose a game, pay 10,000 divine crystals. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Cayenne Decan subconsciously looked at the children of the Lin family behind Lin Chen. This sight immediately shocked him. The number of these Lin family disciples was not large, only 100. However, there is no existence whose cultivation level is lower than the second calamity of breaking the delusion. Of course, this was not the point. What shocked and even horrified him the most was that none of the children of the Lin family were over 100 million years old. Gudong. Is this Lin family really the declining family of immortal kings? The quality of such juniors has declined. The more he thought about it, the more fear Cayenne Decan felt in his heart. The Lin family has become equal to the immortal family of Feng Wang. The decline is probably disguised. Anyone who dares to offend them is truly seeking death. Okay, just follow what Senior said. Cayenne Decan actually wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the terrifying strength of the Lin family, it was estimated that these 10,000 divine crystals were already the smallest unit of measurement in the eyes of others, so he immediately agreed. Compared with losing some resources, he felt that it was more important to eliminate the conflict with the Lin family. With 100 Lin family children, I can only lose 100 games at most, and I have to pay a total of 1 million divine crystals. Thinking of this, Cayenne Decan couldn't help but feel a flash of heartache in his heart. 1 million divine crystals. This is the wealth that the Cayenne divine sect has accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. To just lose it like this. It makes my heart ache to think about it. Very good, head of the Fang family, I'd like to lend you a martial arts arena. Nodding in appreciation, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the head of the Fang family who was standing aside. Senior, feel free to use it. I will start the martial arts arena right away. Not daring to hesitate at all, the head of the Fang family quickly opened the martial arts arena that he was proud of. Immediately, under the instructions of the elders of both parties, one battle after another was staged in the martial arts arena. However, as time went by, the bigger the Cayenne was paid, the more silent it became. Later, there was even a look of doubt on life on the face. Am I really a genius? Cayenne Xiaofu had doubts about his qualifications because, in these 100 battles, he has not won a single one. It can even be said that he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by these Lin family children most of the time. Master Cayenne, don't forget the 1 million divine crystals you owe me. Seeing Cayenne Decan and his son leaving, Lin Chen greeted them with a smile. Senior, don't worry, I will send it to you as soon as I return to the sect. Once the Cayenne Shenzong issue is resolved, things will be much easier to handle later on. Under Lin Chen's interference, the wedding date of Lin Fan and Fang Keek was quickly decided. A big wedding will be held in a million years. Lin Chen will also attend the wedding by then. As for the main hall and wedding room where the wedding was held, the Lin family also took care of it. As for the Fang family, they are preparing the ingredients and logistics to entertain the distinguished guests. For this reason, Lin Chen said that he could help the ancestor of the Fang family get rid of the excluded law, so that he could return to the top without having to go through reincarnation. This naturally made the head of the Fang family burst into joy. He hurriedly slapped his chest and agreed, saying that he would do his best to bring the wedding to a higher level. At the same time, Cayenne Xiaofu, who was following Cayenne Decan all the way towards the sect, slowed down as he walked in the former's doubtful look. He hesitated for a while and issued a soul torture. Father, do you think I am really a genius? What, if I am really a genius? Why can't I defeat even a junior of the Lin family? Besides, they are younger than me. Ignoring Cayenne Decan's surprise, Cayenne Xiaofu muttered to himself. His eyes no longer had the sparkle they once had. You don't really think that the Lin family is a declining family with immortal kings, do you? Let's not mention that their ancestor has the cultivation level of immortality realm. Let's just say that the descendants of the Lin family he brought have the cultivation level of more than 2 calamities of breaking the delusion realm at a young age, and some of them even have the level of 3 calamities of breaking the delusion realm. A peerless monster. Do you think a genius of this level can be cultivated by a declining family of immortal kings? Even if you're lucky, 1 or 2 can be born, but this is 100. When he said this, even Cayenne Decan could not help but feel a trace of awe in his words. He looked at his son standing beside him and said seriously, I'm sure that this Lin family is definitely not the so-called immortal family of the declined king, but he is the immortal family of the king. Although you are a genius. Looking at the entire star realm, it is a top-notch existence, but for a terrifying immortal family like the Lin family, what does it matter? He targets the entire human race, and even targets hundreds of millions of races in all the heavens and realms. He is an endless talent, losing to them is actually not terrible. Immortal power of the king, facing the entire human race, benchmarking against all heavens and realms. I am a genius, but geniuses also have levels. Following Kayanidun Dekan's guidance, Kayanidun Sheofu murmured to himself, the look in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Father, I understand. In an instant, Kayanidun Sheofu's momentum changed somewhat. He seemed to have experienced something from it. However, this change was so subtle that even Kayanidun Sheofu himself couldn't tell how he felt. Therefore, seeing his son regaining his composure, Kayanidun Dekan smiled and patted his shoulder without saying much, and quickly returned to Kayanidun Shenzong, sect master. Young sect master. Along the way, many disciples of the Kayanidun divine sect greeted them again. The two of them kept aloof and walked all the way to the sect's main hall. Then, he convened a meeting with the sect's senior officials without stopping. Chapter 245. Major forces swarmed in. What? You have offended a powerful man in the immortal realm? Then you made an agreement with this powerful man to let Kayanidun Sheofu fight with his juniors. If you lose a game, you will pay 10,000 divine crystals. Moreover, you all lost. How many games did you lose? After listening to Kayanidun Dekan's narration, many senior officials of the Kayanidun divine sect present became anxious. The value of divine crystals is quite high in all the worlds for a god on the early stage of the immortal realm. Without practicing, it would take thousands of years to condense the divine crystals. With all his strength to condense one, the stronger your cultivation level, the faster you can condense the divine crystals. Like the source stone, the divine crystal is also divided into 4 levels, lower, middle and upper, which correspond to the 4 realms of enlightenment. Generally speaking, if you want to replace a mid-grade divine crystal with a low-grade divine crystal, everyone will rush to change it. But if you want to replace a low-grade divine crystal with a mid-grade divine crystal, there is no price at all. Under normal circumstances, others will. I don't even bother to talk to you even if I change it. There are not thousands or even tens of thousands of low-grade divine crystals, and you cannot exchange for one mid-grade divine crystal. This is why, with the foundation of the Kayanidun divine sect, it would take hundreds of millions of years to accumulate 1 million divine crystals, 100 games. Kayanidun Dekan did not dare to conceal anything and told the result. 100 games, 1 million divine crystals. HMPH, you father and son are really good. These 1 million divine crystals can be used by the sect. However, this matter arises because of the underpayment of Kayanidun. I think the position of the young sect leader still needs to be discussed. Good. As an immortal force with a long history, the Kayanidun Shen sect is not an ironclad sect. There are 3 major factions within to check and balance each other when there are no external enemies. They compete with each other for the interests of their own factions. Kayanidun Dekan had already prepared for this. No objection was raised. Therefore, Kayanidun Dekan successfully obtained 1 million divine crystals from the sect's treasure house, and then rushed towards the Fang family. The problem is not big. Give me thousands of years to solve the problem of fellow Taoist. After checking the physical condition of the ancestor of the Fang family, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a hint of confidence on his face. For other strong people, if they want to clear out the power of the law that conflicts with other laws in the body of the ancestor of the Fang family, they need to carefully induce it, use their extremely strong strength to slowly wear it away, and be careful not to let this law invade. In the body, if it causes a riot in its own laws, the consequences will be huge. So, under normal circumstances, if it is not a close relative, few strong people would help others recover from such injuries. But all of this is nothing to Lin Chen, who has the body of nirvana. It can even be said that helping others eliminate the law of riots not only has no harm but also has huge benefits, because he can refine it and turn it into his own law. The law of poison happens to be a law that I have not understood. Amidst the thanks from the ancestor of the Fang family, Lin Chen felt happy, but on the surface, he remained calm, busy stripping the law of poison from the former's body and turning it into his own. In this way, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye as the last ray of poisonous law was stripped away from the body of the Fang family ancestor by Lin Chen. The Fang family ancestor, who was originally weak and even his divine body was about to collapse, the immortal aura surged from his body, an endless life force suddenly poured in whole body. However, in just a few breaths, His severely injured body quickly returned to full body condition. An aura that was even more powerful than the peak of the late stage of the ordinary immortal realm suddenly filled the sky above the Fang family. With this breath, the ancestor has recovered. Great, great. Feeling this familiar aura, the head of the Fang family, who was busy preparing for his daughter's wedding, suddenly raised his head, with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Although it can be said that after Fang Keek married Lin Fan, they and the Lin family were all in-laws. Under such circumstances, the Fang family's status as one of the three major families in the Star World was as stable as an old dog, and even stronger than before. One step ahead. But there is a saying that is good, it is better for others to have it than to have it yourself. In this terrifying world where great power belongs to oneself, only if they have enough power to protect their own wealth can they enjoy the results with peace of mind. Otherwise, if any disaster occurs, they will have little ability to withstand risks. Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. Please accept your small kindness. If anything happens in the future, just follow your orders. I, Fang Yidan, will do whatever I can to you. When the ancestor of the Fang family, Fang Yidan, woke up, the first thing he did not check his physical condition was to compress the portable world he had created to store treasures into ring, and handed it to Lin Chen with a grateful face. This contains nearly 70% of his net worth. However, if you can avoid the pain of reincarnation, what does it mean to be only 70%? I'm determined. Seeing this, Lin Chen also smiled and took it. First of all, this is what he wants, and he can't refuse it. Secondly, the Lin family is poor. In order to maintain the rapid development of the Lin family, the treatment of the clan members cannot be reduced, of course. This is also the reason why the Lin family has not truly entered the world. Otherwise, with the current comprehensive strength of the Lin family, there is no problem in being self-sufficient. Did the ancestor of the Lin family really succeed, even the damage caused by mutually exclusive laws can be restored. It seems that the ancestor of the Lin family is stronger than I imagined. Feeling the fluctuations coming from the Fang family, Qianhuan Decan, who had been waiting for Lin Chen to come out of seclusion and pay compensation since thousands of years ago, couldn't help but take a breath. Such methods are definitely not available to ordinary immortal realm powerhouses. Fortunately, I didn't offend the Lin family too much, and I didn't have any intention of causing Lin Fan's death. Otherwise, our Qianhuan divine sect would be in trouble now. Thank you to the higher-ups of the human race, and to the rules set by the ancestors of the human race. To be honest, if it weren't for the human race's regulations, god wars are not allowed to occur between immortal forces, and they are not allowed to suppress other forces at will. With his character, there is absolutely no such thing as three games. Instead, he will use his absolute strength to force the Fang family to hand over Fang Keek, and he will use his absolute strength to kill Lin Fan and destroy the Lin family. There is no way. The rules of this world have always been like this, but this is the human race. They must abide by the rules set by the ancestors of the human race. Time flies, and nearly 1,000,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye during this period. The news that Miss Fang Keek of the Fang family had married Lin Fan had already caused a stir in the starry realm, and even in some similar realms. The reason is simple. Fang Keek's husband, Lin Fan, and the family behind him have the ancestors of the immortal realm in charge. The realm of immortality, even if it is placed in dozens of surrounding realms, it is still a super strong person standing at the top of the pyramid. It is a transcendent existence that towers over all living beings. When such a strong person is involved, even a small matter will be infinitely magnified and become earth-shattering big event. Therefore, the upcoming wedding banquet of the Fang family has become the most eye-catching event in dozens of surrounding areas. In order to participate in this grand event, many immortal forces secretly asked for an invitation under the guise of visiting the Fang family for a time. The star realm was a gathering of stars, bright and lively. Wow, there are so many powerful people. Just when I glanced at them just now, I actually saw several auras of gods. There is no other way. The attraction of a strong person in the immortal realm is too great. No one is willing to give up if they have this opportunity to contact them. That's right, not to mention the chance to come into contact with such super powerful people. Even if you can't come into contact, the gathering of so many immortal forces is still a big opportunity. If some cooperation can be achieved, it will be a big profit. Do you think the ancestor of the Lin family is just an ordinary immortal realm powerhouse? Do you know that the Fang family ancestor suffered serious Tao injuries because he broke through the peak of the immortal realm and engraved a law in his body that is mutually exclusive with the original power of the law in the body? Just when everyone is talking about it, there is always a conspicuous person showing off the gossip he has obtained in order to be in the limelight. No, He had just spoken out and already attracted everyone's attention. However, his response was not good. "TCH, we have known about this for a long time, and we still want you to tell us." That's right. It turns out that the Fang family suffered such a disaster and was about to fall down from the list of the 3 major families. Unexpectedly, it actually climbed up to the Lin family. It's really good luck. With the Lin family as its backer, the Fang family's status in the star realm will not only not be shaken, but will instead be raised to a higher level. The fact that the ancestor of the Fang family suffered from the backlash of the laws in his body caused quite a stir at the beginning. Therefore, all forces that have reached a certain level are aware of this news. However, they obviously didn't know the news that the Fang family ancestor had fully recovered, otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm now. The conspicuous bag, who had just enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight, couldn't help but become anxious when he saw the people's scornful words towards him. Haha, what do you know? Now even without the Lin family as a backer, the Fang family can still rank among the 3 major families, because the Tao injury in his body has completely recovered. What? Has the ancestor of the Fang family recovered from his Tao injury? How can this be? When they heard the words of the conspicuous bag, everyone present was shocked, and then there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. They felt that the conspicuous bag was deceiving them. Do you know how difficult it is to recover from Tao injuries? That is a Dao injury. Looking at the epic of our human race, except for a few strong people with profound backgrounds, almost all those who are tortured by Dao injuries cannot escape the pain of reincarnation. How can a mere Fang family recover from the Dao injury? The means of injury? That's right. If the ancestor of the Fang family recovers, I will eat this restaurant. Everyone present was full of doubts about the news about the conspicuous bag. After all, human race epics record that many powerful people suffered Tao injuries due to conflicts of laws, but except for a few lucky ones, almost all of them turned to reincarnation and used the power of reincarnation to eliminate Tao injuries. Why did I lie to you? I heard this news from my good brother's father's great-great-grandfather's uncle. They are a powerful force in the Taixun realm with a strong man in the immortal realm. Otherwise, you would think that there are dozens of realms in the surrounding area. Jiu Dao has immortal power with strong men in the immortal realm, so why are they all here to attend the wedding of a junior? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Yes, the appearance of a strong person in the immortal realm can easily attract the attention of a strong person. However, for a strong person in the same realm, it is undoubtedly much smaller. If 1 or 2 immortal forces with powerful immortals come to congratulate them, it can be said that they are trying to make friends with this immortal family that suddenly appeared. However, among the dozens of realms in the surrounding area, the only 9 immortal forces with strong men in the immortal realm stationed there all came. Hey, there seems to be some truth in what you say. Then the ancestor of the Fang family has really recovered, right? Wouldn't that be true if he did recover? The Lin family, yes, must be the ancestor of the Lin family. This matter is definitely related to him. For a moment, everyone's breathing became rapid. The ancestors of the Fang family have suffered Tao injuries for millions of years. If they had the means to recover, they would have recovered long ago. In other words, the culprit behind all this is most likely the mysterious immortal ancestor of the Lin family. If that's really the case, then things took off. Lin Chen was unaware of the hustle and bustle in the Fang family's sacred city. After helping the ancestor of the Fang family recover from his injuries and accepting the compensation from the Kainian divine sect, Lin Chen rushed back to the Lin family through the laws of time and space. After placing most of the resources he could not use in the family treasury, he took more than 100 Wan Shenjing fell into seclusion. The divine crystal not only contains rich Taoist charm and majestic energy, but is also tainted with a breath of law used to evolve the world. The efficiency is quite high. As Lin Chen continued to refine, all the divine crystals in his hands were consumed in just a few 100,000 years. However, the evolution of the world inside the body has also allowed Lin Chen to control dozens more laws. This made his cultivation reach the middle stage of the immortal realm in one fell swoop. And he was not far from the peak of this realm, in the middle stage of the immortal realm. I have mastered more than 130 laws. With my current knowledge, even if I don't use any external power, I will probably be stronger than the average in the late stage of the immortal realm. If I use the eternal sword, with the trump cards of 10,000 unites, I can even compete with a strong man at the peak of the immortal realm, but I probably won't be his opponent. This divine crystal is great. If I have enough divine crystals and concentrate on seclusion for hundreds of millions of years, my cultivation level will not rise all the way to the realm of the God King. When he thought of this, Lin Chen suddenly made a decision in his heart. After attending Lin Fan's wedding, It was time for the Lin family to move to a new level after all. He had spent none of the origin points he had accumulated over the years. It is enough for him to refine the will of the earth and universe in advance at that time. As long as it is integrated into the perfect world and promoted to the level of the world, it is almost a certainty. Chapter 246 Refining the Will of the Universe. As soon as the perfect world reaches the level of the Great Thousand Worlds, the time-reversing area will have an effect on the climbing heaven realm and even the delirium realm, allowing the Lin family to catch up with the tens or even hundreds of years of efforts of ordinary immortal forces in 1 year. Even at critical moments, he can reverse time 1,000 or even 10,000 times, open up the origin of the world, and cultivate a large number of powerful people in the realm of enlightenment. Of course, the amount of origin points required to do this is an extremely huge amount, which is not something Lin Chen can afford today. However, what goes around comes around. As long as he continues to develop his family and increase the number of origin points that the Lin family can derive every year, one day he will have the capital. Use the power of the family to earn divine crystals to support yourself, and use the origin points derived from the family to feed back the family. This is Lin Chen's next development plan for the family. The system opens my personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Cultivation, middle stage of immortality realm, controlling 135 laws of heaven. Physique, innate Dao body, heavenly Dao body, nirvana origin body. The artistic conception of martial arts, the medium of Taoism, the sword of heaven and earth, Tachin, and the guardian of swordsmanship, perfection. Task 1. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages. The stage of heavenly alchemist has been completed, and the stage of divine alchemist, to be completed. 2. The 8th stage of the ultimate challenge mission. The requirements are as follows. 1. There is an immortal god sitting in the clan, unfinished. 2. The number of powerful people in the heaven realm exceeds 1,000, completed. 3. Cultivate 1 divine alchemist and 2 heavenly alchemists, 1 divine array mage and 2 heavenly array mages, 1 divine talisman maker and 2 heavenly talisman makers, and 1 divine weapon refiner. Master, 2 heavenly grade weapon refiners, unfinished. 4. The number of clan members exceeded 10 trillion, completed. Origin point 116,556, millions of years of accumulation. Family buff, total 1. The chance of a newborn being born increases by 60%. 2. The qualifications of newborns are increased by 300%. 3. The cultivation speed of all Lin family members is increased by 330%. 4. The chance of being born with a special physique increases by 70%. 5. The chance of being born with great luck increases by 25%. After a quick glance, Lin Chen's eyes paused for a few times on the column of requirements for the 8th stage of the ultimate challenge mission, and then fixed his gaze on the column of the balance of the origin point. Using the origin points to refine the will of the earth and the universe in advance will cost about 100,000 origin points. If the remaining more than 10,000 origin points are all used to cultivate strong family members, it should be able to improve the qualifications and background of Lin Xia, Lin Ling and others. Much improved after refining the will of the earth and the universe, he will begin to prepare for the perfect world to break through to the level of the universe. During this period, Lin Xia and others cannot be left idle. The 8th stage of the ultimate challenge mission has stayed long enough, and it's time to push forward. As long as the qualifications of Lin Ling and other pillars of the sub-professions are improved, and they rely on the opportunity of being promoted to the world of perfection and reversing time to accumulate foundation, it won't be long before they can achieve immortality and break through to the realm of immortality. At that time, it will not be difficult for them to become divine alchemists, weapon refiners, etc. based on their background. After completing the 8th stage of the ultimate challenge mission, the rewards given by the system can greatly increase the cultivation speed of everyone in the Lin family. It can be said that one move affects the whole body. As long as this difficulty is overcome, the Lin family's development speed will reach a new level. Count the time, it's almost here. It's time to rush to the star realm. After sorting out the gains over the years and the next plans, Lin Chen couldn't help but look in the direction of the star world. No further delay. In just a quarter of an hour, he crossed a distance of tens of millions of light years and arrived at the starry world where the Fang family was located. At the same time, in the Fang family, in a huge palace suspended in midair, many strong men exuding a terrifying aura gathered here. Under this palace, there were many strong men from various major forces looking at the palace with envy in their eyes. There is a trace of desire because anyone who can enter this palace is, without exception, The most noble being among the dozens of realms in the surrounding area. Immortal gods, that's right, everyone who can be invited inside is basically a strong person in this realm. Hey, I wonder if I will have the chance to enter this palace one day. It's difficult. A realm has hundreds of millions of worlds, and each world has given birth to at least tens of billions of people. Some powerful worlds have given birth to an incalculable number of creatures. However, with such a large population, only those who can stand out from them can attain enlightenment and become gods. With just a few gods, the number of immortal gods in our major realms can be as high as it is today, which has been accumulated over countless years. You can imagine how difficult the road to enlightenment is. We envy those above us, and why don't people outside envy us? Just be content. In the past, the immortal gods, whose heads and tails were invisible, now appeared in front of them, arousing the infinite yearning and emotion of many people even for the starry world. If we take one reincarnation as a period, during this period, there were only 4 or 5 immortal gods that could be born in the star realm. If the quality of the genius declined, there would not even be one immortal god. The wedding is about to start. Brother Lin, isn't your family ancestor here yet? While many customers in the square below were talking about it, the head of the Fang family, who was deep inside the Fang family, became anxious. He looked at Lin Xiangshan beside him and asked with a rather uneasy expression. This time Lin Fan's wedding brought together too many powerful people. There are many immortal realm super beings among them. He knew very well what the purpose of their coming here was. Don't worry, ancestor will definitely come to Feiner's wedding as promised. Lin Xiangshan chuckled. The ancestor has never broken his promise, so he wasn't worried. However, seeing the anxious look of the head of the Fang family, he knew what the latter was thinking and was about to speak to comfort him. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded in their ears. The ancestor of the Lin family has arrived, coming. Hearing this, the ancestors of the Fang family and Lin Xiangshan couldn't sit still, and they all left the hall in a flash at the same time. In the main hall, suspended in midair, many existences exuding nobility, immortality, and eternal terror suddenly opened their eyes, and their figures flashed outside the main hall. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways in the trembling gazes of countless creatures. Hundreds of immortal gods were suspended in front of everyone's eyes, and the one standing at the forefront still exuded the aura of eternity. Then when everyone reacted, Lin Chen, who noticed the situation, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his lips, and stepped into the void step by step. Every step he takes is as if he has crossed time and space, giving people an unreal feeling. The law of time, the law of space, the friendly means of Tao. Seeing this scene, the pupils of several immortal realm experts standing in the front row suddenly shrank, with a trace of fear in their eyes, and they raised their hands in praise. It's a small skill, nothing worth mentioning. It is truly a great honor for all of you fellow Taoists to come to attend the wedding of the descendants of my Lin family. Mr. Lin is here to welcome you all again. There was no grudge, and Lin Chen didn't want to offend him, so he was polite. However, he didn't know that the hearts of these immortal realm experts were stirring up turmoil, because they realized at this moment that they actually couldn't see through Lin Chen's cultivation, and once they wanted to investigate, they felt a vague and fatal crisis rushing into their hearts. Hiss, so strong. At this point, they still didn't know that the strength of the young man in white in front of them was probably far superior to people like themselves. For a moment, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The fierce dragon crossing the river. I originally thought that the ancestor of the Lin family was able to cure the ancestor of the Fang family with some kind of treasure or secret method, but now it seems that I am overthinking it. But, is it worth taking the risk for the wife of a descendant of the family? Or is Lin Fan his illegitimate son? For a moment, these immortal realm experts couldn't help but feel confused, and their eyes were full of confusion. However, what they don't know is, as early as he sensed the aura of these powerful men, Lin Chen used the Eye of Destiny to shield his own cultivation. As for why they felt the danger, it was purely because of Lin Chen's strong combat power. After all, among this group of immortal realm powerhouses, the one with the highest cultivation level is only in the late stage of the immortal realm, and has not even reached the peak of this realm, facing Lin Chen, who has the power to fight at the peak of the immortal realm. Don't you feel dangerous? With this investigation, Lin Fan's wedding banquet was held very smoothly. Lin Chen didn't stay at the Fang family for long, and soon left the starry realm with the Lin family and his party. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen returned to this Zhenwu world without delay. The time and space channel was immediately opened, and he came to the Earth and universe without any delay. Lin Chen flashed and reached the deepest part of the universe. The vast and endless terrifying momentum immediately suppressed the will of the universe here, and then, Using the origin point and the Lin family's reputation among all living beings in the universe over the years, it began to be refined quickly. Boom boom boom. As Lin Chen started refining, various visions began to fill the entire universe, and at the beginning of this vision, there was a commotion among all living beings. But as time went by, I found that no disaster had occurred, just some strange phenomena, and I gradually relaxed. Millions of years, literally millions of years. What does this vision mean? Who knows? This phenomenon is all over the universe. And even the senior officials of Wushan Academy don't know about it. However, nothing bad has happened in so many years, so there is no need to worry too much. Having said that, I can't feel at ease until I understand it. Even if you know, what can you do? An existence that can cause the entire universe to produce strange phenomena, let alone you and me. Even if you add Martial God Academy or even countless strong people from it, you probably can't be its opponent. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but fail silent. Nowadays, with the unblocking of the will of the universe and the support of the Lin family, many powerful people in the universe have been born, but to be honest, just ascending to the sky is not enough in the face of the vast universe. Worth to talk about. This is true even if you break through the ascending heaven realm and enter the Pahun realm. Unless you can attain enlightenment and become a god, you will have the chance to create such a vision. After all, the size of the universe is comparable to a new world. No matter how everyone talks, it can't affect Lin Chen's progress in refining the will of the universe. Another 100,000 years later, the will of the universe was finally refined by him. At the same time, the vision that manifested over the entire universe suddenly receded like a tide, as if nothing had happened, leaving people stunned. What's happening here? Just when all the sentient beings in the universe were a little confused, an extremely terrifying aura, like gods, suddenly covered the entire universe from the depths of the universe. Immediately afterwards, a young man wearing white clothes, exuding nobility, immortality, and eternity, with a faint smile on his face, like a handsome young man, but also like a terrifying figure who controls all living things, appeared in the eyes of countless creatures. Even if his cultivation level is not enough and he cannot even see the living beings 10 miles away, he can still clearly see Lin Chen's appearance. I am Lin Chen, the founder of the Lin family and the founder of the Martial God Academy. Today, I will use my great magic power and great supernatural powers to move this vast universe and merge it with one world, and promote it to the great thousand world. May all living beings be like dragons. As Lin Chen's voice, like the mighty power of heaven, sounded in the ears of all living beings the next moment, information about the great benefits of being promoted to the great thousand world after the universe and the world merged appeared in their minds. After a short period of silence, the faces of countless creatures suddenly showed a hint of joy. Wow, our universe is actually not as good as the great thousand world in terms of levels. Moreover, it is not the strongest to step into the heavenly realm. There are actually so many levels above: the realm of destruction, the realm of immortality, the realm of immortality, the realm of creation, the realm of saints. Especially the last four realms. If our universe had not been promoted to the level of the great thousand worlds, it would have been impossible for such a terrifying existence to be born. The realm of immortality, is it really immortal? Gudong. The hope of eternal life. For a moment, the eyes of countless creatures in this universe couldn't help but flashes of light, and a look of excitement rose in their hearts. Although it is said that immortality in the immortal realm is only relative if they are killed by others together with their souls, the mark left on the world will be erased, and they will also fall. However, the temptation of infinite longevity is still too great for them, big enough for them to give up everything just to fight for a prosperous age of their own. Chapter 247: Integration of the World, Promotion, Revenge of the Top Human Race. Therefore, almost all living creatures acquiesce to Lin Chen's actions. The identification of all living beings is the identification of the will of the universe with Lin Chen's actions. The last resistance to integrating this universe into a perfect world disappeared. However, he did not start the fusion immediately. Instead, he summoned Chu Sighting, Lin Xia, Lin Ling and others together, and spent more than 20,000 origin points to exchange a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for them to improve their qualifications and background. At this point, all the origin points accumulated over the years, plus the remaining ones, have been consumed. After they have digested these treasures, their qualifications will at least be comparable to those of high-level Taoists. Coupled with the foundation of the origin point, as long as the perfect world is promoted to the level of the great thousand worlds and they can reverse time in practice, it will not take many tens of thousands of years for our Lin family to be able to. A group of powerful people in the realm of enlightenment will be born. After taking a look at the people practicing in the perfect world, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a trace of expectation on his face after these years of development. The Lin family's rate of deriving origin points has been reduced to a little over 10 years. If a few immortal gods are born, it will definitely greatly increase the speed of deriving origin points. This forms a relatively perfect cycle. The cultivation speed of the Lin family's gods will also be far faster than that of powerful people in the same realm. It's time to collect the earth and universe and take him away from this special time and space. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen couldn't help but look into the depths of endless time and space. He is about to start promoting the perfect world to the great world. Of course, it would be inconvenient to bring it out with such a big fanfare, but it would also be quite eye-catching if it arouses dissatisfaction or affects the super strong people who are practicing in the long river of time and space. Even Lin Chen dare not say that he can win steadily or even leave alive. That's why he made such a big show, attracting the acquiescence of most of the creatures in the entire universe, allowing him to control the universe as he pleased. In this way, with his strength, he can temporarily put it into his body, and naturally there will be what a big impact for those giants. As long as you don't affect him, he won't care about you at all. Lin Chen moved very quickly. After arranging Lin Xia and others, he left and plunged into the depths of time and space where the Earth's universe is located. With his authority as the Lord of the universe and his overwhelming strength, he hardly spent much effort. Just take this piece of the universe into your pocket by using the Zhongyan Tao method of holding the universe in the palm of your hand. Then, he quietly left this special time and space and returned to the great world of Zhenwu without further delay. Lin Chen immediately entered the perfect world and began to prepare for the integration with the earth and universe. Promotion to the great world in the perfect world is not like promotion to the great world of Zhenwu. It also requires major forces to collect resources to assist its promotion. As long as he uses the perfect world of heaven to devour and refine the origin of the universe, he can obtain all the latter's details, and with Lin Chen's overwhelming strength, this process reached the last step without much resistance at all. The universe and the universe, heaven and earth blend together. Give me a promotion. After everything was ready, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with light, and at the same moment, he transported the last trace of the origin of the universe to the original space of heaven. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the world suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder thundered, and the sky that enveloped all living beings suddenly became dim. Then dense cracks suddenly appeared in the layers of void, and then, like a broken mirror, it suddenly shattered. Cracked. Wow. After the void was shattered, the vast and infinite energy was like a raging sea, constantly instilled into the perfect world. The sky became vast, the earth began to stretch continuously, and even the flowers, plants and trees growing on the mainland began to grow crazily, and soon a dense jungle with a height of 1,000,000 feet was formed at the same time. The Taoist rhyme that pervaded the world suddenly became richer. Ho. This sudden change surprised the Lin family's disciples, who were already cultivating in a perfect world. At the same time, they couldn't think too much and started practicing hard. Spiritual energy storms formed above their heads. 1 year. Hundreds of thousands of years in the blink of an eye. This situation lasted for millions of years. During this period, the cultivation levels of countless Lin family disciples have improved by leaps and bounds, causing the entire Lin family's overall foundation to soar a lot, especially Chu Siding, Lin Xia and others whose qualifications and background have been strengthened. Their progress is even more obvious. Not only did they advance further on the basis of breaking through the 3 tribulations of the realm of illusion, reaching the cultivation level of 2 reincarnations, but they also practiced an inferior Taoist method to the entry level, and their strength increased greatly according to Lin Chen's estimation. As long as the perfect world is promoted to the great thousand world, and they use the reverse time and space area to practice for tens of billions of years, they can accumulate enough foundation to prove the Tao and become a god. Then, as long as they survive the divine tribulation, they can become a god. The immortal god. It took millions of years for the perfect world to finally be promoted to the level of the great thousand worlds, and once promoted to the intermediate level of the great thousand worlds, it is indeed a universe with an area comparable to that of the great thousand worlds. This foundation is too strong. As the promotion vision ended and he felt the situation in the perfect world, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a thick smile on his face. He found that as the perfect world stepped into the intermediate level, the blessing that had been almost ineffective for him was now effective again. It can probably increase your level by a level. After a little experimentation, Lin Chen deduced the effect of the perfect world on increasing his current cultivation level. In this case, with my current background, if I explode with all my strength, even some powerful gods at the peak of the immortal realm will not be my opponent. The improvement of strength is always pleasant looking at the world in front of him, which was hundreds of thousands of times more vast than before. Lin Chen couldn't hold back the raised corners of his mouth since perfect world was promoted to the intermediate great world. The pattern of this world has undergone fundamental changes. The whole world is like a twin star linked together, one up and one down. The upper part is where the previous perfect worlds were, and the lower part is where the earth and universe are. Although they are linked together, the passage in the middle has a solid world barrier that isolates the two sides. Only when you reach the realm of Pahuan are you qualified to break the barriers and step into the upper realm. In this case, then the world above is called the heaven, and the vast starry sky below is called the mortal world. Lin Chen was just stunned when he saw this situation, and did not change the rules of natural evolution of the world. If the perfect world wants to be promoted to the level of the heavenly world, it cannot disturb the evolution and development of the world too much. He is just a bystander, guiding or accelerating the process when it is important. Reversing the passage of time 100 times will cost 100 origin points for 1 year. Reversing the passage of time 1,000 times and maintaining it for 1 year will cost 1,100 origin points, which is 10% more expensive. After using the authority of the Lord of the World to sense it, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. This price is really a bit expensive after all. Even after experiencing the birth of two great worlds, the Lin family has gained a lot. At this time, it only derives 1 origin point a year. Even the consumption of maintaining the reversal time zone is 100 times different, let alone the cultivation. The descendant of the family, but now, the origin point that Lin Chen has on hand is only worth over 100,000 yuan at full cost, and cannot be sustained for many years. Forget it, let's take the elite route. After thinking about it, Lin Chen gave up the idea of letting all the Lin family's strong men in the delusion realm enter the time reversal area to practice together. He plans to select dozens of tribesmen to enter and practice based on their qualifications and probability of becoming gods. In this way, the consumption of reversal time is greatly reduced. To maintain the passage of time 100 times, only 10 origin points are needed, although the derivation speed of 1 point per year is slow. After the perfect world is promoted to the level of the great thousand worlds, it is no longer necessary to pay any price to reverse a cultivation area suitable for people in the ascending heaven realm and below, and it can quickly improve the strength of the people. 100,000 origin points can last for 10,000 years. During this time, try to increase the speed at which origin points are derived. Whatever he wanted to do, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He called together Lin Xia and other tribesmen who were expected to achieve enlightenment and become gods, and then opened up a time-lapse training area for them that was 100 times larger than the outside world. After they enter the cultivation state, Lin Chen also left here quietly. After arranging some related matters, he began to continue practicing in seclusion. Time flies, and tens of millions of years pass in the blink of an eye. Human race, deep in the human world, in the mysterious space that had been silent for more than 100 million years. Nearly 20 figures exuding a terrifying aura stood in the void. They looked at the intelligence information in their hands, with a hint of coldness flashing in their eyes. The 9 nether snake royal family's peerless genius and the young master of the demonic dragon clan are about to undergo the divine tribulation. We have been waiting for many years, and now the opportunity has finally come. HMPH, a mere demon clan dares to plot against our talented human race. If we don't teach them a lesson, do we really think that our human race is a fool? Yes, both the young master of the 9 nether snake royal clan and the young master of the demonic dragon clan are both peerless geniuses of the demon clan. They can be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5 of this generation. If they all fall under the divine tribulation, no matter what, do you know what those old devils' expressions would be like? Anyone who offends our human race will be punished no matter how far away he is. Apart from Kangshan God King, who is the peerless God King, these powerful men only have 2 ancient God Kings, and most of the remaining cultivation levels range from the middle to the peak of the creation realm. This power, placed in all the worlds, except for the 6 peak races, can already suppress billions of worlds and surpass countless races as long as they do not provoke some extremely ancient terrorist forces. However, in order to target the demons and retaliate in kind, the human race use this kind of power. One can imagine how terrifying the human race's background is. It's no wonder that there are 2 upper clans and 4 lower clans in the heavens and the world. If the human race hadn't been attacked from both sides, a mere demon would not have dared to provoke the human race like this. When these 2 peerless geniuses go through the divine tribulation, the demon clan will definitely be prepared. According to the information we can get so far, the demon clan should also have a peerless god king awakening, It is much more difficult for the human race to target the peerless genius of the demon race than it is for the demon race to target Lin Chen. It's not about racial prowess. The last time it was the demons who targeted Lin Chen, it was deliberate and unintentional. But this time, the demons could guess that the humans would retaliate, and they would definitely be well prepared. In this case, we can only see who has better methods, who is more courageous. Is there any news about fellow Taoist Xianlong and fellow Taoist Fire Phoenix? How are their preparations going? Reporting to Senior Kangshan, everything is ready. Good. In that case, then act according to the plan. This time, the demons must be taught a lesson. Nodding, the Kangshan God King couldn't help but reveal a slight smile on his face. If just relying on these strong men to go to the demon clan, he is only 70% sure that the 9 Nether Snake Royal clan and the demonic dragon clan's peerless talents will fall to the divine calamity. Then with the help of the true dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, in this case, he is more than 95% sure about this concept. After all, whether they are the true dragon clan or the Phoenix clan, although their background is not as powerful as the 6 peak races, their strength is also extremely powerful and much more terrifying than the average big clan according to their human history records. The ancestors of the true dragon clan and the Phoenix clan were both supreme beings in the realm of saints. Later, they disappeared for unknown reasons. In order to protect themselves, these 2 ancient races took refuge in the human race with whom they had a better relationship, and this continues to this day. The Heavenly Dragon God King and the Fire Phoenix God King, who are remembered and specifically questioned by the Kangshan God King, are naturally very powerful. Their combat power has already reached the peak of the ancient God King, and is only one step away from the realm of the peerless God King. And just when the top leaders of the human race were preparing to take revenge on the demon race in the demon realm, the figures of a dozen God Kings in the creation realm also gathered together. Things really didn't go as I expected. The Heavenly God King really must repay every penny he spends. It's a pity that we have been prepared for a long time. The human race probably never imagined that we not only awakened the demonic dragon God King and the Black Emperor God King, but also secretly allowed nearly 10 fellow Taoists to return to the demon clan. Now our demon clan has enough with 18 God Kings in charge. Those human God Kings will definitely be defeated. Yes, if I weren't worried about the methods of the human saints to stay, I would have completely kept those human God Kings. No, don't have such an idea. If we really attack the human God King, the consequences will be disastrous. It will very likely cause chaos in the heavens and the world. If we attract that group of human lunatics, our demon clan will suffer huge losses. Big, everything follows the rules. Upon hearing this bold idea, the expressions of other demon kings suddenly changed, and their words were full of fear. It's cool to use the clan's secrets to destroy the Kangshan God King and others, but that's only a temporary pleasure. The next moment this happens, the human races will immediately revive and a human race summons order will be issued. By then, all the powerful people of all races will receive this message. In the endless time and space of all the world's billions of powerful men will return from the sky. By then, God knows what terrible things will happen. Chapter 248 Son of God, take action. How many strong men are there in the human race? Even the human race themselves don't know. Over countless years, the human race has given birth to too many clansmen, with footprints all over the world almost all the time. Strong human beings who have reached the heaven realm and above disappear without a trace. They may have died, or they may have stayed in seclusion somewhere to practice. No one knows whether there will be a person who disappeared before and has cultivated to a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. It can be said that the biggest difference between the human race and the other 5 peak races is the ability to reproduce. Among the 6 peak races, the human race dares to be ranked second in terms of number of members. And no one dares to be ranked first. It can even be said that the total number of people from other peak races is likely to be greater than the number of humans, and a huge base also brings infinite possibilities to human beings. Historically, when humans and demons clashed, many powerful people in the realm of immortality, and even creation came out of their hiding places and fought for the human race. To this day, humans still have their myths and legends circulating, and just when the top leaders of the human race were sharpening their knives and preparing to give the demons a hard blow, the top leaders of the demons had also been prepared for it, and the two sides were about to collide again. On the other side, in this Zhenwu world, relying on the power of the laws of time and space and the eye of destiny, and based on the karma between himself and the 9 Nether Snake Royal Family, Lin Chen, who noticed this scene, suddenly showed a sneer on his lips. The 9 Nether Snake Royal Family, the demonic dragon clan? Haha, we are really enemies of each other. When they get through the disaster, I promised to give them a big gift. For Lin Chen, who has the ability to control thunder and punishment, it couldn't be easier to cause trouble. He doesn't even need to go deep into the demon clan. As long as he can sense the thunder and punishment, he can adjust its power, and with his current cultivation level, he can adjust the power of others to overcome the tribulation dozens of times at a certain price. This gap is enough to make all the geniuses bleed on the spot, like a meteor streaking across, adding a ray of fluorescence to the dark night. Tens of millions of years of development have allowed my Lin family to have 10 more powerful people in the realm of enlightenment. Although they are all in the early stages of the immortal realm, it has also greatly increased the foundation of the Lin family, allowing the number of origin points derived every year to soar to at 15 o'clock. The consumption of executing the elite plan is almost enough. Thinking of the changes in the Lin family over the years, Lin Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Ever since the second immortal god was born in the Lin family, Lin Chen asked him to lead the elites of the clan to all the worlds and establish the Lin's business firm belonging to the Lin family. There is only one purpose: to earn resources, especially divine crystals. After more than 20 million years of development, Lin's trading company has spread across hundreds of millions of worlds in the Xianlong realm, becoming a rising star trading firm. The reason is very simple: as Lin Ling, Lin Feng and others attained the realm of immortal gods, it only took tens of millions of years for them to upgrade their sub-professional skills to the divine level. As long as there are enough materials, low-grade divine elixirs, artifacts and other treasures suitable for use by powerful people in the immortal realm can be refined. Take the divine peel as an example. It is a treasure many times more precious than the divine crystal and is highly sought after by the gods. Although it is said that due to the quantity of magic medicine, Lin Ling does not refine a large number of magic pills, and must give priority to supplying them to the family. But even so, as long as you have magic pills to sell, in the eyes of all living beings and major forces, you are one of the top trading houses in Xianlong realm. Therefore, Lin's trading company has developed so rapidly. In just tens of millions of years, it has developed from being insignificant to being spread all over the Xianlong realm. It is precisely because of this that Lin's trading firm's annual profits are also rising rapidly. From the beginning, I could not earn even one divine crystal, but now, I can earn 100 divine crystals every year in addition to the consumption required to operate the commercial bank. Lin Chen can be provided with 10 divine crystals for practice every year. Over the years of developing the trading company, Lin Chen had obtained more than 1 million divine crystals in total, which also allowed his cultivation to surpass the late stage of the immortal realm and reach the peak of the immortal realm in one fell swoop. As my cultivation has greatly increased, although the blessings given to me by the intermediate level perfect world have been reduced a lot, with my current foundation, there is still no problem in crushing the ordinary immortal realm perfection. No one who can cultivate to the perfection of immortality is weak. Even Lin Chen can't guarantee that he can be invincible in this realm. After all, there are too many monsters in the world, and this is just the realm of immortality. If you break through to the realm of the God King, it will be great to be able to cross a realm to fight against the enemy. Husband, what are you thinking about? Just when Lin Chen was thinking a lot, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ears. I saw that a peerless beauty wearing a white dress, with a beautiful appearance, the dignity of having been in a high position for a long time, and the graceful figure of a girl was stepping through the door, coming in style like Lin Xia and others. Chu Siding's cultivation level has also broken through to the early stage of immortality. Nothing, seeing Chu Siding's figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and held her in his arms. I have been practicing in seclusion all these years, but I have neglected you. You have worked so hard. It's okay, I know everything you do is for our good. Chu Siding shook her head and snuggled into her husband's arms. She could understand Lin Chen's difficulty over the years. If my husband had not turned the tide with his overwhelming strength several times and led the Lin family through disaster after disaster, they would have fallen into the long river of history, and Zhenwu world would not be as prosperous as it is today. In her eyes, my husband is a hero, the best superhero ever in the world of Zhenwu. The two hugged each other, chatted and talked to each other as she spoke. A hint of blush flashed across Chu Siding's face, and then the two figures disappeared instantly. Thousands of years later, Lin Chen stared blankly at his wife's belly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that his wife, who had been silent for nearly 100 million years, would appear just a few times after she broke through to the realm of immortality. Is it because Tinger's essence has improved and the family buff bonus has been added? Yes, it should be. The life essence of gods and creatures below gods is very different. Let alone tens of millions of years, even hundreds of millions or even billions of years may not be able to make them pregnant. Back then, The dark gods had the case of Fanzi as a very rare example, even in all the heavens and worlds. Thinking of this, a trace of relief flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The higher the talent and the stronger the cultivation level, the smaller the chance of giving birth to an heir, but with a blessing of family buffs, this chance is greatly improved. It's just that because the base number was too small before, even with 60% buff blessing, it only increased the probability a little. However, as Chu Siding's cultivation broke through to the immortal realm, the essence of life gained a leap, so this base number a substantial increase. In this case, a 60% increase creates a considerable probability. Under such circumstances, it seemed natural that Chu Siding got pregnant not long after. I just don't know, with my current talent and cultivation, what level of talent will my offspring have? Do you inherit my innate Tao body, or do you carry a trace of the origin of annihilation and override the Tao body? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Chen looked forward to it. If it is just an inherited innate Taoist body, it is nothing. Although he will definitely attain enlightenment and become a god on the future, at the end of his cultivation, if there are no heaven-defying opportunities, he will only be a god king at most. But if one inherits a trace of his power of the body of annihilation, then the situation will be different. In the future, there will be a chance to achieve the status of a saint and stand at the top of the world. If there is any heaven-defying chance, there is still a slight possibility of transcending all the heavens and worlds. Therefore, in order to better cultivate his heirs, Lin Chen specially allocated a part of the origin points derived every year to exchange for various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In this way, time flies by, and hundreds of thousands of years pass by quietly in the blink of an eye. It will probably take some time for these two little guys to be born. After checking Chu Siding, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile softly. The life level of gods is very high, and the time required to conceive children is far longer than that of ordinary people. Thank you, husband. Chu Siding touched her belly with one hand, her face filled with maternal glory. Ever since she broke through to the immortal realm, her enthusiasm for cultivation has faded a lot because she can stay with her husband forever. However, once people are free, they will be very bored. Before she got pregnant, she had planned to join True Dragon Academy as a tutor to pass the time, but now, with her children by her side, she has given up on that idea. You should take good care of yourself. I have something to do and I will leave for a while. Just when Chu Siding was thinking a lot, Lin Chen, who was talking to her, suddenly frowned, but then he felt relieved. He touched the former's little head and said dotingly, "Well, husband, be careful." Hearing this, Chu Siding couldn't help being slightly startled, but she didn't say anything more, just whispered things like this have happened many times. She understands it and is used to it. Meanwhile, on the other side the border between demons and humans, the human god kings, who had long since sneaked into it secretly, couldn't help but frown when they saw the young master of the Nine-Nether Snake Demon clan and the young master of the Demonic Dragon clan passing through the tribulation at the same time. Isn't this demon clan too confident? Knowing that we are coming back and letting them go through the tribulation together at the same time, aren't you afraid that we will gather our strength to target one of them with all our strength? King Qin Fengshen is a bit incredible, you know. For this plan, the human race has dispatched about 20 powerful gods and kings. He does not believe that the demon race has such courage. After all, the 20 god kings are only a small part of the human race, but they are already a small half of the demon race. It would not be possible to awaken so many strong men unless it was absolutely necessary. No, don't forget, there are demons. When dealing with our human race, there is a high probability that the demon race will come to help. After all, our ancestors of the human race were, at this time, Kangshan God King, who had been silent, shook his head. However, he had already expected this. In the God King realm, there is one realm and one heaven. Quality is far more important than quantity. None of the God Kings dispatched by their human race are below the middle stage of the creation realm. Most of them are super strong in the late stage or even the peak of the creation realm. And with him, the top peerless God King, sitting in charge, even if the demons and monsters have their own. Having revived a peerless God King, he was sure to gain the upper hand with 1 against 2 under him. There are 2 ancient god kings in the human race. The most important thing is that he also sent out the strong men from the True Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. In other words, the human race has 4 powerful ancient god king realms on their side. No matter what, they may not be inferior to the demons and demons joining forces. Don't worry, our duty is to hold down the top leaders of the demon and demon clans, and we can leave the task of attacking and killing those 2 peerless geniuses to the underworld. Hearing this, Many powerful men present could not help but noted the underworld is an assassin organization created by an ancestor of the human race countless years ago. Its purpose is to target the geniuses of the demon and demon clans and master the method of assassination, and the chances of success are pretty good. He is famous in all the heavens and all realms this time. In order to target the two peerless geniuses of the demon clan, they spent a lot of money and dispatched hundreds of killers from the delusion realm. Let's do it. It's said to be late, but it's so fast. Even though it seems like a long time has passed, in fact it's only been a moment at this time. The young master of the Nine Nether Snake Royal Clan and the young master of the Demonic Dragon Clan were both undergoing divine tribulation in a desolate void. However, in order to prevent interference from each other, the two of them were separated by several realms. Of course, this distance is nothing more than the blink of an eye for a strong person in the God King realm. Kill. With the arrival of the human God King, he brought many dead warriors trained by major forces, mixed with hundreds of strong men from the underworld, who are surrounded by strong demons. The Lord kills at the same time. The powerful God Kings of the human race and the demon race are also confronting each other. HMPH, it's just as I imagined. The demon clan has got mixed up with you bastards again. The Kangshan God King's eyes swept over the group of powerful God Kings opposite, and he immediately noticed that there were 7 figures among them who had something wrong with their auras, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly, facing the famous Kangshan God King. Who dares to look down upon him? The Dark Lord God King said with a smile. He didn't feel angry at all because of his humiliating words. In that case, let's see who is better prepared. There were demon clans participating, and there were faint auras of the powerful God Kings floating around. The Kangshan God King knew that even if their side was stronger than the opponent, they would not be able to get rid of these powerful demon clans for a while, so he did not say much. He focused his attention on the battlefield below at this time. The void around the tribulation land on both sides had become completely chaotic. Various colorful energy fluctuations shattered the surrounding void again and again. The most important thing is that in this situation, the demons are at a slight disadvantage. Those hundreds of underworld killers were so elusive that almost every time a ray of cold light passed by, they could take away a powerful person from the demon clan's delusion realm. Thanks to book friends, Purple Star Yoshi's 100 starting coin reward. Chapter 249, Secret Attack. Dumbfounded demon clan leaders. Hundreds of underworld killers, you really think highly of my demon clan? Seeing the situation on the field, the Black Emperor God King couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that the human race would play such a big role. The killers of the Breaking Realm may not be a high-end power for the major peak races, but they are also top-notch mid-range fighters, and the underworld killers trained by the human race are even more top-notch. The value of one underworld killer is comparable to 10 powerful men of the same realm. You are not bad either. You actually used thousands of killers from the Shadow Clan. Unfortunately, the quality gap cannot be made up by doubling the quantity. Although the killers of the Divine Shadow Clan are famous in all the worlds, they are still inferior to those of the human race and the underworld. After all, a killer organization supported by a peak race is much stronger in every aspect than a mere powerful clan with only 3 God King realm experts. However, even so, the top leaders of the demon clan were not too panicked. Just in case, they prepared a large number of dead soldiers. So what if the underworld killer is stronger? As long as it doesn't interfere with their demon clan's peerless talent passing through the tribulation, they will still win no matter how many dead soldiers they lose in the Pahun realm. At least in the eyes of all the major forces in the world, they won the battle with a human race. That's enough. Let the dead soldiers take action. Following the order from the Black Emperor God King, strong men exuding cold aura emerged from the kingdom of God within the body of a God King realm. Strong men 10 ways, 100 ways, 1,000 ways. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures of dead warriors from the Pahun realm appeared in the void. Kill. With the roar of the leader of the dead warriors, he immediately joined the battlefield, causing the demons who were originally at a disadvantage to stabilize the situation and gain the upper hand. Death Warrior? Well, temporarily promoted? This sudden scene made the Kangshan God King's face suddenly turn ugly. He stared at the Black Emperor God King with a trace of confusion in his eyes. What do you demons want to do? The resource value consumed by forcibly cultivating thousands of Pahun realm dead soldiers is enough to cultivate 10 or 20 immortal gods. This is obviously not cost effective. It is undoubtedly a waste for a race. Even if the demons want to protect these two peerless geniuses, they can just recruit more powerful people in the delusion realm. Why do they need to do such a meaningless thing? I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to protect the genius of the clan. A trace of pride flashed in the eyes of the Black Emperor God King under normal circumstances. They would not do this, however, knowing that the human race would come to retaliate. The Nine Nether Snake Clan and the Demonic Dragon Clan were willing to provide resources to cultivate the dead warriors of the Delirium Realm, and the senior leaders of the Demon Clan would not refuse. After all, they did not dare to underestimate the human race from beginning to end, and they were not willing to let their own strong men in the Delirium Realm go up and die. Therefore, it became the first choice to cultivate a group of dead warriors who had no hope of breaking through to the Powan Realm to replace the strong ones in the clan's Powan Realm. After all, if resources are gone, you can make money again, but if people are gone, they are really gone. So what if the underworld killer is stronger than me? By the time you kill these dead warriors, we, the most talented demon race, will have already passed the divine calamity. Unless you dare to start a divine war, we, the demon race, will definitely win this confrontation. The more he thought about it, the more excited the Black Emperor God King became. There are not many opportunities to defeat the Kangshan God King. If they win this time, they will definitely let all the major forces in the world know about this happy event. This was used to restore the prestige the demons had lost on the human race. Did an accident happen after all? Just when the two demon clans and the upper echelons of the human race were having their own thoughts, in a mysterious time and space dozens of light years away from them, a young man in white looked at the scene and couldn't help but shake his head. He is Lin Chen, who came from Zhenwu world. This demon clan is prepared to let humans suffer this loss at all costs. It's a pity that with me here, you are just delusional. Lin Chen, who had seen everything in the field from beginning to end, couldn't help but have a sneer on his face. It is clear to the bewildered onlookers from the authorities that this action of the demons is obviously to undermine the prestige of the human race in all the worlds. It doesn't matter how many resources are consumed, nor how many dead soldiers are killed. As long as the two peerless geniuses who survive the divine tribulation survive, then they will make a profit. The Eye of Fate conceals the secrets of heaven, in charge of robbery and punishment. Increase. Seeing the image of the calamity cloud about to take shape, Lin Chen did not dare to sigh anymore. He quickly used the Eye of Destiny to cover up the secret, and then relied on the calamity talent he awakened when he became a god, at the cost of 50,000 origin points, increasing the power of the divine tribulation of young Master Demon Dragon and young Master Jiu 44 times on the original basis. Boom boom boom. As soon as Lin Chen's movement fell, the thunder calamity hovering in the void began to surge as if it had taken some stimulant. The endless energy of the world was like a rushing river and sea, rapidly expanding in the astonished eyes of countless creatures. The power of the ordinary 9 heavenly tribulation divine thunder began to surge rapidly over the head of the young master of the 9 Nether Snake Clan. Red, orange, yellow, green almost in the blink of an eye. This calamity cloud emitted colorful light, and various divine thunders appeared in the clouds. Finally, it skyrocketed to the point of peak 99 tribulations, and then slowly stopped. However, this is just the beginning compared to the young master of the 9 Nether Snake Clan. The power of the calamity cloud above the head of the young demon dragon changes even more. He originally had 5 colors of divine thunder, but after receiving 44 times the blessing, he directly transcended the shackles of the 9 heavenly tribulation and was promoted to the level of the Zixio divine tribulation. The vast coercion permeated the entire star field. If placed in the world, it would be enough to make most of the primary world a forbidden area for life. Gudong. The top 99 heavenly tribulations? The Zixio divine tribulation? How is this possible? At this time, many high-level demon clan officials who had just reacted looked at the pressure coming from the robbery cloud suspended in the void, and their expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were full of disbelief. It stands to reason that the power of the catastrophe that a living being can cause depends on his talent, background and other factors based on their understanding of the young master of the demonic dragon and the young master of the 9 Nether Snake Royal Clan. The former would at most lead to a 6-color 99 tribulation, while the latter would at most be an ordinary 99 tribulation. As a result, after the tribulation cloud takes shape, I don't know what happened, which caused the power to increase sharply. This made their mentality a bit broken. This level of divine calamity, even if there is no human race causing trouble, based on their understanding of the young master of the demonic dragon and the young master of the 9 Nether Snake Clan, it is impossible for the latter to survive. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the power of divine tribulation suddenly increase so much? Someone must be up to something. Human race? Yes, it must be human race. God King of Kangshan, I didn't expect that your human race has such terrifying methods. If our demon race hadn't been too well prepared, And your underworld killers would be helpless for a while. I'm afraid you would still be hiding it, right? Tell me, how on earth is this done? The Black Emperor God King's eyes were fixed on the Kangshan God King and others, with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. In all the worlds, there are not more than 2 forces that can do this without telling. The demons among them are humans. As for the other family, the demons have no enmity with each other and have almost no interactions. It is impossible for them to suddenly target them. Only the human race has this motive. If I say, I don't know what's going on, would you believe it? Kangshan God King and others looked at the power emanating from the divine calamity not far away, and couldn't help but look a little strange. He couldn't deal with this change. However, the top leaders of the demon clan thought the same thing. He also felt that, looking at the entire world, the only ones who could make such changes without the knowledge of the demons were the human race, apart from the saint race. Although the saints hate the demons, due to the geographical location and distance, it is unlikely that they will take action against the demons in this case. Only the human race has this strength, but they really don't know. Haha, do you think I'm that easy to deceive? Regarding the words of Kangshan God King, Black Emperor God King did not believe a word. However, now is not the time to delve deeper. The top priority is to help the young master of the demonic dragon and the young master of the 9 other snake royal clan to survive this divine catastrophe as much as possible. Give me the order to activate the 9 nether heaven-bearing formation and the demonic dragon swallowing heaven formation. In addition, throw in a few more ownerless artifacts and treasures to restore injuries. In a flash of his mind, the Black Emperor God King had a countermeasure. He could only do his best to help them survive this disaster safely. As for the angry battle with the human God King, he wouldn't dare. Apart from the legendary saints who are superior to the invincible God Kings, he really can't think of any other method that can hide the power of the divine tribulations of the young Master Demon Dragon and the young Master 9 Nether Snake King from the eyes of so many God Kings present. Who has such means? Saint. I didn't expect that at this time, the human race would actually return to such a supreme existence. What are they planning? No, after this disaster, I will also summon the saints of my demon clan to return. The Black Emperor God King's heart surged, and he became extremely vigilant. Saints, even among peak races such as humans and demons, are first-class big shots and extremely rare. Taking their demon race as an example, the total number of saints in the entire race would not exceed 10. As for the human race, although their number was more than half that of the demon race, they would not exceed 20. For an existence of this level, every move can affect the fate of a race, so no one can be too cautious. No, this is a bit strange. I obviously didn't receive any news about the return of the ancestors of the human race. That is to say, it is very likely that someone else is responsible for this accident. Is it the powerful saint who is behind the fire so that the human race and the demon race can start a divine war again? But what good does this do to them? Once exposed, no matter how strong the saints are, they will never be able to compete with the other 5 peak races. Not only the Black Emperor God King, but also the Kangshan God King also had many doubts in his heart. He felt that things were not that simple after all. In the past, every return or awakening of a human saint would resonate with the will of the human race and inform the higher-ups of the human race unless this human saint deliberately blocked the secret of heaven. However, this doesn't make sense. The return of the saint is a big event. There is no need to hide it. The demon senior officials have not given up these 2 peerless geniuses. Hey, artifact armor, the goddess Dan who restores the soul injury? Lin Chen didn't know what the upper echelons of the demon clan and human clan were thinking if he knew that his use of the magical power of controlling tribulation and punishment had caused suspicion among 2 high-level officials, and even involved a super strong man at the saint level. He would probably laugh or cry. However, with the speed of his cultivation, it won't be long before he can break through to the realm of the God King. By then, he will be paying attention to the will of the human race. Even if the demon saint returns, he will not dare to attack him at will in the human race territory unless he doesn't want to live anymore among the 6 peak races. The will of the group is above all else. The will of the ethnic group will not pay attention to a small fight like theirs, because they instinctively feel that this kind of crisis is a spur to the development of the race. As long as the high-end combat power is not damaged, no matter how many people die, they will be able to return to their peak sooner or later. But if it involves high-end combat power and saints from other races, before the demon saints take action, the will of the human race will take the initiative to revive and attack powerful enemies. This is the bottom line. And a taboo boom boom boom. No matter how the 2 sides compete in the outside world, no matter what everyone thinks in their hearts, They can't affect the coming of the divine disaster under the divine calamity that was strengthened 44 times by Lin Chen. Even though the demon clan used a large number of treasures to help them, young Master Demon Dragon and young Master Zhenwu only persisted until the 18th divine tribulation, and the demon body was on the verge of collapse. The divine tribulation has been strengthened 44 times. The power is more than one level stronger. The divine calamity continues. The young master of the demon dragon who was going through the Zixio divine tribulation was the first to be unable to hold back and reveal his true form. Yin as a bewitching dragon roar sounded in the void. A sky-reaching demonic dragon with a length of dozens of light years appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dark scales, sharp claws, and a strong demonic energy surging around him. The defense power of the young master of the demon dragon was directly increased several times. Boom boom boom, one after another. The Zixio divine tribulation fell from the sky, beating the young demon dragon to pieces. The hot demon blood corroded the void one after another, giving birth to tiny dust particles or the Hensha demon realm. However, this is not the main thing. As the divine calamity continues to fall at the time of the 36th divine thunder, its power rose to a higher level again. It was comparable to a strong man who had just entered the middle stage of the immortal realm. With a full blow, he instantly exploded the vast dragon body of the young demon dragon into two sections. However, as the top royal young master of the demon clan, young Master Demon Dragon has a background that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Almost in the blink of an eye, he reunited with his physical body and appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. I hate it. Before the sentient beings could react, suddenly, a roar full of unwillingness sounded in their ears. Everyone looked around, only saw. Chapter 250, a scene that shocked the world. Only saw in the void of another place of transcending tribulation, young Master Zhenwu, who was shrouded in the top 99 tribulations, erupted with a shrill scream and completely lost his life breath. His background was no better than that of young Master Demon Dragon, and he had little ability to resist in the face of the divine calamity that had increased dozens of times. If it weren't for the help of treasures provided by the demon clan's senior leaders, he would have fallen long ago. Perseverance until now has been his limit. Young Master Zhenwu actually died like this. Gudong. Is this the power of the top 99 heavenly tribulations? How did that powerful man from the human race survive such a terrifying divine tribulation? Yet, I originally thought that the power of the divine tribulation was just that, it was just huge, but now seeing the tragic situation of young Master Zhenwu, many creatures present could not help but show a hint of shock in their eyes. They recalled in their minds the scenes the demons had caused against Lin Chen last time, and couldn't help but be shocked. Both sides can be said to have two completely different results. But in this way, it becomes even more obvious that Lin Chen's background and talent are far beyond those of ordinary geniuses. This made the top leaders of the two monsters have thoughtful expressions on their faces, but at the same time, they felt a sense of murderous intention towards Lin Chen in their hearts. Such terrifying monsters should not exist in the world. Look, young Master Demon Dragon can't hold on any longer. Just when all the sentient beings were thinking a lot, suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in their ears. He looked around sharply. I saw that during this period of time, the young Demon Dragon Master, who had already passed through the 49th Divine Tribulation, was actually split into dozens of pieces when he passed through the 50th Divine Tribulation. The terrifying law of thunder power permeated his body, making it impossible for him to heal for a long time. After a little while, as the 51st Divine Calamity fell, countless creatures looked at him with different expressions. The terrifying power of thunder instantly destroyed the tribulation space with a radius of hundreds of light years, and directly chopped the body of young Master Demon Dragon into charcoal, and even the soul became fragmented. No longer. This sudden scene caused a woman in black palace clothes outside the tribulation land to let out a hysterical explosion after being stunned for a moment. It's like the cry of cuckoo and the cry of blood ape, which makes people full of discomfort immediately afterwards. The woman seemed to have lost her mind and shot towards the place of transcending tribulation crazily, presumptuous. Seeing this scene, the Black Emperor God King couldn't help but frown, and directly stopped him. However, before he could say anything more at this time, the demonic dragon God King, who had come back to his senses, couldn't help but step forward and begged, "Senior Black Emperor, please forgive me. I just couldn't accept the result for a while, so I made such an unwise move. Regarding my dead child, I also ask Senior to forgive my wife for this reckless act." At this time, the divine calamity has not yet dissipated. If this woman rushed in like this, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, her cultivation has reached the realm of immortality. and she is considered a powerful being even among gods. A strong man of this level rushing into the divine tribulation will cause the heavenly tribulation to riot, or even transform into divine punishment. By then, it will be easy to destroy a realm if it's not good. It may even weaken the demon's luck. HMPH, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Someone, come here, take him down and imprison him in the devil's cave for hundreds of millions of years, so that he can polish his character. With a cold snort, the Black Emperor God King did not insist on executing the woman, but the subsequent punishment made many powerful demons change their expressions. Although there is no danger in the devil's cave, it is very quiet and dark. There is not even a sound, and you can hear your own heartbeat quietly. With the mentality of a strong person in the immortal realm, he can barely persist for hundreds of millions of years, but hundreds of millions of years. Even if you don't break down inside, you still have to go crazy. Despite this, the demonic dragon God King did not dare to continue interceding. After all, her move just now was indeed too dangerous. If she did not do it right, it could cause huge losses to the demon clan. Even if there was a reason for the incident, she would not be exempted from punishment. Although the devil's cave is quiet, it's easy to go crazy if you stay there for too long, but in any case, it is not life-threatening. This is already considered as giving him face. Well, it seems like there's nothing going on without us. The senior human race officials ignored the various actions of the demon clan's senior leaders. They looked at the young masters of the demon dragon and the young master Zhenwu who had fallen under the divine calamity, and their minds were a little dazed. It can be said that this is the easiest and smoothest time for them to target the demon genius. In their endless years after this made them come back to their senses, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then there was a hint of retreat on their faces. Without any hesitation, under the leadership of the Kangshan God King, he brought many killers from the underworld and powerful delusion-breaking realm experts from major forces into the kingdom of God, and just like that, he left in a swaggering manner in the eyes of the higher-ups of the demon clan. This damn human race. It wasn't until the figures of the human race's senior officials almost disappeared that one of the demon race's senior officials couldn't help but curse secretly. They have blamed the human race for what happened to young Master Demon Dragon and young Master Zhenwu. Although this does not unfairly accuse the human race, but after all, there is no evidence, right? Of course, no matter what the top leaders of the demon clan think, this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. He had already left early before the top human race officials left the demon territory. A true man never looks back when he is confident. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the demon clan, killing 2 peerless geniuses with the potential of god kings, and successfully plundering 30,000 origin points. Congratulations to the host. Your actions have been favored by the will of the human race, and you have received a reward of 50,000 origin points. Just when Lin Chen rushed back to Zhenwu world, 2 mechanical and cold prompts from the system came in his mind. This can actually obtain the origin point? Over and over again. Not only did I not lose money, but I also made a profit of 30,000 origin points. Cool. Lin Chen was originally in a very beautiful mood after he had tricked the demons and took revenge on them for interfering with his tribulation last time. However, as the sound of the system's improvements sounded in his mind, he became even more happy. Just like eating popsicles in the dog days of the previous life, my heart felt cool and my heart was soaring. What a wonderful word. Happiness is often based on the pain of other living beings. At this moment, Lin Chen deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. As Lin Chen returned to the world of Zhenwu to accompany his wife and children, the news about the death of young Master Demon Dragon and young Master Zhenwu in the divine calamity quickly spread throughout the world. It became a chat among many strong men after dinner. Tisk, tisk, tisk. After losing a genius who has transcended the Zixio divine tribulation and a top 99 heavenly tribulation, the demon clan will probably suffer a big loss now. Who says it's not the case? If the demons hadn't gone too far and targeted the wild and peerless genius of the human race, the top brass of the human race would not have been furious and took revenge on the demons like this. Ha. The most important thing is that the human race's peerless genius did not die, but survived the divine tribulation, and his foundation was greatly improved. However, the demon race lost 2 peerless geniuses with the potential of god kings. One of them may even achieve the status of a saint. This is no longer a huge loss, this is simply a massive hemorrhage. Who makes that demon race so naive and fun-loving? It's obvious that it's no match for the human race, but it's always tit for tat with a human race. Yes, they deserve this result. Many strong men who disliked the demons or originally hated the demons, saw that the demons had suffered a huge loss, and immediately started to ridicule them. Although the demons are powerful, they are not invincible. Not to mention, the truly powerful members of the demon clan are all in the clan, and it is impossible to kill them all just because they said something bad. Besides, even if the demons take action, can they kill them and block the mouth of Xiang Xiao? Damn the human race, if they didn't respect martial ethics and let the saints take action secretly, how could we fail with our preparations? HMPH, how can the giant dragon care about what the ants think? Don't worry about them. When our demon saint comes back, we will make sure that the human race looks good. As one of the 6 peak races, the demon clan naturally has no problem with their intelligence capabilities. The comments about all sentient beings in the world were easily conveyed to their ears, which made many of the demon clan senior officials have a look on their faces. While feeling aggrieved, he became more and more hostile towards the human race. However, no matter how hostile they are, it has no impact on the human race. The game between the 2 demon clans and the higher-ups of the human race was defeated, but in the eyes of all human beings, this was a matter of course. However, after some investigation, the Kangshan God King and others who returned to the human race had a frown on their faces. What's going on? None of our saints have returned, and no saint has woken up from their slumber. So what is the reason for the change in the 2 peerless geniuses of the demon clan? Is it true that someone is trying to sow discord between us and the demon clan, and wants to lead us into a divine war? But this is wrong. There are still dozens of reincarnations before the saints return to compete for that shocking opportunity. Just now, they used an ancient secret method to try to contact the human saint. As a result, there was no response. It is obvious that no saint has returned among the human race. However, in this way, what just happened seemed a bit abrupt. No matter what, we must not be careless. I suggest that we inform the human saints about this matter, and it is best to get 1 or 2 saints to return. Seconded. I agree too. The strong men at the saint level have too much pull. Not to mention that the strongest among them are only the peerless god kings. Even the invincible god kings are as small as ants facing a saint. There is such a saying circulating in all the worlds under the saints, all are ants. This is not just talk. This shows how huge the gap between saints and saints is. Because of Lin Chen's operation, the 3 peak races of demons and demons became tense. However, the culprit returned to the world of Zhenwu and lived the same leisurely and sweet life as before. So happy in this way, time passed quickly like sand between fingers. When Lin Chen returned to this Zhenwu world in the 880,000th year, Chu Sighting, who had been pregnant for more than 1,000,000 years, finally reached the point of giving birth. Boom boom boom. I don't know how much time passed, but Lin Chen, who was walking around outside the hall, suddenly heard an earth-shattering roar. Immediately afterwards, various visions spread to the entire Zhenwu world with the Lin family as the center, and even this did not mean to stop at all, and continued to spread to the outside world. Wow wow wow. At the same time, a loud cry of a baby rang out between heaven and earth. Endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth suddenly gathered like a tide. The eye of fate conceals the secrets of heaven. Seeing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and without any hesitation, he used the eye of destiny to stop the spread of the vision and confine it to this Zhenwu world. At this moment, 2 infant babies actually rose into the air from the main hall and hovered above the Lin family, greedily devouring the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them. Skin refining realm, bone forging realm, blood exchange realm, supernatural power realm. Amidst the stunned expressions of countless creatures, the cultivation of these 2 infants began to advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the state of nirvana in just a few breaths, and they had no intention of stopping. Hey, I didn't expect that these 2 little guys not only inherited my innate Taoist body but also carried a trace of my original power. Feeling the breath coming from his son and daughter, the smile on Lin Chen's face suddenly became brighter. That's right, Chu Sighting is not only pregnant with twins this time, but also a twin. The boy is born first and is the older brother, while the girl is the younger sister. By now, Lin Chen could be considered to have a son and a daughter, with the power of the bloodline inherited from birth, coupled with the innate Dao body and a trace of the original power carried in the body. I wonder how far these 2 little guys can reach? The opportunity of these 2 little guys is a blessing from the supreme rules of all heavens and realms. Even if they reach heaven and become gods in one step, it will have no impact on their future. Lin Chen will naturally not forcefully lower their realm for the sake of the so-called foundation. After all, no matter how hard you practice, can you still have a deeper foundation than the one created under the supreme rules? The World Master realm is complete. Just when Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts, These two newly born little guys directly crossed the 10 major realms and possessed the perfect cultivation level of the Realm Lord. Realm silence, overwhelming silence looking at them suspended in midair. As their cultivation level increased to the perfection of the Realm Lord, they looked a little older, about 3 or 4 years old, and the pink and jade carvings were as cute as porcelain dolls. Countless people noticed the moving creatures could not help but open their mouths. Gudong. He has perfected the realm of Realm Lord right after he was born, and his foundation is very solid. This an unprecedented monster. I can only say that he is worthy of being the descendant of the ancestor of the Lin family. Both his parents are gods, and the descendant born from him is defiant. I seem to see the despair and loneliness of the great talents of the major forces in our Zhenwu world. A few years later, the faces of countless creatures were full of excitement and emotion. They seemed to have seen the terrifying scene in the future, where all the talented people in this Zhenwu world would be trampled under their feet, just like when Lin Chen rose to prominence. He suppressed the geniuses of his generation and never succeeded. Even the geniuses of the older generation could not forget the scene behind him. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.